Chapter 1337. Luck? Interesting, but in the end it was short-lived. Ray. Yamada no Orochi let out a furious roar, and a world of thunder and lightning erupted, intertwining and blocking Lin Ling's path. Fire. Wind. Furthermore, Yamada no Orochi didn't show any signs of stopping. It was as though he was in control of all the powers in the world. Let's see how many lives you have. Die. The world became even more chaotic. On the ground, a large number of martial artists were implicated and killed. In the sky, the white-haired youth was still as resolute as ever. His 8 tails swayed as he charged fearlessly towards Orochi. Rumble. Lightning surged over and wrapped around its body, causing another tail of the ancient flame devil to explode and vanish. The second one. The third one. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling's battle intent was crazy. He wouldn't give up until he saw the coffin. Even if he died, he would still stay close to Lin Ling. If the 9 tails disappeared, Lin Ling would definitely die forever. The funny thing was that Hong Tianting actually thought that Lin Ling would run away because he didn't dare to face his Yamada no Orochi. But now, Lin Ling had proven everything. Not only is this child powerful, but his martial heart is also extremely determined. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become a top venerable one in the future. Many ancient warriors secretly admired him. Rumble. The sky was dazzling, and tyrannical energy swept in all directions, causing the 9 tails of the ancient flame devil to continuously explode. When there was only 1 tail left, everyone became nervous. Lin Ling should be retreating now. If he continued to walk forward, only death would await him. Kill. A firm killing intent gushed out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone to gulp. Lin Ling still chose to fight. Yamada no Kurosawa. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi was also affected by Lin Ling's resolute battle intent. Panic appeared in his eyes, and one of his heads spat out a black vortex. This was the power of the black vortex that could kill a Saint Realm Master. It was a kind of dark law. The rolling vortex tore Lin Ling apart, but Lin Ling's body didn't stop. His tyrannical physical strength actually blocked the suction of the vortex. Impossible. Orochi no Orochi shouted. His Yamada no Kurosawa could kill a Saint Realm Master. How could Lin Ling block that terrifying suction? Suddenly, he remembered that during the Battle of the Yellow Board, Lin Ling's strength was already able to shake a Saint Realm Master. Now that the ancient flame devil had appeared, coupled with the fact that demon gods and cultivators had reached the transformation stage, Lin Ling's current strength was even stronger than a Saint Realm Master. This was inconceivable. As far as he knew, demon gods ranked below 20 were only invincible in the transcendent realm at their peak, but Lin Ling's ancient flame devil had reached the Saint Realm. While he was thinking about this in shock, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of him. Smoke filled the air as he stared at the mountain-like 8-headed purple snake. You said I relied on luck. With a cold shout, he slashed out with his sword. Rumble. That slash contained Lin Ling's Emperor Realm strength and the powerful physical strength of the ancient flame devil. It wanted to cut through the sky. Under the slash, a large amount of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning principles were cut apart. The sword landed on Orochi's head, and 3 heads were cut off. The mountain-like body smashed into the ground like a meteor. Bang! 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 Moreover, the snake flew parallel to the ground, flattening a large number of hills. There were countless casualties. In the sky, Lin Ling only had a tail left, but he held his sword diagonally and pointed it at Orochi. His white hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Amazing! The people in the distance stared at Orochi on the ground, and then at the white-haired man in the sky. Their hearts were about to explode. Lin Ling had actually sent Orochi flying. One had to know that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil was only in the 60s, while Orochi was 6th. In other words, 10 ancient flame devils were no match for Orochi. But now, Orochi was sent flying. This slap was resounding and beautiful. Luck? Who dared to say that Lin Ling was just lucky? Fear. Was Lin Ling afraid now? Orochi heavenly wheel. At this moment, a desolate beast's angry roar came from the ground. The remaining 5 snake heads opened their mouths and spat out 5 huge black vortexes. They crazily absorbed the surrounding warriors' energy to recover their strength. Crazy. Those who supported Hong Tianting were filled with regret at this moment. Hong Tianting didn't treat them as humans at all. What made their hearts cold was that they actually thought Hong Tianting was fighting for them, fighting for the Xianping arena. This was simply a joke. You injured me. As expected of the 6th-ranked Orochi, he quickly recovered a portion of his strength after devouring others. Following that, he floated out from the ground. The remaining snake heads were ferocious. Lin Ling had actually injured him. This was something that was impossible. It's just luck. In the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. You! Orochi roared angrily. Lin Ling's words were filled with mockery. Was it luck? Not at all. It was Lin Ling who relied on his resolute will to approach him and send him flying. This made his previous words sound like a slap to his own face. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. I admit that I underestimated your ancient flame devil. I didn't expect such a low-ranked trash demon god to be so capable. Unfortunately, your all-out attack only managed to cut off 3 of my heads. And the price you paid was that 8 of my tails disappeared. If the remaining tail also disappeared, then you would definitely die. Now, I don't know what right you have to be proud of. As I said before, your luck has come to an end. Orochi's aura flourished once again. The remaining 5 heads did not maintain a defensive state this time. Instead, they took the initiative to attack, devouring the heavens and earth. The 5 snake heads intertwined together and wriggled like worms. They fused together and formed an even larger snake. The snake opened its mouth and wanted to devour Lin Ling. A snake devouring an elephant. Everyone thought of this phrase. A huge snake could devour an elephant, but Orochi could devour heaven and earth. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling only had 1 tail left. He could not win the battle. Could it be that his previous strength was just a flash in the pan? Is that so? Then, I will cut off 4 of the remaining 5 heads. However, under everyone's gaze, the white-haired youth said indifferently. He pointed his sword at the sky. If the other party wanted to devour heaven and earth, then he would cut off heaven and earth. Boom! Billowing killing intent erupted. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and headed straight for the huge snake's mouth. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that Orochi's great law was extremely terrifying. If he wanted to defeat the other party, the only way was to get close. Looking from afar, the difference between the 2 parties was like heaven and earth. One was a huge mouth that could devour heaven and earth, while the other was a tiny but proud ant. Has he reached the peak? Everyone felt their mouths go dry. The blood in their hearts began to wildly boil. To be able to see such an intense and shocking battle in their lives had not been in vain. Lin Ling must die. Everyone. Over at Empyrean Void Star's side, everyone had grim expressions. When Lin Ling erupted with the ancient flame demon, all of them had been scared witless. But what couldn't be denied was that if Lin Ling used his full strength, killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. Because of this, they were afraid. Thus, they hoped that Hong Tianting would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, they were also sure that Hong Tianting would succeed. This was because the current Lin Ling was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Chapter 1338. Another admission of defeat. Is he finally going to die? The third life Ghost King laughed coldly, but his smugness didn't last long. His eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously, "Oh no, be careful." He had forgotten. How could he forget? He remembered that Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, and that trump card had almost killed him last time. What? Empyrean Void Star and the others were shocked. Could there be more changes? Lin Ling still has a powerful trump card. The third life Ghost King said with a pale face. The Tri-Era Ghost King said with a pale face. However, just as he finished speaking, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Rumble. The earth trembled. Nobody knew when this terrifying demon had been hiding. At this moment, it rose from the ground and its shadow surged out. It was as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell. Its majestic and pitch-black body appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing their faces to freeze. Yiksha King had arrived. The tall Yiksha King seemed to be bathed in shadows. His horns and fangs were sharp, and he looked majestic. The moment he appeared, a hellish aura erupted. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. He was rushing toward Yamada no Orochi. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi's mouth was still wide open, swallowing the world. Naturally, he could feel the terrifying aura erupting from below. This shocked him. Another demon god. Lin Ling, this is a life and death battle. How dare you ask someone to help you? An angry voice came from Yamada no Orochi's mouth. Many people who didn't understand the situation blinked. That hellish demon god was someone else helping Lin Ling. Paw. However, Yiksha King ignored Yamada no Orochi's voice. His arms were like ancient dragons as he hugged the giant snake in the sky and smashed it to the ground. Normally, Yiksha King wouldn't be able to succeed. After all, Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher. But now, Yamada no Orochi's attention was on Lin Ling, so it was impossible to guard against him. Boom! With a loud bang, it was as if a giant had crashed onto the ground. Under countless shocked gazes, the Yiksha King hugged the giant snake with both arms. On the ground, layers of earth waves surged and froze the giant snake's body. The lower half of the snake's body was turned into a stone statue. This was Yiksha King. As long as he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be omnipotent and controlled the power of the earth. Lin Ling, how dare you rely on others to help you? Yamada no Orochi shouted angrily. Orochi shouted anxiously, causing the referee, Zen Master Heaven Spirit and Heavenly Z, to frown. They also shouted, Lin Ling, don't go overboard. As for Yiksha King, this is a battle between Lin Ling and Hong Tianting. Do you dare to offend the Hong residents? As soon as they finished speaking, they wanted to take action and help Orochi. However, at this moment, a deep voice came from the ground, I am Lin Ling. That. Another Lin Ling. Yamada no Orochi's remaining snake heads also separated. The eyes of the 5 snake heads were filled with shock. Is this also Lin Ling? As for the people on the ground, their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling actually hid such a trump card. It was unbelievable. With 2 demon gods in his hands, even if Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher, it would be difficult for him to resist the joint forces of 2 demon gods. Impossible. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily as if he had suffered the heaviest blow in his life. Things had gone beyond his imagination. He had always wanted to scare Lin Ling and ask Lin Ling if he was afraid. But now, he was the one who was afraid. At this moment, a mysterious smoke drifted over. A white-haired man with a devilish charm appeared in front of Yamada no Orochi. He had a slender figure and a sword in one hand. His demonic eyes were cold as he looked at Yamada no Orochi coldly. I will defeat you with luck. Devour the mountains and rivers. Spiritual energy surged crazily and flowed into the body of the white-haired man, causing the image of an ancient emperor to appear. It was as if he was going to conquer the world and kill all enemies. Wait a minute, this battle doesn't count. Yamada no Orochi shouted anxiously. The sword was right in front of his 5 snake heads. It was too close, and the sword was too sharp. He was a little panicked. Unstoppable. However, what answered him was a resolute voice. He waved the sword, and the sword light was like a pillar, slashing fiercely at Yamada no Orochi's snake heads. If Yamada no Orochi was not entangled with Yiksha King, he would definitely be able to block the sword. However, he was facing 2 demon gods at the same time. Swoosh! With a sweep of the sword, 4 of the snake heads were chopped off. Smelly blood and spiritual energy splattered in all directions. The remaining snake head looked at Lin Ling with fear. It was scared, completely scared. Hong Tianting had never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a terrifying trump card. He thought that the reason why he lost last time was because he could not use the demon god in the yellow board. Lin Ling had taken advantage of the rules, but now the truth was that he had taken advantage of the rules. If he used the demon god, he would lose even faster. Hong Tianting, tell me, did I defeat you with luck this time? Lin Ling shouted coldly as he pointed his sword at the remaining snake head of Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi's eyes were ferocious. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. The surrounding crowd swallowed their saliva when they saw the white-haired man pointing his sword at Hong Tianting. Luck. This time, Lin Ling still relied on luck. This time, Lin Ling used his powerful strength to kill Hong Tianting's snake head. Or was it luck? This time, whether Hong Tianting lived or died, it all depended on Lin Ling's sword. Or was it luck? Speak. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with sharpness and his aura was fierce. It's not luck. You defeated me with your strength. In the last yellow list battle, I thought you won only because I couldn't use the demon god. But now I know that if you use the demon god, you can win faster. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily. He admitted his defeat. He had to say it because the sword was pointed at him. If he didn't say it, he would be killed. I admit defeat. Yamada no Orochi said again. As soon as he said that, his heart was filled with shame. Last time, he admitted defeat. This time, he admitted defeat again. The most ironic thing was that he thought he would definitely win this time, so he called for the Blackpink arena. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of all the heroes of the world to wash away his previous humiliation and prove himself. However, he was humiliated again in front of all the heroes of the world. Lost, Hong Tianting lost. Many people muttered to themselves. This result was beyond their imagination. The 6th-ranked demon god also lost. Although his ranking was high, he didn't have as many as Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling's demon god ranking wasn't high, but his control over demon gods was definitely stronger than Hong Tianting. Chapter 1339. Ghost Claw. An ancient expert saw through the situation. This also meant that Lin Ling's talent wasn't great, but he could kill a first-layer Saint Realm expert if he went all out. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer Saint Realm expert. I admit defeat. Yamada no Orochi shouted again. He had no choice but to shout because he discovered that Yiksha King's mysterious power was getting stronger and stronger. It actually wanted to turn him into a stone statue. Now that all 7 of his snake heads had been severed, the remaining snake head clearly couldn't withstand Yiksha King's power. Admit defeat. You said before that this is a battle of life and death. No one is allowed to interfere. It will only end when one side leaves alive. So, you're not dead, so the battle isn't over. Lin Ling shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sir, release Hong Tianting. You can leave this place. In the distance, Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock, but they both shouted at the same time. The battle isn't over. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. The crowd also surged. Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z had both said that they were the fairest referees. But now, before the battle was over, they wanted Lin Ling to leave. They were planning to end the battle. Wasn't this refereeing a little too unsightly? What fairness? What credibility? What a joke. Where are my people? If you don't tell me, kill them. Kill. Lin Ling ignored Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z and looked at Yamada no Orochi. The reason why he agreed to the battle was because he wanted to capture Hong Tianting and take back Yu Yun and the others. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to do it alone. Hand over Lin Ling's people. Kill. In the distance, someone immediately brought Yu Yun and Yang Gon over, causing many people's hearts to tremble fiercely. They knew that Lin Ling was here to ask for them, but they had always thought that this was just an excuse. Lin Ling wanted to cause trouble in the Blackping arena, but the scene in front of them told them that Hong Tianting had indeed captured Lin Ling's people. This also meant that the so-called Xianping arena was indeed an illusion, and everything was for the sake of killing Lin Ling. We've been fooled. I sensed it a long time ago, because Hong Tianting was really fighting for the Blackping arena, then he wouldn't have killed us before. His goal was Lin Ling, and we all became his chess pieces. Hong Tianting, how hateful. Many people shouted angrily. The feeling of being deceived was very uncomfortable, but Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Only now did they know that they had been deceived. Who could they blame? If they had to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for being too eager for quick success. They wanted to shake the Xianping province with their names. Instead of becoming stronger step by step, they wanted to rise up overnight. However, on the path of martial arts, who could rise up overnight and shake the world with their names? Which one of them had not gone through thousands of battles to become famous? Even he, Lin Ling, had experienced countless battles when he came to the Blackping region, and he had only gradually revealed his talent. Lin Ling. In the distance, the Three Lives Ghost King brought Yu Yun and Yang Gon over. Yu Yun and Yang Gon both shouted anxiously, their faces filled with guilt. They had also seen the battle earlier. Lin Ling had gone to the gathering alone, facing all the heroes of the world without fear. It was all because of them. Say no more, come over immediately. Lin Ling shouted softly. In fact, he knew that Yu Yun and Yang Gon were implicated because of him. All right. Yu Yun and Yang Gon glanced at the Three Lives Ghost King behind them, then quickly ran towards Lin Ling. The Three Lives Ghost King's eyes were filled with a sinister light. After releasing Yu Yun and Yang Gon, he strode away. Only he knew that he had hidden a terrifying killing intent on Yu Yun. As long as he got close to Lin Ling, he could definitely kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling only had one tail left. If that tail disappeared, Lin Ling would definitely die. Your Majesty, be careful. There is the power of the Ghost Tao. Just as Yu Yun got close to Lin Ling, Elder Z's anxious voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. At the same time, an old woman dressed in white suddenly appeared behind Yu Yun. She had black hair and a white face. She let out a sinister laugh and clawed at Lin Ling. Her speed was extremely fast, and she actually possessed the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Netherworld ghost claw. Yes. If it was any other time, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't be affected. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was too close to Yu Yun. In addition, he also believed in Yu Yun, so he couldn't react in time. Paw. The ghost claw heavily clawed at Lin Ling's chest, as if it wanted to claw out Lin Ling's heart, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. He sensed that his vitality was rapidly fading away, and there was a kind of power that engulfed everything in his body. Good. This is the 3 Lives Ghost King's Ghost Dao. Well done. Hong Tianting was the closest to Lin Ling. At this moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that his lover had returned, Lin Ling relaxed his mind. Now, he was about to die. How despicable. Seeing this scene, many experts from Xianping province shouted angrily. Lin Ling didn't come to cause trouble or challenge Hong Tianting. He came for his lover and friends. He fought the heavens and the earth to take back the people he loved the most. That heart of his could illuminate the sun and the moon. However, Hong Tianting and the others were too despicable. First, they bewitched the experts of Xianping province. Then, they challenged Hong Tianting to a life and death battle. When they saw that Hong Tianting was no match for them, they even launched a sneak attack. Soul-sealing seal. At this moment, Lin Ling's tiger-like eyes were wide open. A terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. In his left hand, soul power fiercely pressed out, forming a huge soul-sealing seal. Kiki. The ghost let out a frightened sound. This was the king of forbidden nannies, the soul of a top expert. After being sealed with the means of the ghost Dao, it was tortured for 100 years before finally giving birth to a terrifying demon. This demon killed without any form. The only thing it was afraid of was soul power. With a slap, the king of forbidden nannies disappeared like smoke. After that, Lin Ling stroked his chest, blood kept flowing out of his mouth. This shocking scene made people nervous. Was Lin Ling going to die? Involuntarily, many people thought of General Tian Yu. Bristling with anger, he leaned against the railing and rested in the rain. Looking up, he roared to the sky with great vigor. In the past, General Tian Yu guarded the Tian Yu Pass and blocked thousands of demon gods alone. That scene was the same as now. However, General Tian Yu didn't retreat. In the end, the demon gods were shocked by General Tian Yu's fearless will to die. They resorted to conspiracy to kill General Tian Yu. Lin Ling was the same. For his lover and brother, he killed the world alone. In the end, he was framed by the Trailokyama Ghost King. Lin Ling. Yes. Yu Yun and Yang Gon anxiously ran over and supported Lin Ling. Their hearts were in pain as if they were being cut by a knife. In the distance, Empyrean Void Star and the other experts sneered. Good, this was the scene they wanted to see. No matter how arrogant and proud Lin Ling was, he would die today. Chapter 1340. What can you do? You said before that no one is allowed to interfere in a battle of life and death unless one side dies. But now, the battle of life and death has yet to end, yet someone has launched a sneak attack on me. Judges, where is the justice you uphold? Humph. His cold bellow erupted from Lin Ling's mouth like the might of the heavens. He's not dead. Humph. Many people's breathing quickened. Lin Ling seemed to have dodged the attack. In reality, if it were not for Elder Z's quick warning, Lin Ling probably would have died already. Lin Ling's body was tough, so he could control the miniature world in his body. As a result, under Elder Z's warning, he immediately controlled the miniature world in his body and directed it towards the sneak attack. Only then did he avoid the possibility of his vitals being destroyed. And, in order to stop the evil power in his body, Lin Ling had wasted a total of 500,000 miniature worlds, choosing to take the evil power down with him. As a result, the miniature world he had cultivated from great sage heaven touching had all been wasted. Of course, he could cultivate back the power he had lost, but how was he supposed to take back the injustice before him? The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at the proud king before looking at the Chan master of Devanaga. Their faces were filled with deep disdain. Yeah, where is the justice you uphold? The Chan master and Elder Z's faces were rather ugly. They really did not have the right to be judges, as the rules were set by Hong Tianting himself. He had said that no one was allowed to interfere in a battle of life and death. Only when one side died would it end. And Lin Ling had won, so he could leave safely. But now, everything he had said was a joke. Let go of Hong Tianting. He comes from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He's not someone you can provoke. Humph. The two of them glanced at each other. Since they had already made a mistake, they could not be bothered with it anymore. As compared to Lin Ling, Hong Tianting's background was even more terrifying. They've gone too far. They're actually shameless enough to be judges. Humph. The crowd was thrown into an even greater uproar. The Chan master and Elder Z were openly siding with Hong Tianting. The Chan master and Elder Z's faces were cold. They ignored him and said indifferently, "You can leave now. We'll let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones." Do they have the nerve to say that? They had almost caused Lin Ling to die. Seeing that they were about to fail, they pushed the blame away with a single sentence. The two of them had simply lost face for Heavenly Dragon Temple and Heavenly Phenomenon Sect. Ha! Lin Ling laughed maniacally. At this moment, he was even more charming than before. His white hair fluttered in the wind, as though he was a king who wasn't afraid even in the face of all the enemies in the world. He tilted his head. "You are saying that if I release Hong Tianting and leave, you guys will let bygones be bygones?" That's right. There was an unforeseen event in this battle. The reason was that you suddenly summoned a great demon god, which was a violation of the battle rules. Therefore, you didn't win. Indeed, but you can arrange to fight again next time. The two of them said indifferently. This meant their battle had not ended, and Lin Ling had unleashed his trump card. If they fought again next time, how could Hong Tianting not be wary? Coupled with Hong Tianting's powerful background, as long as he became even stronger than Lin Ling and fought again, Lin Ling would definitely die. Lin Ling did not have a tremendous background like Hong Tianting. Many people shook their heads. How could the Chan master and Elder Z have the nerve to mention such an unfair battle to the death? Alright, I didn't win. Let's fight again next time. Then. Lin Ling laughed louder and louder. His voice shook the sky, as if he was mocking the unfairness of the world. He raised his sword high into the air. It was so dazzling and so decisive. Then Hong Tianting is no longer here. How are we going to fight again next time? I'll kill Hong Tianting no matter what. I'd like to see what you can do. Boom! With a slash of the sword, it carried Lin Ling's firm killing intent and rage as it chopped off the last snake head of Hong Tianting. Since it was an unfair battle, why did they have to follow the rules? Kill. Directly kill him. Don't you dare kill me. My elder brother is one of the 4 candidates for the Human Emperor's nomination. Hong Tianting's eyes were filled with panic, fear, and even regret. Lin Ling wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill him before so many people. Moreover, Lin Ling definitely could not leave alive after killing him. He still had a chance to leave if he did not kill him, but Lin Ling was still determined to kill him. He found this to be unbelievable. Unfortunately, He had no idea how many powerful experts Lin Ling had faced and how many life-threatening situations he had faced in order to reach where he was today. As a result, how could there be anyone he did not dare to kill? In the moment the battle to the death began, Lin Ling's killing intent had become firm, as Hong Tianting had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. The reason why he did not kill him in the beginning was because Lin Ling wanted to save Yu Man Yun and Shang Yu first. As a result, no matter what Hong Tianting's background was, no matter what kind of situation he would face if he killed him, Lin Ling would not hesitate at all. Even if the sky collapsed, he would hold it up with his backbone. This was Lin Ling's calm heart of martial arts. Crack! Wherever the sword passed by, extremely beautiful flowers of blood blossomed. Under countless gazes, Hong Tianting's final snake head was severed. Lin Ling extended his left hand and produced a tremendous suction, actually sucking in the demon god of Octahead's flesh and blood. This was a demon god that ranked 6th. Its essence was enough for Lin Ling's cultivation of the body to reach a whole new level again. Hong Tianting has been killed. Currently, on the red ground, countless people felt like their hearts had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling sure was decisive. He killed without hesitation. The Chan master and Shang Yu widened their eyes. Lin Ling had said before that no one in the entire world could save Hong Tianting. He had to kill him, but what could they do? Yet now, Hong Tianting had died right before their eyes, and there really was nothing they could do. The more they told Lin Ling not to kill him, the more Lin Ling wanted to kill him. As for Empyrean Void Star and the other powerful cultivators, they squinted their eyes as well. They stared at the proud, white-haired young man in the sky. At that moment, the young man shone with endless glory. In particular, Empyrean Void Star had never thought that the junior who had stubbornly faced him in the past in the puny sacred land of the rainforest would already stand above him today, and he was doing something that even he was afraid to do. They had laid down a trap, getting the powerful cultivators of Xianping province to vent their anger on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had shocked everyone with his domineering aura. They got Hong Tianting to fight Lin Ling originally. They believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but Lin Ling had swung his sword through the sky. Not only had he defeated Hong Tianting, but he had even killed him. The entire process of Hong Tianting challenging Lin Ling to a duel was actually a joke. He had fought for a woman, but he had lost and begged for mercy. Lin Ling had also fought for a woman, but it had shaken up the world. No one was willing to accept it. In terms of camaraderie, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. All right. You really are bold enough to kill him, and you've killed him right in front of us. How are we supposed to explain this to Emperor Hong Tianting? How are we supposed to face the Hong clan? The two old men of the Chan master of Devanaga murmured to themselves. Their aged faces were actually filled with crazy killing intent. My heavenly dragon temple in Xianping province is known for delivering all living beings from torment, but this is the first time I've seen a junior as arrogant as you. My heavenly phenomena sect is also respected by the heroes of the world through divination, yet you dare to ignore our words. The two seniors called out coldly. In their eyes, Lin Ling was already a dead man. Kill him. Empyrean Void Star and the other powerful cultivators also called out coldly. Everything before had failed. However, although Lin Ling had not died, he had provoked an even more terrifying existence, which was the Hong clan of the Kuan Hall. Of course, Lin Ling probably could not face the Hong clan right now, as everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. Chapter 1341. Wings of Thunder, kill him. The profound maiden of the 9 heavens, the 9 Li tribe, and the 3 elements Golden Dipper sect all roared out furiously. The stronger Lin Ling was, the more he had to die. He had to die. Voices rose and fell. They were no longer the same as the cultivators of Xianping province in the beginning. Instead, they came from the peak powerhouses of splendid land, which made many people shake their heads and sigh. Lin Ling was shockingly talented, but he had offended far too many people. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling had to die. All they could say was that Lin Ling's origins were rather ordinary, which led to his fate of dying rather horribly. In this world, strength represented everything. If a genius rose to prominence without the support of powerful people, they would shine too brightly, which would lead to the encirclement of others. They all want you dead. You've clearly committed a heinous crime. The Chan Master Devanaga said nonchalantly. The killing intent in his aged eyes thickened slightly, as if he was complacent about Lin Ling's fate for not listening to him. However, Lin Ling's eyes were even colder than theirs. His killing intent was even heavier, suppressing his anger and unyielding spirit. Whether it was the Xianping competition or the battle to the death, they were all illusions. The true objective was to kill him, so it all depended on who could kill him. Meng Yun, Yang Gan, leave here immediately. Lin Ling called out, which made Yuman Yun immediately shake her head. She did not want to leave. Even if she had to die, she wanted to be with Lin Ling. Yuman Yun, let's go. If you stay here, you'll only distract Lin Ling, and right now, everyone's attention is on Lin Ling. They won't pay any attention to us. If they fail to kill Lin Ling later, they'll do something to us again. Yang Gan was even calmer than Yuman Yun, immediately calling out coldly. It was because they had been captured that Lin Ling had come alone. If they were captured again, how could Lin Ling fight in peace? Yuman Yun nodded in the end. She bit her lip and flew off into the distance with Yang Gan. However, she glanced at his proud, aloof figure deeply. She knew that her man would never admit defeat. Today, he would fight the world. Many people watched them leave, but no one stopped them, as everyone's target was only Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was here, Yuman Yun and the others would be useless. You want to kill me? Come. Lin Ling raised his sword and roared towards the sky. In that instant, a crazy killing intent and battle intent erupted. That unyielding battle intent caused the onlookers to clench their fists tightly. Lin Ling had already fought so many people. Up until now, he had not fallen. On the contrary, he was becoming more and more courageous. Kill. Celestial Venerable Void Star and the other experts attacked madly this time, and they all lunged towards Lin Ling. These experts were all saints. The weakest among them were the elders of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect and the Dragon Chilan Palace of the Western Sea, as well as the Trail World Ghost King. However, they had all reached the peak of the 7th layer. Any one of them was enough to kill Lin Ling, let alone the other experts. Among them, the most terrifying was obviously the Ninely Holy Mother. The only ones who did not attack were the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son. Right now, the two of them were still like referees, watching this scene from above. Yiksha King, return. With great enemies looming over him, Lin Ling recalled the Yiksha King and maintained his appearance as the ancient flame demon. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he wielded his ancient sword, looking down on everyone. Lin Ling is still fearless. His aura made many people's eyes flicker. The sky, the ground, and everything else was filled with majestic auras, all lunging towards Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling's white hair and ancient sword seemed to be singing a song. Bristling with anger, he leaned against the railing and rested in the rain. Looking up, he let out a long roar at the sky. At that moment, the legendary General Tian Yu had officially merged with the white-haired young man. Fight! On the vast ground, countless red plants were swept up by the power and surged into the sky. It was as if the sky was raining blood, dyeing the ground red. Within the red rain, the white-haired young man wielded his sword and weaved through the petal-like rain. In the next moment, a pair of wings of lightning suddenly appeared on his back. Lin Ling has grown wings. How handsome! Many people gasped. In his ancient flame demon form, Lin Ling already seemed like the most devilish man in the world, possessing evil charm and handsomeness. Now that a pair of magnificent wings of lightning had appeared, he seemed like the descendant of a god or demon. Lin Ling, die! The elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect realized that Lin Ling had appeared in front of him. He immediately sneered. His luck was not bad. Lin Ling actually pounced towards him. If he could kill Lin Ling, then he might be rewarded by the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, or even the Hong residence. Three Elements Restoration Chi. Rumble. The elder exploded with terrifying strength. The great rules of Yuan Qi appeared, and a vacuum wave appeared in mid-air, shrouding the area around him. If Lin Ling rushed over, he would definitely die. However, Lin Ling's wings flapped, and he disappeared without a trace in the next moment. This made the elder's pupils dilate. The great rules of lightning. Borrowing the speed of lightning. You can die now. Just as his horrified voice fell, a devilish voice came from behind him. A sword slashed fiercely, and the sword light was like a pillar. The elder anxiously looked back and could only see the last scene of his life. It was the handsome white-haired young man. Boom! One sword, and he was split into two. Before he died, he had mixed feelings. Originally, he did not dare to touch Lin Ling, but he heard that there was an alliance of powerhouses that wanted to kill Lin Ling. That was why he had the courage. However, everyone knew that not just anyone could kill Lin Ling. At least, he was not qualified. Terrifying. So many powerhouses joined forces, but Lin Ling is still alive. Instead, the elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect has fallen first. How ironic. The crowd stared at the scene in the sky, and their blood boiled. Lin Ling was not without the ability to fight back. Bastard! Heavenly Lord Su Xing and the other powerhouses shouted angrily. Lin Ling's actions were like a resounding slap to their faces. So what if so many powerhouses joined forces? Whoever dared to kill, they would kill. Not good, he has his eyes on me. At this moment, the Three Generations Ghost King's expression was ugly. He sensed that Lin Ling was smiling evilly at him. This meant that Lin Ling was coming to kill him. Lin Ling, I was only invited by them. I didn't really want to kill you. The Three Generations Ghost King shouted in panic. The crowd below felt that this was unreal. The Three Generations Ghost King was actually begging for mercy. Lin Ling, you dare. Ninely Saint Mother and the other powerhouses had fierce expressions. Lin Ling had obtained a powerful celestial weapon from who knew where. It had actually grasped the great law of thunder, and its speed was so fast that they could not catch sight of Lin Ling's figure. And that celestial weapon was clearly terrifying. It had to be known that the great law of thunder was a heavenly pattern martial art. A martial artist might not be able to grasp it in their lifetime. However, Lin Ling's celestial weapon had touched upon that domain. This celestial weapon was naturally terrifying. Save me. At this moment, the Three Generations Ghost King's body exploded, turning into tens of thousands of ghosts that fled in all directions. In the sky, thunder flashed, and countless afterimages appeared in all directions, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Each afterimage was Lin Ling, but the truth was that they were not afterimages, but phantoms formed when one's speed surpassed the void and surpassed the speed of thunder. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling seemed to be walking on a steel rope. As long as he was caught by any one of the powerhouses, he would die without a doubt. But even though it seemed like a crisis, Lin Ling seemed to be handling it with ease, barely avoiding it. The crowd couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement. Chapter 1342. Heavenly Emperor Hong's arrival, damn brat. As for the Ninely Holy Mother and the other masters, they were furious. It seemed that it would be difficult to kill Lin Ling in a short period of time. Of course, they were still top masters, so it was only a matter of time before they could kill him. As long as they could find the trajectory of Lin Ling's lightning speed, there would definitely be a way. A powerful heavenly weapon consumes a lot of spiritual yuan. He won't be able to hold on for long. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing also saw Lin Ling's weakness and shouted coldly. Indeed, Lin Ling was using the wind thunder lightning feather that he had forged himself. This heavenly weapon was a mid-rank heavenly weapon. Although it was powerful, it consumed a lot of spiritual yuan. If he continued using it, his spiritual yuan would run out. Sure enough, as time passed, Lin Ling's speed slowed down. Most importantly, the entire sky was sealed off by the masters. Terrifying great principles shrouded the area, making the space where Lin Ling appeared much smaller every time. Lin Ling, this time, no one can help you. Seeing this, Heavenly Venerable Su Xing shouted excitedly. A bunch of hypocrites. You've all cultivated for 100 years, but you can't kill me even if you join forces. Instead, you're relying on delaying tactics. You've all lost face. Lin Ling's cold voice came from the sky, causing many to nod in agreement. Every one of them had cultivated for a longer time than Lin Ling, and their cultivation was higher. However, they still failed even after joining forces. They had to rely on despicable delaying tactics to win. Wasn't that shameful? You're just trying to show off. Anyway, you're going to die. It's just a matter of time. In this world, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing shouted and sneered. As long as he could kill Lin Ling, it didn't matter if he was scolded and mocked by others. Who killed my brother? At that moment, an even more terrifying aura arrived from the distance, causing the void to explode like firecrackers. Another Saint Realm Master had arrived, and judging from his aura, he was no ordinary Saint Realm Master. He was definitely in existence with an immortal body. Hong long long long. The clouds parted, and a terrifying emperor's aura pressed down, making the millions of people on the ground feel like kneeling down. They raised their eyes to look at the sky, full of reverence. Over there, a man was walking forward. His speed seemed to be very slow, but in a few steps, he appeared above everyone's heads. His tiger eyes were wide open, as if the heavenly emperor was angry. Behind him, the ancient and majestic imperial jade seal also appeared. Hong Tiandi had arrived. It's him. Many people were shocked. Even Hong Tiandi from the Hong residence had come. Among them, there were some peak experts from splendid mountain and river. They knew that Hong Tiandi's innate immortal physique was very powerful. It was the mysterious Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal. Following the arrival of Hong Tiandi, a large number of experts from the Kuan Hall also arrived. Today, Xianping province seemed to have been turned upside down. A large number of experts rushed out, and the only one who could change the color of the sky was Lin Ling. Hong Tiandi, it was Lin Ling who killed your brother. However, he is now trapped by us and will die for sure. Heavenly Sovereign Su Xing was the first to shout excitedly. More and more people were coming. No matter how powerful Lin Ling's wings were, he would not be able to escape from the encirclement of everyone. Lin Ling, is he the trash who ranked first on the yellow board? Courting death. Hong Tiandi. Hong Tiandi roared. The anger on his face seemed to tear the sky apart. He pointed at the sky and said, "Kill him. Kill him." Previously, he just happened to be out training. Then, he saw Hong Tiandi's life jade break. He immediately knew that someone had killed his brother, so he rushed over frantically. What an arrogant junior. You're just borrowing the power of the heavenly soldiers. Go to hell. Die. Those experts from the Kuan Hall shouted coldly. One by one, they walked towards Lin Ling's direction. Their killing intent spread across the entire sky. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone on the red ground sighed. Lin Ling had shone brilliantly today, fighting against the world alone. However, even Hong Tiandi had come now. Even if any of the experts stepped forward to help Lin Ling, it would be useless. Hong Tiandi was from the Hong clan, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars after all. He could easily get a large number of experts from the Kun Hall to support him with a wave of his hand. Moreover, as long as they were not idiots, no one would help Lin Ling right now. Like I said, this kid has angered everyone. He has committed treason. How can he not die? In the distance, Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Sovereign Su Xing sneered. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. No one in the world could save Hong Tiandi. And now, the situation had fallen on Lin Ling. No one in the world could save Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. More and more experts had arrived. It seemed like he would not be able to escape today. Kill one, earn one. If you're not afraid of death, come and kill me. Lin Ling roared madly. His eyes had become completely red. He would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. However, just as he was about to charge over, another powerful aura rolled over from the sky. In the distant sky, the sea surged over like waves. A large number of people stepped on the waves and arrived in a grandiose manner. Their aura was magnificent, surging forward with great momentum. A bunch of shameless people. I'd like to see who's bold enough to kill Lin Ling. A cold bellow rang out in everyone's ears with surging fury. It made many people's eyes tremble violently. More experts had arrived. Today, a slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. And, by the looks of it, these people seemed to have come to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not alone. Despite the situation, there were still people who dared to come and help him. Venerable Sea Calming. Celestial Lord Su Xing's eyes narrowed. The newcomer was an old acquaintance of his. It was Lin Ling's former superior, Venerable Sea Calming. In addition to Venerable Sea Calming, there were also people from the Lu Mansion, the South Pole Celestial Peng, and the Northern Mountain Tiger Clan. They had a large number of people and were very powerful. Of course, they were still weaker than Celestial Lord Su Xing's group. Get lost. If you dare to get involved in this matter, I'll wipe out your entire clan. After Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts arrived, Hong Tiandi's eyes shone with a domineering light. His roar reverberated throughout the world. Even if there were experts helping Lin Ling, so what? Did Hong Tiandi need to give face to them? If the other party dared to be arrogant, it would be easy for him to wipe out their entire clan. After all, how could Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts compare to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars? How domineering! Many people gasped. Venerable Sea Calming and the others were here, but it seemed that they were of little help. If you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to step over my dead body. However, to everyone's surprise, Venerable Sea Calming didn't retreat. Instead, he took a big step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. The turbulent waves rolled around his body. He was risking his life for Lin Ling. He even boldly said that if you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to step over my dead body. Lin Ling, today I'm here to return the favor. If I die in battle, I'll have no complaints. At the same time, the experts from the Northern Mountain Tiger Clan also took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. Their actions proved what it meant to fight side by side. It should be known that although they had arrived, they would definitely not be able to stop the experts on Hong Tiandi's side. It was even possible that they would all be wiped out. However, none of them frowned. They even hesitated. They were determined to protect Lin Ling. Is he worth it? Hong Tiandi roared. The Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal seemed to be suppressing Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts. Is he worth it? Chapter 1343. Wind and clouds rolling, worth it. Venerable Sea Calming said without any hesitation. If there was anything, it would be the thick fighting spirit in his eyes. He had brought Lin Ling out of the rainforest Holy Land. In the past, he had asked Lin Ling to help him do 3 things, and Lin Ling had agreed to each of them. He had even allowed his Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture to become a subsidiary of the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling had done a lot for him. How could he, Venerable Sea Calming, take a step back? Good friendship. Many people secretly admired him. From this point of view, Lin Ling was indeed someone who valued friendship and loyalty. He was worthy of others sacrificing their lives to protect him. Unfortunately, this world was extremely heartless. Friendship was not as important as strength. Then, all of you can die. Flood Sky Emperor's killing intent erupted. Slaughter. Those people must all die. Since they dared to kill his little brother, even if the 9 Heavens God Emperors came, they would still kill Lin Ling. No one would give them any face. He wanted to be recommended to the human emperor. He was also a descendant of the ancient Flood dynasty. He had this supreme authority. Then I'll kill them. Right at this moment, a steel ship arrived in a mighty array, and a man in golden armor stood at the bow of the ship and stared proudly ahead with his hands behind his back. His eyes revealed an imposing aura that seemed to look down upon the world, and it seemed like nothing in the world could shake him. This person was the Golden Armor King of the Langya Temple. It was said that this person had an immortal body that surpassed the 72 demon gods. He was one of the 18 sky saints. The crowd went crazy. Another top powerhouse had appeared, and this powerhouse had come to kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in Xianping province. Kill Shua. Lin Ling, you must die. Golden Armor King's eyes were cold as he indifferently stared at Lin Ling. He had been in seclusion and only learned of this news after coming out. Luo Xuemon was the disciple of his wife, the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens. How could he not do anything? Golden Armor Clear Void Fist. A light punch punched out, overbearing and arrogant, causing the void to explode. The blazing sun in the sky also dimmed at this moment, as if it was blocked by his fist intent. Who could compete with the fist of the Golden Armor King? They're dead. Even the Golden Armored King has made his move. Venerable Sea Calming and the others are all going to die. Many people could already see the outcome. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was cold. There was no trace of fear on his face. His heart was filled with anger, but at the same time, he was touched. Facing the terrifying giant golden fist, the Venerable One, the Old Man of the South Pole, and the others did not retreat. It was as if they wanted to die with him. You dare touch my master? Dream on. Through the heavens 90,000 strikes. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a giant pillar separated the clouds and smashed down majestically. This rod was like the rod of an ancient demon king. When it collided with the giant golden fist, it formed a terrifying void vortex that caused cracks to appear on the ground. It was terrifying. However, the newcomer's strength was also extremely terrifying. He actually managed to block the giant golden fist. Through the heaven's rod, heaven touched sage. The Golden Armor King frowned and stared into the distance. He naturally knew who the newcomer was. At this moment, under the clouds, a tall figure stepped on the purple clouds. He held a long rod in his hand and the corners of his mouth curled up. He stared at the Golden Armor King indifferently and said, "Today, my master Lin Ling will not die." His overbearing voice shook the 9 heavens and spread thousands of miles away. Boom! The hearts of the crowd exploded. Another ancient expert had appeared. It was Heaven Touch Sage, the palace master of Heaven Touch Palace. He had come for Lin Ling. This was too crazy. One had to know that during the Blackpink competition, only a few disciples of Langya and the carefree 10 palaces had appeared. Today, however, 2 palace masters had appeared. How could they not be shocked and stirred? Is that so? What if this old woman wants to kill him? Heaven Touch Sage, your strength is on par with the Golden Armor King, but you can't stop this old woman. At this moment, the Ninely Holy Mother, who had been silent all this time, spoke coldly. Many people looked at her and their hearts trembled. They had forgotten about this ancient figure. The Ninely Holy Mother was also extremely terrifying. She came from the ancient era, but she was not good at speed. That was why she did not kill Lin Ling in a short period of time. What she said made sense. Although Heaven Touch Sage was powerful, the Golden Armor King could stop him. However, who could stop the Ninely Holy Mother? Could it be Venerable Si Kaming and the others? It was simply impossible. At this thought, many people's breaths became heavy. Lin Ling was really difficult to kill. The martial artists of Xianping province could not kill him. The martial artists of Splendid Land could not kill him. In the end, they had to mobilize the Langya 10 palaces. Ninely Holy Mother, I should be able to stop you. However, just as the Ninely Holy Mother finished speaking, another expert arrived. It was an ordinary-looking old man, and beside him was a young man. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling also looked at him in surprise. Wasn't that young man the young master he had saved? Not long ago, Lin Ling went to a mysterious villa and helped a young master whose soul was trapped by the heavenly soldiers. That young master was the person in front of him. What surprised Lin Ling was that the old villa master seemed to be very famous. Little friend, this old man has been looking for you for a long time. If not for today's incident in Xianping province, this old man would not have been able to find you for a long time. This old man has always wanted to repay your kindness. The old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled faintly. In the past, Lin Ling had saved his grandson and then disappeared. He had been searching for him all this time. If it wasn't for great sage Motian's reminder, he wouldn't have been able to find him. Heavenly Elder of Spiritual Mountain. The Ninely Holy Mother cried out in shock. Like her, this old man was an ancient figure. However, he came from the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. He was also a terrifying existence. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was indifferent to fame and fortune, he would have been one of the 4 pillars of Xianping province by now. Furthermore, this old man had come to help Lin Ling. Where did Lin Ling get the ability to summon so many ancient figures? In that instant, the faces of Celestial Master Void Star, Emperor Hongtian, and the other experts turned very unsightly. How could this be? Lin Ling was just a nameless junior. How could he have so many people respond to his call? In front of him was Heaven Touch Sage, behind him was Celestial Master Spirit Mountain, and behind him was Lin Ling. It was unbelievable. Could it be that this Lin Ling could not be killed? Enough. Enough. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. At this moment, the mist filled the air and thousands of rays of light shot out. A slender figure appeared in the air, and his indifferent eyes were filled with anger as he ruthlessly swept his gaze over everyone. Just one glance was enough to cause everyone to tremble in fear. Even Empyrean Void Star was no exception. Black-White Tao Palace, Lord Watermist. Lord Watermist. Everyone forgot how to breathe when they saw the indifferent man. This expert was even more terrifying. It was Lord Watermist of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Why is he here? Lord Watermist. Empyrean Void Star and the others paled. They had already guessed who Lady Water Mist was, but they didn't think that she would come for Lin Ling. After all, the Black-White Dao Palace didn't have any geniuses, so how could Lady Water Mist pay attention to a newcomer like Lin Ling? And it was because of this that they dared to come kill Lin Ling. But, who would have imagined that Lady Water Mist would appear? Chapter 1344. Hidden Fog Country. Greetings, Lord Water Mist. At this moment, Hong Tiandi couldn't be arrogant anymore. His face was gloomy. The other party's identity was even more terrifying than his. Her strength had reached the peak, and she was comparable to the top experts in Hong Mansion. Hong Tiandi, you're quite bold. How dare you kill my men? Lord Water Mist glanced at Lin Ling and said coldly to Hong Tiandi. At this moment, her heart was filled with anger. Lin Ling was her man, and she valued him greatly. These people dared to touch Lin Ling. Lord Water Mist, it's not like that. We were holding the Black Ping battle, and Lin Ling came to cause trouble and killed many people. That's why we wanted to capture Lin Ling. Moreover, we didn't want to kill Lin Ling. Hong Tiandi didn't say anything. He didn't know what had happened either. However, an elder from the West Sea Dragon Chilan Palace said anxiously from Celestial Venerable Void Star side. He was scared. He was completely scared. Therefore, he quickly found an excuse to shirk responsibility. As long as he pushed the blame to Lin Ling, even if Lord Shui Wu was angry, she wouldn't make things difficult for them. She might even hand Lin Ling over to them. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's position in Lord Water Mist's heart. Did I allow you to speak? Fog Gate. Lord Water Mist looked at the elder indifferently. With a flick of her finger, an invisible force shot out. No one could see through that force. The elder from the West Sea Dragon Chilan Palace was shocked. He knelt down in the air and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! A mysterious force erupted, and a hazy mist bloomed. The elder's body exploded, turning into a mist that scattered across the world. Dead. A top expert died just like that. He was killed by Lord Water Mist in front of everyone. Moreover, Lord Water Mist didn't care about any excuses. She killed whenever she wanted to. That domineering aura made the crowd freeze. You're bullying him alone, right? Now, I'd like to see who dares to kill Lin Ling. A soft voice drifted out from Lord Water Mist's mouth. This seemingly refined man had an indescribable domineering aura. Many people gulped. How could they not understand the meaning behind this? Lord Water Mist was telling everyone that if anyone dared to touch Lin Ling, then he would kill them without mercy. The crowd quieted down. No one dared to say anything. Too many experts had been dispatched to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling wasn't weak either. Even Lady Water Mist had come. Lord Shui Wu, he killed my brother. Although you are powerful, you can't bully the weak. Even if you can protect him today, how are you going to answer to the Hong residents? Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian was unwilling to give up. He finally spoke, but in reality, he was also exerting pressure. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian, one of the referrals. You have the immortal physique of the Heavenly Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. No wonder others don't dare to speak, but you dare to. Lord Water Mist narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian forced himself to calm down and nodded indifferently. That's right. I'm indeed one of the referrals. Although I'm not as good as Lord Water Mist now, I won't be any weaker in the future. Moreover, in the Hong residence, because I'm one of the referrals, I've received a lot of attention. He exerted pressure again. He was also saying, Lord Water Mist, I can't afford to offend you. However, for a mere Lin Ling, is it worth it to offend me and the Hong residents? I understand what you mean. You're saying that you're very noble and I shouldn't offend you for Lin Ling. However, I don't know where your confidence comes from. Lord Water Mist suddenly laughed. Because I'm one of the referrals of the Kuan Palace. In the future, I'll meet the human emperor and become an existence of the unfettered 10 halls. I might even surpass the unfettered 10 halls. Hong Tiandi shouted proudly. He was filled with ambition. He wanted to tell Lord Shui Wu the difference between him and Lin Ling. I'm very sorry, but Lin Ling is also one of the referrals. However, just as Heavenly Emperor Hongtian's voice fell, Lord Water Mist laughed once more. Bang! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by thunder. They were all shocked. Lin Ling was also one of the referrals. Empyrean Void Star and the other powerhouses all had ashen complexions. The reason they had dared to form an alliance to kill Lin Ling was because Lin Ling didn't have a powerful background. But now, Lin Ling was actually one of the referrals. It had to be known that if they dared to touch a referral, that was the same as provoking the entire Black-White Dao Palace. The Black-White Dao Palace could be destroyed, but a referral could not be destroyed. Looking at it from another angle, Lin Ling alone was nobler than all of them. Impossible, he is nothing but trash. How can someone from a holy land with earth-step talent be a referral? Heavenly Emperor Hongtian roared, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could it be that a referral from my Black-White Dao Palace needs your approval? Lord Water Mist coldly snorted. The pressure of a powerhouse enveloped Heavenly Emperor Hongtian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that Lord Water Mist was enraged. Heavenly Emperor Hongtian felt as if a knife had pierced through his heart. Before, he had been so arrogant. If he said he would kill Lin Ling, then he would kill Lin Ling. Because he had a referral, he considered everyone else beneath him. But now, Lin Ling's status was no lower than his. Good, good, good. Today, I will endure. However, the enmity of my little brother's death is not over. Heavenly Emperor Hongtian didn't dare to look directly at Lord Water Mist. He could only look at Lin Ling. He also knew that Lord Water Mist didn't dare to kill him. This was because killing him would be the same as provoking the entire Hong Mansion and triggering a war between the Black-White Dao Palace and the Hong Mansion. This was not what Lord Water Mist wanted to see. Let's go. Heavenly Emperor Hongtian waved his hand, leading the powerhouses of Kuan Hall to leave. Heavenly Emperor Hongtian, you said you would kill him, but now you want to leave. But at this time, Lord Water Mist's cold voice rang out. Did these people think she didn't exist? You said you would kill him, but now you want to leave. Could it be that Lord Water Mist wants to kill me? Heavenly Emperor Hongtian looked coldly at Lord Water Mist, extremely provocative. If you say another word of nonsense, you can try and see if I dare to kill you. Lord Water Mist took a step forward and said coldly. Heavenly Emperor Hongtian's expression changed drastically. He was a little scared and fell silent for a moment. Lord Water Mist ignored him and looked at the powerhouses of Kuan Hall. The hypocritical alliance, the so-called Black Ping Arena, is actually targeting Lin Ling. Since this is the case, all the people of the alliance must die. After saying this, she looked at Lin Ling, who wanted to kill you. Go and kill them. I want to see who dares to resist. Boom. Hearing that overbearing and arrogant sentence, everyone's ears buzzed. Previously, Lin Ling was alone and was surrounded by powerhouses. But now, the situation had reversed. Lin Ling dominated everything. Whoever he wanted to die would die. Are we all going to die? Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling stiffened, pale, and bloodless. How did it become like this? They sent so many powerhouses to kill Lin Ling, but they still failed. Instead, they were all going to die. You can't kill me. Golden Armor King coldly shouted. He steered the giant steel ship to leave. However, at this time, heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged. A giant water bubble had appeared at some unknown time, enveloping the world. Everyone was trapped by that giant water bubble. This was a mysterious law called the Great Hidden Mist Country. As long as one was sealed within the Great Hidden Mist Country, even gods and devils would not be able to leave. It's Lord Water Mist. Chapter 1345. Eyes of the Gods, it's Lord Shui Wu. Many people stared at Shui Wu, their expressions changing drastically. She was indeed a top expert of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. She had used her tyrannical power to seal the area and allowed Lin Ling to kill the expert of the Kuan Hole. Shui Wu, you. Golden Armor King's pupils constricted. He was a little afraid of Shui Wu. Although he was one of the 10 halls of Langya and was also known as a peerless genius, he was still a little weaker than Shui Wu. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out and glanced at those who had helped him. He was grateful. Venerable Si Kaming and the others nodded. This was Lin Ling's grudge, and it was time for Lin Ling to settle it himself. Lin Ling stepped forward again, pointing his sword forward. Murderous intent surged out. Previously, these experts had bullied him with numbers. Now, he wanted to see who would dare to bully him with numbers. He was going to kill them all. With a flap of his wings, Lin Ling shot towards the 3 Lives Ghost King. He wanted to kill this person first. With his current strength and the ancient flame devil's fusion with his physical body, he could even kill a cultivator of the first layer of the Saint Realm. 3 Lives Ghost King, you managed to escape last time. This time, where can you escape to? A majestic murderous intent accompanied the voice, shaking everyone's ears. Lin Ling had returned to dominate the world. Help me, everyone help me. At this moment, the 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely pale, and his body was even trembling. Lin Ling was here, and he was terrified because he couldn't escape. Shui Wu had frozen the area, making him like a trapped beast. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? I'll help you. Help. Seeing Lin Ling so arrogant, Ninely Old Mother's body trembled. How could she let Lin Ling be so arrogant? Pop! Pop! However, at this time, a large amount of water mist appeared around her, shooting towards her like needles. A mysterious power erupted, causing the Ninely Holy Mother to release a sinister cry. Her entire body exploded. She was originally a mountain of flesh, but now she had exploded into a thin person. However, she still did not die. Only, her face was filled with shock. She knew that Lady Water Mist had made her move. I said, who dares to resist? Lady Water Mist's eyes were ice cold. They were not allowed to resist, nor were they allowed to despicably join forces. Whoever Lin Ling wanted to kill, he would kill. Seeing this scene, many people swallowed their saliva. This was the strength of the strong. No matter who they wanted to kill, they could only stand there and be killed. They couldn't even resist. It was domineering and magnificent. 3rd Life Ghost King, in the heavens and on the earth, who can save you? At the same time, Lin Ling had already arrived. He raised his huge sword high up in the air. The sword light was dazzling, and the killing intent gushed out. He charged forward, never retreating. Rumble. Time seemed to have stopped. In the next moment, a sword with terrifying power slashed down heavily. That sword was so dazzling that it seemed like nothing in the world could block it. The 3rd Life Ghost King's eyes were blank. Was he going to die? Memories surfaced in his mind. That day, he had gone to the Rainforest Holy Land to kill. Who knew that there would be resistance in the tiny Rainforest Holy Land, causing him to go on a killing spree? In the end, a stubborn junior blocked him. 2 great demon gods joined forces and forced him to retreat in defeat. In the following days, that junior's name constantly spread in Xianping province, letting him know that the junior had matured. It was only when the dark north demon god was killed that he knew that he was no longer the junior's match. In the end, their alliance was confident that they would kill the junior this time. However, the result was like this. He could not even escape in the end. I was so close to becoming the fourth life ghost king. I can't accept this. The third life ghost king roared, but still could not stop Lin Ling's resolute killing intent. The sword streaked across the sky, and the killing intent rolled in. Boom! Destruction. This sword did not cut him in half, but directly destroyed him. Before the third life ghost king died, his eyes were filled with despair, regret, and unwillingness. In the end, he turned into a ferocious ghost head and disappeared from the world. A ghost king of a generation had fallen here. Another member of the alliance to kill Lin Ling had died. On the ground below, everyone stared fixedly at the sky, speechless. Celestial Venerable Void Star, it's your turn. Lin Ling's cold gaze turned. He would settle scores one by one. There was only one murderer left from the massacre of the Rainforest Holy Land. Today, he could avenge those dead saints. Lin Ling, kill him on behalf of the saints. At this moment, Yuman Yun's eyes were filled with tears. That grudge, after Lin Ling's bitter cultivation, could finally be resolved. Although no one can help me, you may not be able to kill me. At this moment, Empyrean Master Void Star sneered. This was a battle of life or death. How could he be weak? If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, perhaps he could kill Lin Ling even more. In the past, you were very insignificant, but you were the only junior who dared to look me in the eye. Today, let's try again. Eye of the Void Star Heavenly Wheel. Roar. A roar rang out as the endless night descended. Under the ancient night, a pair of eyes seemed to slowly open, looking down at the world. Empyrean Master Void Star was extremely powerful. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he would have to ask Lady Water Mist for help. Seeing this, many people secretly clenched their fists. Perhaps Empyrean Master Void Star could kill Lin Ling. They began to look forward to it. Lin Ling, look over here. Roar. A voice filled with heavenly might resounded. In this world of stars, the eye ruled over everything. In the past, when the god eye opened, millions of sacred spirits would die. How could this scene be similar? But today, things had changed. The god eye was still the god eye, but Lin Ling was no longer Lin Ling. In the past, I dared to look you in the eye. What do I have to fear today? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. In the sky, Lin Ling stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were the same as before, stubbornly looking at heavenly venerate Su Xing. The ancient majesty of an emperor swept out in an instant. The eye of time had appeared. In this instant, even Lady Water Mist's expression changed. Lin Ling actually had a divine ability that made even her feel pressured. What sort of talent was this? Eyes. He actually dares to look Empyrean Master Void Star in the eye. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling actually had such a mysterious trump card. He's just courting death. The 9 Heavens' holy daughter shouted. She knew that Lin Ling was a powerful demon god and that killing them wouldn't be difficult, but if he dared to look them in the eye, then Lin Ling was doomed. After all, Empyrean Master Void Star's god eye was the most terrifying. Even she didn't dare to underestimate it. But when the two pairs of eyes met, a roar of disbelief and anger rang out. How could this be? Empyrean Master Void Star's face paled, and the god eye behind him became even more illusory. Lin Ling's god eye was staring at Empyrean Master Void Star like a divine emperor looking down on him. Lin Ling stepped forward, and with each step, the god eye behind Empyrean Master Void Star let out an explosive sound. Step by step, he crushed Empyrean Master Void Star's pride. The crowd's expressions froze as their eyes met. Lin Ling was actually suppressing Empyrean Master Void Star. In the past, you were so arrogant that you could kill anyone with your god eye. My rainforest holy land's holy son died to your god eye, but today, I will cripple your god eye. Chapter 1346. Settling the matter of the heart rumble. An incomparably invisible strength bloomed from Lin Ling's eyes. At this moment, Empyrean Void Star felt as if he could see an ancient river, as if he could see the end of the world, as if he could see the mysteries of the world that he would never know. At this moment, he realized that Lin Ling's most terrifying aspect wasn't his demon god or his mysterious physical strength, but his eyes. Bang! Bang! His god eye shattered, and in the sky, Empyrean Void Star's eyes were bleeding. He was completely blind. What? Countless people found this hard to believe. Empyrean Void Star's eyes had been blinded. Just what secret was Lin Ling's eyes hiding? Its soul strength. Empyrean Void Star's god eye can attack the soul, but if he doesn't use it, how could he be my master's match? My master's soul strength is over level 40. Heaven Touch Great Sage excitedly shouted, causing even more people to gasp. So that's how a level 40 soul strength is. Although Lin Ling's talent wasn't an immortal body, his soul strength was terrifying. Paw! Lin Ling's face was as cold as an iceberg, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through Empyrean Void Star. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Empyrean Void Star. His ancient flame devil form was still there, like a demon king descending. Empyrean Void Star, what else do you have to say? An indifferent voice drifted out, filled with dense killing intent. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. The youth who dared to look me in the eye has grown to such a level. Empyrean Void Star seemed to have aged a lot. His usual "I've" mantra was no longer qualified to be used. This youth was more like a god king while he was like a mortal. He never would have thought that not only would the Alliance fail to kill Lin Ling, they would be completely wiped out. He had underestimated Lin Ling, underestimated the unyielding will of the weak. Who was it that gave the order to wipe out the 6 sacred realms? Lin Ling coldly asked. It's the Divine Map Palace, one of the 10 carefree palaces of the Kuan Palace. Their palace master, the Divine Map King, wanted to destroy the 6 sacred realms on a whim. I was only acting on someone's orders. Empyrean Void Star knew that he was going to die, so he didn't hide anything. King of Divine Charts. Lin Ling remembered this name. He sighed in his heart. This was the world of the strong. A moment of excitement could cause millions to be buried with them. This was the sorrow of the weak. You know you'll definitely die. You killed too many of my brothers in the past, so it's impossible for you to not die. Of course, you can also choose to resist. However, if you resist, not only will your helpers die, even the sects behind them will die. Try it. Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence. I know. Empyrean Void Star nodded and looked around. Was there anyone helping him? Or rather, did anyone dare to help him at this moment? No, not at all. Lin Ling dominated everything. Since I told you who the mastermind is, let me choose to commit suicide. Empyrean Void Star dejectedly said. The new generation would replace the old. A king of a generation would fall, and a new king would rise. He had seen through this. Fine. Lin Ling slowly turned and left. The murderers who had gone to the rainforest Holy Land had all been exterminated today. Those holy sons who had died in the past had not died in vain. Lin Ling had repaid their kindness today. For this day, Lin Ling had worked very hard, very hard. Thus, everything he had obtained was well-deserved. Lin Ling, my God, I can see through the world, but it cannot see through you. Your accomplishments in this life are limitless. I hope that every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't destroy my Void Star Divine Palace. Although this request is a bit excessive, I made them swear a death oath before coming here. If one day I die at your hands, no one is allowed to take revenge. Otherwise, they will be struck by lightning and never reincarnated. Empyrean Void Star said as he looked at Lin Ling's back. He then knelt down. This was not a request, but a kneeling request. Moreover, he knew that cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots was the law of the world. Lin Ling was no fool and would definitely destroy his Void Star Divine Palace. Conversely, if he won today, he would definitely destroy the 6 sacred domains. Thus, he had made the Void Star Divine Palace swear a death oath to prevent them from taking revenge on Lin Ling. He also wanted Lin Ling to let them off. Once the death oath was made, if the Void Star Divine Palace dared to take revenge on Lin Ling, they would definitely die. Moreover, after I die, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace will go to the 6 sacred domains to protect them. They will be slaves for the rest of their lives. This is their mission, and it will also be my final compensation. You are very smart. You have them make up for your own mistakes. Although it's just compensation, it's also saving their lives. I agree to this condition. Yes. Lin Ling indifferently said as he continued to walk forward. When a person was about to die, everything else was meaningless. Empyrean Void Star's actions were actually helping the Void Star Divine Palace. It was just that the Void Star Divine Palace would belong to Lin Ling in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Empyrean Void Star finally looked at the world and the youth he had underestimated. With a sigh, his body exploded, turning into endless sparkling light. An ambitious and ruthless character of a generation had fallen here. However, no one sympathized with him. In this world, experts could die at any time. It could only be said that the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. And Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties to reach the end and become a new sovereign. Holy sons, you can all go in peace. Today, Lin Ling has killed all of his enemies. Yes. Yu Man Yun looked at the sky, her eyes moist. She also smiled, a proud and gratified smile. Her man had taken back everything he had lost. Profound daughter of the 9 heavens. Kill. At this time, Lin Ling didn't stop his killing intent. He grasped his sword and walked towards the Empyrean fairy. Her eyes widened and she coldly said, "You dare to kill me? Kill." The Empyrean fairy felt as if she were dreaming. Lin Ling was Venerable Si Kaming's subordinate, and Venerable Si Kaming's daughter, Ling Shan, had once competed with her for Golden Armor King. In the end, Ling Shan had lost all face. She thought that Venerable Si Kaming would carry this shame with him for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that Venerable Si Kaming would help a junior? And that junior was extremely talented. He had defeated her disciple and even killed her. Today, he even dared to kill her. All of this seemed unreal. That insignificant existence of the past was now able to face her with his sword. Lin Ling. In the distance, Venerable Si Kaming was excited. With his strength and status, it was impossible for him to approach the Empyrean fairy. However, Lin Ling dared to do something that he couldn't do in his lifetime. Then why do you dare to kill me? Lin Ling stopped in front of the Empyrean fairy and said indifferently. He found it very funny. If the Empyrean fairy could come to kill him, then why couldn't he kill her? Could it be that her life was more precious because she was as beautiful as a fairy? And Lin Ling's life wasn't a life. The Empyrean fairy was speechless. She was indeed in the wrong in this matter. You can't kill her. At this moment, the Golden Armor King's dignified voice sounded. Then try to stop me. Chapter 1347. I let you kill me. Actually, I don't have much enmity with you. Your disciple is too arrogant and wants to kill me. Naturally, I won't let her live. Because of this, you formed an alliance with others to kill me. Now you ask me whether I dare to kill you or not. Lin Ling shook his head. The ninth heavenly maiden didn't know what to say. Xian Yi's expression was solemn. She finally remembered that Lin Ling was already in control of everything. Lin Ling wasn't an insignificant existence but a noble recommendation. Compared to Lin Ling, the ninth heavenly maiden was like a toad. I was wrong before. I didn't know you were so strong. I apologize. The ninth heavenly maiden knelt down on one knee in the air. Her fairy-like posture was extremely sarcastic. A dignified fairy actually knelt down. Many people widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. What you mean is that if I was still insignificant, you could kill me at any time. Now you apologize because I'm strong. Lin Ling frowned. The ninth heavenly maiden nodded. Wasn't that the case? If Lin Ling was a piece of trash, she would have killed him long ago. Then, I'm sorry. You're strong and I can't kill you. But now that I'm stronger than you, I can kill you. Remember, how people treat me is how I treat them. This is my principle in life. This principle will never change. Lin Ling said indifferently. He raised his sword and didn't even look at the ninth heavenly maiden. Sword light streaked across the sky and a sword mark appeared on the neck of the peerless beauty. The ninth heavenly maiden was dead. Another expert died. Lin Ling killed decisively. He didn't show mercy just because his opponent was beautiful. You dare to kill her. In the distance, the Golden Armor King was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill her. Golden Armor King, you're just a piece of trash who bullies the weak. You can only be arrogant and awe-inspiring in front of the weak. What can you do in front of the strong? Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the other party, his words filled with sarcasm. I'm going to kill you. The Golden Armor King released a terrifying killing intent. Then come and kill me. I'll let you kill me. Lin Ling shouted angrily. His aura was domineering. He just stood there and let the other party kill him. Let's see if the other party dared to kill him. At this moment, the Golden Armor King took a step forward, wanting to kill Lin Ling. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying killing intent enveloped him. It was Lady Shui Wu. Clearly, Lady Shui Wu had said that if anyone dared to resist, she would join forces and kill them. So now, did the Golden Armor King dare? Golden Armor King's face was ferocious. He suppressed his anger and finally stopped in his tracks. He didn't dare. Perhaps, before he could kill Lin Ling, he would have already died. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling, but he wouldn't be able to escape death. In the end, he was going to die, and he didn't dare to face it. Moreover, there was no need to rush to kill Lin Ling. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The Golden Armor King doesn't dare to kill him. The crowd looked at the forbearing Golden Armor King and shook their heads. The dignified temple master of Langya 10th Temple, the peerless genius, didn't even dare to move when his lover was killed. Most importantly, Lin Ling stood there and let him kill him, but he didn't dare to kill him. This was a complete loss of face. Love is stronger than gold. What a joke. You and Hong Tian Ting are the same. At the moment of death, you only care about yourself. The so-called love is nothing but self-deception. Lin Ling laughed boldly. In front of countless people, he suppressed the Golden Armor King and looked down on the world. Even if I stood there and let you kill me, you wouldn't dare, trash. The voice was like a sword, piercing the golden armor king's heart. He was actually called trash by a transcendent realm junior, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't dare to kill him even if he wanted to. Don't worry, the battle between you and I will eventually come. You will die under my sword. Lin Ling stepped forward again without looking at the golden armor king. The other party had almost killed him before, so Lin Ling wouldn't show any mercy. Coupled with the unfair treatment from before, Lin Ling had suppressed the anger in his heart. Now that he had released it, he would kill whoever dared to come. I'll wait for you. The golden armor king's face was extremely ferocious as he nodded heavily. He was waiting for Lin Ling to challenge him. Golden armor king, have you tasted this feeling? Back then, when you betrayed Ling Shan, did you ever think about how she felt? You deserved it. Venerable Si Calming looked at the humiliated golden armor king and sneered in his heart. You. Very good. The golden armor king said in a low voice, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. It's your turn, Holy Mother of Nine Li. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out, causing everyone to look at the Holy Mother of Nine Li. Their hearts pounded violently. Another famous character. Today, those who came to kill Lin Ling died one by one. The scene was too shocking. Humph, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll die myself. However, Lin Ling, just you wait, I'll definitely get my revenge. The Holy Mother of Nine Li sneered. Her thin and weak body exploded at this moment. The stench of blood filled the air, causing many people's eyes to narrow. The Holy Mother of Nine Li died just like that. Even Mistress Watermist frowned. The Holy Mother of Nine Li was an ancient character after all. She actually didn't resist and killed herself. Your Majesty, the Holy Mother of Nine Li's innate ability is the mysterious body of a hive. It's like a bee. The one who died before was one of the bees, but the main bee is still alive. Therefore, the Holy Mother of Nine Li is still alive. At this moment, Violet Elder's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. What a mysterious immortal body. She's still alive. This old woman has a hive-like immortal body. The main body is still alive. Lin Ling said indifferently. It made the expressions of Mistress Watermist and the others change. The Holy Mother of Nine Li really was powerful. Afterwards, they looked at Lin Ling in shock. After all, the Holy Mother of Nine Li came from the ancient era. Lin Ling actually knew about something from the ancient era. At this moment, many people were suddenly convinced that Lin Ling had become one of the recommended candidates. Although Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, he was still mysterious. Chan Master Devanaga, Heavenly Son, it's only you two left. Lin Ling walked towards the two so-called judges step by step. In the crowd below, many people were filled with anticipation. In the life and death battle earlier, the so-called judges were so dark and ugly. Now, it was finally their turn. Lin Ling, we were only invited by someone. We didn't know about your lover being kidnapped. The Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son smiled bitterly. They had never thought that with so many experts surrounding Lin Ling, they would still fail. Instead, Lin Ling would deal with them one by one and kill them. Now, it was their turn. Chan Master Devanaga, you come from the Heavenly Dragon Temple. You said before that you wanted to save all living beings from suffering. However, where is your so-called salvation? Heavenly Son, you come from the Heavenly Phenomena sect. This sect is renowned for their divination and is revered by all. However, where was your previous self revered by all? Lin Ling walked forward slowly. His words were like thunder, erupting from his mouth. The faces of the two highly respected seniors paled, feeling extremely humiliated. You've always believed that no one in the world can save me. Do you still dare to believe that now? Arriving before the two experts, Lin Ling said indifferently. The two of them shook their heads. Each new generation would replace the previous one. Clearly, today was Lin Ling's time to rise up. All of the light enveloped Lin Ling. From being surrounded to being killed, to being surrounded and killed, only Lin Ling could achieve this. Can we use treasures to exchange for our lives? Chapter 1348. I'm overbearing, I'm arrogant, what can you do? Can we use treasures to exchange for our lives? Zen Master Devanaga pleaded. No. Lin Ling shook his head. No treasures could stop him from killing these two, because they were too ugly. Then, please give us a quick death. Their faces were ashen, but they finally nodded. Right now, they seemed to be surrounded by an army, without any chance of survival. I regret. We shouldn't have bullied you because you don't have a backer. We shouldn't have placed importance on the Hong manor. You're a recommendation, more noble than Hong Tianting. What's laughable is that we actually sided with Hong Tianting. The two of them smiled bitterly at the same time. Now that they thought about it, they only had themselves to blame for this. Lin Ling did not have any sympathy for them. With a slash of his sword, a surging murderous aura cut off their heads. At this point, all those who surrounded Lin Ling were dead. Subsequently, Lin Ling looked at Hong Tiandi and said indifferently, I killed your brother, and it was a very pitiful death. All 9 of his heads were chopped off. What do you think? Lin Ling was rubbing salt on Hong Tiandi's wound. I will kill you. Kill. Hong Tiandi's eyes were red, filled with killing intent. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, then, you better kill me now, or you won't have a chance. Do you dare to come? Kill. Hong Tiandi fell silent. He was a little afraid. His thoughts were the same as Golden Armor King. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he could do it at any time. But if he killed Lin Ling now, it would be equivalent to perishing together with him. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. Do you dare to come? Kill. Lin Ling bellowed again, pressuring Hong Tiandi. You're very arrogant. I look forward to the day when all the recommendations are gathered. Kill. Hong Tiandi gritted his teeth and finally admitted defeat. He didn't dare to gamble with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was simply a madman. If you don't dare to come, then scram. On the day we gather, I'll see how impressive you are. Lin Ling laughed heartily and told Hong Tiandi to scram. His carefree voice shook the clouds, causing illusions to appear in the eyes of countless people on the ground. It was the figure of General Tianyu. The entire mountain was red. Today, all the red had appeared for Lin Ling. His hair stood on end in anger as he leaned against the railing, resting in the drizzle. Raising his head to look at the sky, he let out a long howl. Lin Ling had used his emotions to move the crowd. He had used his madness and grief to kill all the enemies who had come to attack him. At this moment, no one was willing to submit to Lin Ling. This is the Tianyu Gate. That little guy reminds me of the Tianyu general of the past. Even Lord Shui Wu felt the same way. His words caused Venerable Si Calming and the rest to laugh. They were more excited than anyone else. Lin Ling was now at the same height as them. And it had only been 2 years. In 2 years, an unknown existence had become a venerable. This was the first time this had happened in Xianping province. From now on, Lin Ling will become a hero and a venerable. Lady Shui Wu shouted loudly and allowed Lin Ling to become a venerable. At the same time, he was also one of the youngest venerables. However, in terms of growth time, Lin Ling was the shortest. This was because the other venerables all came from splendid mountain and river. In terms of cultivation, they were much better than Lin Ling. Let's go. Hong Tiandi and the others left angrily. Lord Water Mist didn't kill them. Lin Ling had said that these people would be left for him. Lin Ling was the one who wanted to kill Lin Ling. The ground was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. The final winner of today's Blackpink arena was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, since the enemies are dead, let the Blackpink arena continue. Someone rubbed his hands and shouted in anticipation. Today, there were so many strong people here. If the Blackpink arena was held again, it might be able to amaze the world. Block my fire, sea world, then we can continue. In the sky, Lin Ling shouted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, flames surged out like a tide and burned those people alive. Lin Ling still remembered how arrogant these people who wanted to become famous were when he had just arrived. They had all surrounded and tried to kill him. Lin Ling had given them a chance, but they did not take it. Now, they still had the face to mention the Blackpink arena. If they dared to mention it, then he would kill them. So domineering. Many people were stunned for a moment, then they sucked in a cold breath. Who would dare to mention that? They deserved to die. However, even more people were gloating. Those people who wanted to become famous were simply courting death. The Blackpink arena was proposed by Hong Tiandi. Now that he mentioned it in front of Lin Ling, if Lin Ling wasn't interested, then it was equivalent to courting death. In this heartless world, Lin Ling was so domineering. If he wasn't domineering, he wouldn't have been able to kill Hong Tiandi and Empyrean Void Star. If he wasn't, then he would have been the one to die. So, I'm domineering, I'm arrogant. What can you do? Moreover, when Hong Tiandi was strong, these people flattered him. Now, they flattered Lin Ling. Lin Ling disliked fence-sitters the most. In the sky, everyone walked forward with smiles on their faces. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. However, your demon god has reached its limit. In the end, the path of martial arts still depends on yourself. You can't rely too much on your demon god. Lord Shuewu smiled faintly. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but his opponents were also very strong. There were other referrals and Golden Armor King. Relying on his demon god would definitely not be able to win against them. If Lin Ling's goal wasn't too ambitious, then he would be satisfied now. However, if Lin Ling had a bigger goal, his strength wasn't enough. However, congratulations on becoming a Venerable One. Lord Shuewu smiled again, causing Venerable Si Calming and the others to congratulate him. Every Venerable was a great hero, but not every great hero could become a Venerable. In Xianping Province, only Venerables were qualified to establish a sect, and a super sect at that. Whoosh! 2 jade cards shot towards Lin Ling. One was a great hero card, and the other was a Venerable card. From now on, we will be peers. Venerable Si Calming was happier than anyone else. His former subordinate had the same status as him now. Thank you, Lord Shuewu. Lin Ling also smiled. This was an acknowledgement of his strength. He also felt a small sense of accomplishment. Venerable Si Calming, you were the one who helped me in the past. Even though I've become a Venerable today, you are still my Venerable. Lin Ling looked at Venerable Si Calming and said. Lin Ling wasn't arrogant at all. You. Venerable Si Calming was speechless. Lin Ling was fierce to his enemies, but he was very good to his friends and family. To be able to become Lin Ling's friend was a blessing that he had cultivated in his previous life. Alright, in 10 days, the 4 referral candidates will gather in the Qian Hall. The purpose of this gathering is to determine the 4 referral candidates. I was worried that you weren't strong enough, but I'm relieved now. However, you still have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Lord Shuewu reminded. Lin Ling nodded. He respected Lord Shuewu from the bottom of his heart. I will prove myself. Lin Ling said confidently. Everyone left one by one. Lin Ling, we did it. Chapter 1349. Returning home, killing their enemies with their own hands, this was the lifelong wish of every martial artist in the 6 sacred domains. In the past, when the 3 great powerhouses arrived, the heavenly meteor era began. The people of the 6 sacred domains had desperately resisted, and a great number of saints' sons had used their bodies and lives to block the evil intentions of the powerhouses. They had not feared death, and this was to prove that although the 6 sacred domains were small, they would never surrender. But today, all their enemies had died. Those brothers who had sacrificed themselves, those saints' sons who had fought side by side, they could rest in peace and be reincarnated. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped, his eyes looking into the distance as if he saw familiar faces. He faintly smiled and said, "Brothers, rest in peace. Your family, your home, I will protect it for you." In the sky, white clouds drifted. But faintly, young faces seemed to appear. They looked at Lin Ling, smiled, waved their hands, and strode away. They believed in Lin Ling. They believed that although they had only met a few times, they had once fought side by side with him. They believed that Lin Ling would protect their loved ones, protect their home. "Let's go home." Lin Ling laughed boldly and headed towards the 6 sacred domains. At this moment, his heart was incomparably relaxed, as if he had experienced the baptism of the heavens and earth. The hatred that had suppressed his heart had finally been resolved. Next, he would cultivate for 10 days to increase his strength and prepare for the gathering of the 4 sacred domains. "Let's follow Lin Ling." Yuman Yun and Yang Gan were excited. Every time the great calamity of the world approached, it was this thin and weak figure that had supported them. And now, this man had become a venerable. In Xianping province, the 6 sacred domains had become an existence that could not be underestimated. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred land had gradually restored its prosperity. Moreover, everything that had disappeared in the past had reappeared today. The 7 profound martial house, the great serpent mansion, the 4 desolate races, and so on. Moreover, everyone's strength had greatly doubled. There was even a statue in the center of the rainforest's sacred land's sacred city. The statue was of a man holding a great sword, the sword pointing to the heavens. Everyone who came here would feel a sense of awe in their hearts. Other than the rainforest holy land, the other 5 holy lands were the same. They all had statues of a man with an ancient sword, and this man was Lin Ling. However, today, a large number of masters had arrived in the rainforest holy land. Taking a closer look, most of these masters were transcendents, with the strongest actually being a transcendent 7th stage master. Under the leadership of an old man, this group of masters had arrived at the rainforest holy land. The transcendent realm, to the 6 sacred regions, was equivalent to the most powerful masters. One had to know that the 4 strongest desolate race patriarchs in the past were only at the pseudo-mortal realm. Although the strength of the 4 desolate race patriarchs had greatly increased, they were still only at the 2nd stage of transcendent realm. It was very difficult to break through to the transcendent realm. It could take years, or even a lifetime, unless it was one of the super sects of Xianping province with deep heritage. Who is Ancestor Extreme Flame? After those experts arrived, the old man in the lead shouted indifferently. At this moment, all the masters of the rainforest holy land had appeared and gathered together. Ancestor Extreme Flame of the Flame Ancient Ancestor was also there. He said indifferently, "This one is Ancestor Extreme Flame. May I ask why Senior is here? You are the most respected person in the 6 sacred regions. You are very weak, not even at the transcendent realm." The other party's leader did not speak, but a large number of young men and women spoke first. Among them, a beautiful woman said disdainfully, "Moo moo, don't be rude." However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, the old man in the lead warned her, causing her to hold her breath and finally fall silent. "We are from the Void Star Divine Palace." The old man looked indifferently at Ancestor Extreme Flame. "What? The faces of Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others changed drastically. Enemies had come to their door. No need to be so nervous. During the great calamity of the 6 sacred regions, the one who took action was our palace master, Heavenly Venerable Void Star. We have nothing to do with this matter, so we have no intention of coming here today. There was a strong sense of pride and superiority on the old man's face. Of course, with their strength, they had the right to be proud in front of Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the past, the palace master left behind an order. If one day he fell, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace had to do 2 things. First, all the slaves of the 6 sacred regions had to return and liberate them. The old man said indifferently. He then waved his hand, and a huge ancient ship flew over from the distance. On the ship, a large number of people were cheering. These people were the people of the 6 sacred regions. Back then, when the 6 sacred regions were seized, many people became slaves. Today, they were liberated and returned home. It's them. Many people in the Rainforest Holy Land were excited. Who was it that had brought back their friends and family? The people of the Void Star Divine Palace were like otherworldly masters, watching all of this indifferently. It was as if a simple action from them was enough to make these weak people shed tears of gratitude. Second, protect the 6 sacred regions. This is a favor owed by Heavenly Venerable Void Star in the past, so we are here to make up for it. The old man said again. It seemed like they were here to protect the 6 sacred regions, but they were obviously not sincere. They didn't want to come at all. After all, with their strength, they had their pride. How could they protect such a tiny place? Wait, you said that Heavenly Venerable Void Star died. Ancestor Extreme Flame's body trembled. The crowd was the same. Their enemy had died. That's right. He died not long ago. Yes. Before the old man could say anything, the proud woman in white spoke first. Her name was Moo Moo, and she was the most outstanding genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. She could be considered the favored daughter of the heavens. However, Heavenly Venerable Void Star had made them swear a death oath. If Heavenly Venerable Void Star died, they would come to the 6 sacred regions as slaves. Although this was unbelievable, they had no choice but to come. That's great. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others became even more excited. Then, Ancestor Extreme Flame said in surprise, I wonder who killed Heavenly Venerable Void Star. Also, do you owe him a favor? To protect this place. We don't know who killed him, but we really did come to protect this place. Next, this place has the densest spiritual chi, so we'll live here. There are also the 100 domains. You can live there. That place is more suitable for you. The old man had already investigated thoroughly, so he was familiar with the 6 sacred regions. What? You want to protect this place or occupy it? Moreover, we just rebuilt the rainforest sacred land. You just came and reaped the fruits of our labor. We don't need this kind of protection. Many people frowned. Since you don't welcome us, we'll leave. In any case, we've already done what we promised. If you refuse, that's your problem. The people of the Void Star Divine Palace laughed. Occupy. With their strength, how could they care about this place? If it weren't for the death oath, they wouldn't have come. Moreover, guarding a group of weaklings was simply a disgrace. Therefore, they were actually waiting for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to refuse. The strongest is only at the 2nd layer of the transcendent realm. You think you're qualified to ask us to protect you? You can't see yourself clearly. Let's go. The woman called Moo Moo said indifferently. She led the crowd away. Chapter 1350. Your slave shears resounded throughout the rainforest sacred land. This is Lin Ling. He's only a transcendent stage 6. Mumu's beautiful eyes stared at the sky as she chuckled. His realm isn't bad, but I wonder how strong he is. But I think he's average. After all, he's from the 6 Saint regions and there aren't many resources here. He can't compare to me at all. I can even defeat great heroes. The old man nodded. Of course, although Mumu is only a transcendent stage 5, she's the #1 genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. It's not impossible for her to fight someone 2 realms above her. The Void Star Divine Palace's people didn't leave for the time being. Since their master had returned, they would wait for him to let them go. What happened? Lin Ling walked down from the sky with Yu Man Yun. "Ha, my good grandson, you've been out for a long time. Grandfather missed you to death." Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed heartily as he explained the purpose of the Void Star Divine Palace's visit. Lin Ling looked at Mumu and the others indifferently. He understood their intentions. These people wanted to escape, but did they think they could escape after coming here? He said to the old man, "You were ordered by Empyrean Void Star to protect the 6 Saint regions and make up for your past mistakes. Is that right?" "That's right. However, you don't seem to welcome us, so we don't want to disturb you. We'll leave on our own," the old man said with his hands behind his back. Lin Ling looked at him strangely and didn't say anything for the time being. He ordered someone to bring out a chair, placed some tea on the table, and began to drink. This casual attitude made the Void Star Divine Palace's people frown. This Lin Ling was too arrogant, actually ignoring them. "If there's nothing else to say, then we'll be leaving." Mumu snorted and was about to flick her sleeves and leave. "Wait, as far as I know, you're not here to protect this place. You're here to be slaves." Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Mumu and the others changed dramatically. Indeed, they were here to be slaves, but they couldn't let go of their pride, so they found an excuse to say that they were here to protect. "As far as I know, you have all sworn a death oath. If you violate this death oath, you will be struck by lightning and never be able to reincarnate. This death oath should be the star oath of your Void Star Divine Palace. The degree of fulfillment of this oath is something you all should know. You are slaves yet you are still so proud. Your skin is really thick." As the second sentence floated out, the old man and the others trembled. A star oath was made within the 24-star array. It was one of the ultimate techniques of the Void Star Divine Palace, and it had a 90% success rate. This was why they had waited for Ancestor Extreme Flame to drive them away. This way, they wouldn't be breaking their promise. For a time, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace were speechless. As for the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, they were whispering amongst themselves. So they had come here to be slaves. But to think that they were slaves with such a sense of superiority, their skin was really thick. "Lin Ling, you're right. We came here to fulfill our promise, but if you want us to be slaves, then keep dreaming. We have as many powerhouses as there are clouds here. How can we be slaves to the weak? Not to mention, your strength is inferior to mine, and your status is so low. Do you have the nerve to raise such a condition?" Mumu felt very ashamed, but she was still unwilling to accept this. "Yes, such big words. Be careful that your heart of martial arts isn't stable." The others were also unwilling, but their voices were much quieter. Obviously, they also felt that it was very shameful to be slaves and feel superior. Lin Ling nodded and suddenly laughed. "Slaves. You don't have the qualifications. I'm just lacking a maid to sleep with. You can be maids, but of course, I don't want any men. You can be coolies, so none of you can run." Ha! Ha! Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others also knew that Lin Ling was toying with them. "You, lecher! Demon!" The female disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace angrily shouted. They were dignified geniuses, but they had to be maids to sleep with someone. Lin Ling was going too far. Whether you're a lecher or not, none of you can escape from my grasp. Especially you, the prettiest one. You can't avoid sleeping with me tonight. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, causing Mumu to grit her teeth. If it weren't for the death oath, she really would have killed this lecherous wastrel. Lin Ling took a sip of tea and said, I like to discipline disobedient maids the most, so I want to ask what kind of strength or status is needed to make you obediently sleep with me. You don't have the qualifications. The disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace coldly snorted. Lin Ling was only a tyrant in the 6 saint domains. What kind of status could he have? If you want to enslave us, you have to be at least as strong as me and have a higher status than me. In the past, we listened to Empyrean Void Star precisely because he was strong and had a high status. The old man spoke on behalf of the others. Although they were arrogant, they were undeniably loyal. They had at least fulfilled Empyrean Void Star's final orders. Lin Ling also saw this in them. Otherwise, he would have already made them scram. That level of achievement is still far from yours. You still need to work hard. Come find us in 10 years. Mumu puffed out her chest and said. That area had developed quite well, and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ling might be able to reach Empyrean Void Star's level in 10 years. Of course, that was only a possibility. It was impossible in his entire life. Let's go. Mumu flicked her dress and was about to leave. I'm sorry, but I just received a venerable token. Is this status enough? However, before they could move, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing everyone's faces to freeze. Lin Ling was a venerable? They knew that it was very difficult to become a venerable in Xianping province. Becoming a venerable meant that one had the qualifications to establish a super sect. Their status was above theirs. A golden jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the venerable token. This is proof. Take a look if you don't believe me. As the sound of his voice faded, he tossed the Empyrean Ascendant medallion over to Mumu, causing the latter's beautiful eyes to widen in shock. A transcendent realm expert? This was too fake. Of course, as slaves, your eyesight isn't that good. I suspect that you won't be able to tell if this venerable token is real or not. Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out, causing Mumu and the others' faces to turn ashen. They were the geniuses of Su Xing Divine Palace, but now they were being looked down upon by Lin Ling, bullying them for being ignorant. As for power, Lin Ling continued, I just killed the Trailokyama Ghost King, the Dark Maiden of the 9 Heavens, the Holy Mother of Ninely, and a few other hypocritical old fogies. Of course, there was also your Palace Lord, Celestial Exalt Void Star. What? Exclamation point. Mumu and the others' eyes widened. Their Palace Lord died in Lin Ling's hands? One had to know that their Palace Lord was a Saint Stage 1, and Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Stage 6. This was fake. If you don't believe me, you can challenge me. One-on-one, or a group of people. You can choose. Exclamation point. Lin Ling knew that Mumu and the others didn't believe him, so he allowed them to choose the method of battle. Mumu and the others' breathing became heavy. They still didn't believe him, but just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling's face turned cold. However, if you dare to challenge me, your life and death will not be up to you. Exclamation point. Chapter 1351. Opportunity. This sort of majesty was clearly not an act. It was something that could only be obtained by killing a powerful venerable. Just like a killer who had killed tens of thousands of people, as long as they erupted with killing intent, that killing intent was extremely real and tangible. If what he said is true, then that means that even the palace master is not his match. Elder. The leading old man trembled in fear. This young man's strength was unfathomable. They didn't care about Empyrean Void Star's death because it was very difficult for them to see the Palace Master in the Void Star Divine Palace. They were only cultivating in his sect. For a moment, they couldn't be proud. How about it, Elder? Lin Ling withdrew his killing intent and lightly said. In truth, based on the terrifying aura from before, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace all believed Lin Ling's words. In terms of strength, Lin Ling surpassed Empyrean Void Star. In terms of status, how could they not accept his status as a venerable? However, although they were completely convinced by Lin Ling's abilities, the thought of being a slave or even sleeping with a maidservant made them unwilling to accept it. Venerable Lin Ling, we were rude before, but I apologize for the word slave. I am the princess of the 7-star sacred region St. Jewel Nation. How can I be a slave? Elder. We can respect you, but we won't be slaves. Unless you kill us all, you won't be able to stop us from leaving. Everyone threw caution to the wind. With Mumu in the lead, they strode away, as if they would rather die with a death oath than be slaves. They're leaving just like that. Ancestor Extreme Flame was a bit disappointed. Although these people were arrogant, they were undeniably proud. Grandfather, if they had agreed to be slaves so easily, I would have looked down on them. But since they are so proud, I don't want them to leave. Now that I've become a venerable, I can establish a super sect, so I need a large number of people. Moreover, when I'm not in the rainforest, I need them to help protect this place. Lin Ling had his own plans. He stared at Mumu and the others as they proudly left. Sleep with me, can you leave without my permission? Unless you kill us all, what can you do? Mumu didn't even look at Lin Ling. They were also extremely stubborn. I said that if I don't agree, you can't leave. Lin Ling's eyes shined. He shouted again, 1,000 sound million star array. Yuman Yun was the first to laugh. She knew that it was easy to kill someone, but making them submit. She had been puzzled before about how to make them stay, but now she understood. Not long ago, she and Lin Ling had laid down an ancient array of the 6 sacred regions. A deafening sound rang out. Heaven and earth changed colors as a vast starry sky world appeared. Along with Qian tunes, it enveloped everyone in the Void Star Heavenly Palace, causing them to enter an illusory world of starry sky. Moreover, they couldn't find the exit. The old man's face changed drastically. When did they enter the ancient array? They realized that they were being toyed with by Lin Ling. Even old ancestor Tai Yen and the others were shocked. However, they weren't affected by the array, so they could see everything clearly from the perspective of a bystander. Those people were trapped. At this moment, Lin Ling stared at the array and smiled faintly. Now that you've entered my home, your life and death are not up to you. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. He knew very well that if he wanted others to submit, he had to be dignified. So, his words were domineering and authoritative. It was as if he was Empyrean Void Star, or even a venerable stronger than him. You! Inside the array, everyone's faces turned ugly. They could all hear Lin Ling's words. Everyone, attack the array! Someone shouted. However, when they used their martial arts, a large number of meteors and sounds appeared in the starry sky. They were so frightened that they vomited blood and retreated. My array can obliterate all transcendence. You're courting death by attacking it. Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, as if telling them that if they were arrogant in front of Lin Ling, then let's see how arrogant they can be. He's the same age as Mumu. How can he be so terrifying? The old man's face turned pale. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, in addition to attacking, my array also has illusions. Enjoy the coming nightmare. Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. The array began to change. A large number of illusions appeared. It was actually the scene of their friends and family being killed. Many people entered the hell tribulation illusion and were torn apart by horses. Their tongues were pulled out, and their waists were sawed. Everyone was in a nightmare. Moo was the most beautiful, so when she faced the siege of tens of thousands of men, her body trembled. She was the princess of a great country. Is it better to be a maid who sleeps with me, or to be humiliated by tens of thousands of people? Lin Ling's voice drifted out from time to time. It seemed like he was reminding Moo that this wasn't an illusion, but the illusions were so lifelike that they felt extremely real. I surrender. No. Lord Venerable, I'm willing to be a slave. In a short period of time, a large number of people began to cry and shout. Lin Ling sighed with emotion. The ancient array of the star-seizing nation was truly terrifying. If he had entered the array, he would have been tortured to the point where he wished he was dead. Let me tell you. Don't put on airs in front of me because you're from the Void Star Divine Palace. This is my territory, and I am your venerable. Lin Ling finally let out a cold snort and dispelled the formation, allowing everyone to walk back with pale faces. All of them lowered their heads. Lin Ling had dominated everything for them, making it impossible for them to leave even if they wanted to. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. They could be arrogant in his territory, but it wasn't their turn yet. Lin Ling stared at the dejected people of the Void Star Divine Palace and shook his head. I know that you're still a little unwilling. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a competition. If you win both rounds, you can leave. Of course, I won't be the one to fight, but you can choose your own opponents. Are you serious? Everyone raised their heads. There was still hope for them. Then we'll choose her. Moo walked out and represented the Void Star Divine Palace in this battle. This battle would give them freedom, and her opponent was actually Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan wasn't even at the transcendent realm, so how could she be her opponent? Old ancestor Tai Yen and the others didn't understand why Lin Ling had made such a decision. Sure enough, the battle between the two ended in an incense stick's worth of time. Qin Xiaolan was completely defeated. Lin Ling, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Qin Xiaolan, who had come from the Great Prairie, said apologetically. Lin Ling smiled and held her hand, comforting her. Isn't there still one more round? So, you still have a chance. Let's start the second round tomorrow. Lin Ling waved his hand and led everyone away. Moo and the others were in high spirits. They could leave tomorrow, and as long as Venerable Lin Ling agreed to let them go, the death oath wouldn't exist. So, they all stayed. As for tomorrow's battle, was there even a need to think about it? What could one day change? This Lin Ling is a genius, but unfortunately, he's too arrogant. Moo's beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 1352. Finding the secret of the eye that night, Lin Ling said to Qin Xiaolan, "It's been hard on you. You've been protecting the family all this time. Yu and Yuer, the heavenly concubine, and Yuman Yun have all become stronger. You're the only one who hasn't. I know you're unwilling and feel inferior because your talent isn't as good as theirs. But now, I'll help you break out of your cocoon and become a butterfly." Qin Xiaolan had saved Lin Ling in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prairie. After that, she followed Lin Ling without any complaints. Thus, Lin Ling was very grateful to Qin Xiaolan and treated her as his most beloved wife. Lin Ling, thank you. Yes. Qin Xiaolan's eyes were moist. She was indeed feeling inferior because she was the weakest. Come with me. Yes. Lin Ling wiped away the tears in Qin Xiaolan's eyes and held her hand as they entered his secret. Purple Mansion. Elder Z, is there any cultivation technique or martial art suitable for my wife? Yes. After Lin Ling appeared in the Purple Mansion, he asked Elder Z and explained the Purple Mansion to Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan was shocked. If it's comparable to His Majesty's God-fiend overlord physique, then there's none. However, there are countless generals in the star-picking nation. His Majesty's beloved concubine can cultivate the Empress shooting heaven art. It's also a cultivation technique that cultivates the physical body. It's divided into 8 stages and each stage brings half the strength of the God-fiend overlord physique. Yes. Elder Z bowed respectfully to Qin Xiaolan and smiled. Qin Xiaolan was flattered. She had become a beloved concubine. Alright, I want her to be able to defeat ordinary transcendental stage 5 experts in a year's time. Yes. Lin Ling smiled. Although he lacked cultivation resources, it depended on the person. Qin Xiaolan didn't lack cultivation resources because the latter's cultivation resources couldn't be compared to his God-fiend overlord physique. Xiaolan, do your best. Yes. After that, Lin Ling also began to cultivate. He had devoured the blood essence of the Yamada no Orochi, and now he could refine it. Time passed by silently. The Yamada no Orochi was worthy of being the 6th demon god. It allowed Lin Ling's God-fiend overlord physique, and the demon god's God-fiend overlord physique. The small world awakened once again, and he was one step closer to the 4th stage. Your Majesty, the 4th layer of the fiend god overlord body is even more difficult to cultivate. The amount of resources required is 10 times, or even 100 times, but each layer will bring great benefits to Your Majesty. When you reach the 9th layer, Your Majesty will be able to dominate the world and become an emperor. Yes. Elder Z appeared and was even more excited than Lin Ling. Immortal physiques are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Each level is further divided into 10 grades, corresponding to my God Devil Overlord physique. This means that from the 4th level onward, my God Devil Overlord physique will reach the strongest level within the same level. Ling, he's Overlord Immortal. Elder Z said respectfully, when you reach the 9th stage, you'll definitely have a divine body, and it won't be low. Lin Ling nodded. According to this calculation, it was indeed so. For example, when he reached the 4th stage, he'd have a demon god heaven body, and the 5th stage would be demon god heaven body. However, it seemed simple, but from the 4th stage onwards, it was getting harder and harder to cultivate. My physical talent can reach the divine body, but my fire talent is still too weak. Lin Ling thought. He cultivated essence, energy, and spirit. His physical talent was strong, so his fire talent also needed to be improved. Elder Z, can you see where my eyes come from? Lin Ling asked curiously. Your Majesty's eyes are too mysterious. I remember Your Majesty said that when you awakened, there was a voice. It seemed to be called the boundless demon eye. So, I guess that Your Majesty's eyes can see through all worlds, so its limit is the existence of the master of each world. Elder Z guessed. Lin Ling's eyes were too mysterious. Its limit was too terrifying. One had to know that the limit of the Violet Palace realm was the Emperor realm. But Lin Ling's eyes didn't. Maybe it was the position of the master of a world. Seeing through time, seeing through flaws, and increasing a huge amount of soul power. My eyes really have a lot of secrets. Lin Ling sighed. Suddenly, a strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. It was an indescribable anticipation. He wanted to find the secret of the eye. He suddenly had a feeling that the eyes weren't obtained by his mother by chance and left to him. Rather, the eyes themselves had a huge connection with him. This feeling disappeared in an instant. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He wanted to find that feeling again, but he didn't have any clue. Is everything predestined? Lin Ling said to himself. The eyes had an inseparable relationship with him. I will find it. Lin Ling knew that he had another goal in his path of cultivation, and that was to find the ultimate secret of the eyes. But if he couldn't find this secret, Lin Ling felt that something was missing in his heart. He continued cultivating until the Yamada no Orochi's blood essence was exhausted. Lin Ling's body could erupt with the power of 7 universes, but he still couldn't break through to the 4th level. Then, Lin Ling cleaned up the treasures on his body. For example, the Shadow Buddha incense necklace, Emperor refined armor, and so on. They were all left for his family. These treasures were useless to Lin Ling. Lin Ling assessed his own strength. Other than the 2 devil gods, his fire martial Dao had already reached the transcendent realm of the extreme pattern martial Dao. However, it could still be improved because he had the Violet Palace. As for the cultivation of his physical body, it was hard to improve due to the lack of cultivation resources. Based on his overall strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to fight against a first heaven saint. If a devil god used his fire martial Dao, he would be able to kill him easily. Because the limit of the 2 archdevil gods was the early saint realm. Coupled with the wind, thunder, and lightning wings, Lin Ling could remain unscathed when surrounded by a large number of first heaven saints. The only drawback of this heaven weapon was that it consumed too much spiritual yuan. When he used it, he could only rely on the strength of his physical body. This heaven weapon will be of great help. If my Tyrant Song sword can increase its power, my fire martial Dao will also improve greatly. Moreover, I will have a chance to improve my fire attribute talent. I'm looking forward to it. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Qin Shaolan. Qin Shaolan's cultivation had reached the transcendent realm. A year of bitter cultivation had made her more confident, and Lin Ling knew that Qin Shaolan's transformation wasn't limited to this. Shaolan, you have to win beautifully in this battle. Only then will they be willing to protect the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If the disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace were unconvinced, he would beat them until they were convinced. Qin Shaolan sniffled and nodded excitedly. With Lin Ling's help, she could also play a role. When Lin Ling and Mu Mu arrived at the place yesterday, everyone had already gathered, especially those from the Void Star Divine Palace. They were all proud, as if they could already leave. Venerable Lin Ling, you came so late. Do you lack confidence? Mu Mu smiled. Although her words were respectful, she was also confident. Lin Ling wanted to defeat her with just a weak woman. Dream on. She was the strongest genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. Not to mention the cultivators of the 6 saint domains, she didn't even fear the cultivators of Xianping Province. Chapter 1353. Starry Sky left hall yesterday. Venerable Lin Ling, it's only been a day, are you sure? Mu Mu and the others were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Qin Shaolan had been completely defeated yesterday, but now she wanted to turn defeat into victory after a single day. I'm sure it's only been a day. Lin Ling nodded lightly, as if he didn't know how short a day was. Ha! Many people couldn't help but laugh, but in fear of Lin Ling's majesty, they didn't dare to laugh too loudly. Sir Venerable, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but a single day really can't change anything. Mu Mu shook her head and slowly walked out. Let the second battle begin. I think it's time for me to return home. Father is waiting for me. Go, Shaolan, remember my words. Lin Ling also nodded and smiled at Qin Shaolan, to which Qin Shaolan responded with a sly smile. Lin Ling had said something, and Lin Ling had said that she would torture them to death. Qin Shaolan walked out, not concealing her cultivation, causing Mu Mu and the others' eyes to narrow. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very strong. In a single day he had actually helped Qin Shaolan break through to the transcendent realm. This was simply impossible. Of course, even with such a cultivation base, she still couldn't win against Moo Moo. After all, Moo Moo was a transcendent 5th stage cultivator. "Make your move, I won't hurt you," Moo Moo said with the demeanor of a master. "My husband told me to teach you a lesson, so I'll win beautifully. You'll be defeated in 3 moves. Qin Shaolan smiled, causing Moo Moo to be stunned, a transcendent 1st stage cultivator defeating her in 3 moves. She didn't think this joke was funny at all. However, something even more shocking occurred. Qin Shaolan took out her bow and pointed it at her, reminding her, "I'm not good at martial arts, I'm good at archery, I'm going to shoot." "You're reminding me." Moo Moo's beautiful eyes narrowed. 3 moves to defeat her, this was crazy enough, but she was reminding her before making her move. Was this Qin Shaolan really going to compete? "Shoot!" Moo shook her head helplessly, causing Qin Shaolan to nod solemnly, "Be careful." Hearing this, Moo Moo didn't want to speak anymore. Be careful. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling was here, she really wanted to say that Qin Xiaolan couldn't see through her. Whoosh! At the same time, the arrow shot out like lightning. Rumble! The void exploded, and ripples spread out. Even the void was shot into pieces. Although there was no spiritual source power, that arrow was just that terrifying. Moo Moo's beautiful eyes narrowed. What a terrifying power! Compared to yesterday, this beautiful woman had become much more powerful. Starry Sky Essence Force. An astral sword appeared in her right hand, allowing the starlight in the world to encompass her, making her seem as pure and holy as a goddess. However, that arrow seemed to have blasted through everything, the oppressive power reaching 2 universes of force. Boom! Even though she had used a powerful martial art, when Moo Moo's sword collided with the arrow, her body was still sent flying and smashed into the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The others also widened their eyes. How did this woman become so powerful? 2 more arrows, I want to break your sword. Qin Xiaolan spoke in an indifferent voice. At this moment, she appeared valiant and heroic, as if an empress had descended upon the world. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out simultaneously. Fast, incomparably fast, and the oppressive power was terrifying. Only Lin Ling knew how powerful that power was. Unless Moo Moo was a top expert in the 5th stage of Transcendent Realm, she wouldn't be able to block it. Clang! Moo Moo panicked and was terrified. She waved her sword, forming an extreme martial arts large success stage. Starlight shone brightly, but when the arrow shot out, she barely managed to block it. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, the 2nd arrow arrived at the same time. The most terrifying thing was that this arrow wasn't aimed at her, but at the tail of the 1st arrow. It seemed to be pushing the 1st arrow, causing its power to increase explosively. It wasn't an increase of 1 + 1, but several times. Clang! The arrow shot out with explosive power. When Moo Moo's sword collided, it instantly shattered. Moo Moo's eyes narrowed. Then, the arrow shot towards her face. The power was so great that even the void was blasted apart. Am I going to die? Moo Moo's face was extremely pale. Swoosh! At this moment, the 4th arrow shot out. It changed the direction of the 1st arrow, causing it to shoot into the distance. Then, it shot through 5 mountains in succession. Rumble! The terrifying power caused everyone in the Void Star Divine Palace to be dumbfounded. Moo Moo was even more so. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in her life. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Not only were the people in the Void Star Divine Palace shocked, even the people in the rainforest were shocked. Qin Xiaolan seemed to have been reborn, becoming as powerful as an empress. Wah! Moo Moo! Moo Moo was stunned. In the next moment, she suddenly sat down and started crying like a little girl. This was the first time in her life that she had faced such a life and death calamity. It was the first time she had been trampled on by a first-stage transcendent realm weakling. Moreover, her opponent had been ruthlessly defeated by her yesterday. This made her reputation as a genius seem like trash. Reborn in a day's time. How did this venerable Lin Ling do it? The people in the Void Star Divine Palace were all muttering to themselves. Their number one genius had been defeated in 3 arrows. This was too unbelievable. Their Void Star Divine Palace had never seen such an increase in strength. Suddenly, they thought of something. If they became Lin Ling's people, would their strength also increase like this? In this instant, they suddenly felt that this youth was extremely mysterious. The light on his body was unfathomable, surpassing their palace master, Empyrean Void Star. In terms of identity, this youth was a venerable. In terms of strength, this youth surpassed their palace master. And in terms of ability to nurture the younger generation, this youth had reached the peak. They had joined the Void Star Divine Palace to learn martial arts, but now that there was a better place than the Void Star Divine Palace, how could they miss it? Alright, you guys can leave. Go. However, at this time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing the people in the Void Star Divine Palace to be stunned. They had just decided to follow Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't seem to want them anymore. Now, they were anxious. Lord Venerable, please take us in. The people in the Void Star Divine Palace fell to their knees. They hadn't been convinced before, but what was there to be unconvinced about now? If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. You're not proud. You really want to be maids in bed. Aren't you princesses and princes? Lin Ling spoke a few words in rapid succession, causing the people in the Void Star Divine Palace to be a bit embarrassed. They had underestimated Lin Ling before. Now, I've changed my mind. I don't need maids in bed. Lin Ling faintly smiled and turned to leave, leaving the people in the Void Star Divine Palace disappointed. It was as if they had missed out on something in their lives. They shouted, "Lord Venerable, we were wrong." Unfortunately, Lin Ling walked further and further away, causing their hearts to turn to ash and regret. However, I'm going to establish the Starry Sky Left Court Palace, and I'm currently lacking people. However, just as they were feeling disappointed, Lin Ling's voice floated over, causing them to tremble. Excitement surged in their hearts as they nodded. We're willing. Yes. They didn't need to be slaves anymore. Instead, they could become Lin Ling's disciples and establish the Starry Sky Left Court Palace. In other words, Lin Ling had never treated them as slaves. Flame Core, establish the Flame Right Court Palace. Chapter 1354. Better to be a butcher than a lamb. From now on, the 2 palaces on the left and right of you will become my, Lin Ling's, left and right hands. The moment you appear in Xianping Province, I want you to kill all who stand in your way. While the crowd was excited, Lin Ling's bold voice rang out. This was his plan. He wanted to establish a super sect that would not be weaker than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Your mission is to protect this place. If you follow me, you can become stronger and reach the heights of the star-picking nation. Of course, I don't have any cultivation resources here. I only have ancient martial arts, extreme patterns, heavenly patterns, and saint patterns. Moreover, I won't hide anything. As long as your strength reaches the standard, I can even reward you with heavenly soldiers, mid-tier, high-tier, and even emperor tier. So, you don't have to worry about how strong you are. What you should worry about is your limits. Lin Ling stopped. Behind him was his huge statue. At this moment, his blue robe fluttered, making him look even more like a supreme. His eyes were filled with ambition as he looked at the distant sky. In this heartless world, one should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always be wary of others. The calamity of the 6 saint regents had taught him the sorrow of the weak. So, a man should be strong. Better to be a butcher than a lamb. You may not believe what I'm saying, but those who have followed me through all the ups and downs know that I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. Lin Ling said word by word. The people of the Flame Legion cheered excitedly. They had followed Lin Ling in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and had witnessed Lin Ling's growth. Moreover, they had also reached heights beyond their imagination. Lin Ling was indeed a man of his words. 2 years ago, your palace lord came to kill us, and the strongest cultivator in our rainforest holy land was only at the pseudo-mortal realm. However, 2 years later, your palace lord was killed by me. Now, I'm one of the candidates to recommend the human emperor. I'm not trying to prove how powerful I am, I just want to tell you that following me is your limit. Lin Ling spoke again, causing the blood of Moo Moo and the others to boil. The Venerable was as young as them, but he had already achieved something they would never be able to do in their entire lives. If they followed him, why would they be afraid of not achieving anything in their lives? Of course, I'll say the ugly words first. I hate betrayal the most in my life, and I've never betrayed anyone. This is my principle, so you'd better not commit this crime. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. Lin Ling's cold eyes swept across the crowd. Wherever his gaze passed, it was as if he could see through their souls, causing them to subconsciously tremble. Now, are you willing to be my sleeping maids? We are willing. No one hesitated and directly shouted. Their voices shook the 9 heavens, causing the entire rainforest holy land to shake. Lin Ling gently smiled as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, his smile was extremely brilliant. His forces were slowly being cultivated. The disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace were all decent geniuses. After subduing them, Lin Ling no longer had any worries. As for martial arts, Lin Ling wrote down a large number of stone tablets and placed them in the rainforest holy land for everyone to comprehend. At this moment, in the 2nd level of the Purple Palace realm, Lin Ling was flying over the sea with Old Purple beside him. I've already swallowed the last black and white Dao fruit, but I still haven't broken through. Your Majesty, your cultivation speed is already very fast, but this breakthrough is also fast. After all, your Majesty has already accumulated enough strength after fighting Empyrean Void Star and the other powerhouses. Then, it should be within this period of time. As long as I break through, I can go to the Ghost Realm. The 2 of them landed on the island. A tall and straight old man with red hair was standing there. The old man was arrogant and had a fiery temper. After seeing Lin Ling, he immediately bowed respectfully. He was the Undying Fire King, and he was an even greater existence than the Soul Shatterer. Undying Fire King, His Majesty wants you to spar with him today. Are you ready? Your humble servant is ready. Old Purple lightly said to the Undying Fire King with an indescribable majesty. Hee, Senior Undying, just use your full strength. You don't have to worry about my status. Lin Ling respectfully said. Then, his face turned solemn. The Undying Fire King was a first-layer saint. In addition, he was an ancient character. In terms of martial arts and battle experience, he was definitely at the peak of the first-layer saint realm. Lin Ling couldn't use the demon god, Wind Lightning Wings, and could only rely on the fiend god Overlord Physique and Fire Martial Dao. This was obviously going to be difficult. As expected of His Majesty. Good. The Undying Fire King shouted. Flames erupted from his body, turning the entire island into a fiery island. Old Purple frowned. He was afraid that the Undying Fire King would hurt His Majesty, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally left. He also knew that in a battle, if one side held back, then it wouldn't be a battle. Moreover, it wouldn't be of much help to Lin Ling's cultivation. So hot. Senior Undying's immortal physique must not be weak. Moreover, I heard that a Saint Realm cultivator's Dantian forms a Saint C. Their attack, defense, and speed are doubled. Lin Ling's face was focused. He stared at his opponent and analyzed. Your Majesty, in terms of spiritual qi, a Saint Realm master can easily kill a transcendent. Moreover, the greatest characteristic of a Saint Realm master is their comprehension of the void. A Saint Realm master who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm has the ability to traverse the void at will. This is a power that surpasses any movement skill and is comparable to Your Majesty's wind, thunder, and lightning wings, perhaps even stronger. The Undying Fire King explained. The characteristic of a Saint Realm cultivator was that they could cross the void. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No matter how strong or talented you were, if the opponent appeared in front of you in an instant, you would die without a doubt. Of course, this was relative. For example, Lin Ling's physical body was strong, so even if the opponent appeared in front of him in an instant, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, not every Saint Realm cultivator had comprehended the power to cross the void. It could only be said that early Saint Realm cultivators were just beginning to comprehend it. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't cultivated the Fiend God Overlord body, he wouldn't have been a match for a first-layer Saint Realm cultivator. Begin. Your Majesty, please excuse me. Hong Long Long. On the island, a great battle broke out. Lin Ling suppressed a lot of his trump cards, so he was quickly defeated and seriously injured. After resting for an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling shouted again. The Undying Fire King was stunned. His Majesty was simply a martial arts fanatic. Hong Long Long. A new battle began. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was defeated again. No matter how serious his injuries were or how many times he was defeated, Lin Ling would quickly stand up. He knew that if he lost here, he would be injured, but if he lost in the outside world, he would die. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for him to bleed and feel pain. Your Majesty, I'm at the peak of the first layer Saint Realm. Unless Your Majesty's Overlord body reaches the fourth layer, or you comprehend a heavenly pattern martial art, you won't be able to win. The Undying Fire King was frightened by Lin Ling's madness, so he reminded. Senior Undying, how is your heavenly pattern martial art? Lin Ling asked. Your Majesty, watch carefully. Great Yuan Yang. Chapter 1355. Quoted gathering Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The Undying Flame King's power seemed to be self-generated. It was different from the martial arts he had seen before, as it didn't absorb any world energy. Your Majesty, flames also have life and need to be born. Attacks formed by absorbing world energy aren't considered heavenly martial arts. Only attacks formed by one's own power can be considered heavenly martial arts. Then where does the world energy supporting martial arts come from? Your Majesty, it comes from your Dantian. Let the world energy enter your Dantian, and from there, enter your martial arts to give birth to a new martial art. The Undying Flame King laughed, and the blazing sun in his hand became more and more terrifying. The appearance of a great law made it difficult for people to move, and he threw it out. Rumble. In the distant sea, layers of explosions occurred, and the seawater was blasted 10,000 li high. Before the seawater could fall back down, it was burned clean. Only by being born from the body can the great law of heaven and earth be formed. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He stretched out his right hand and condensed spiritual yuan in his palm. His eyes were still looking forward, and time seemed to slow down. The process of the Undying Flame King's martial arts slowly appeared in his mind. To be born was to create life. The birth of flames. When Lin Ling was comprehending fire profound, he could enter this realm. However, creation was even more mysterious than birth. It had an additional flavor of law. Heavenly martial arts are truly great laws. They're even more powerful than extreme martial arts. It's a method used by Saint Realm experts. Believe me, the law is created by me. The Undying Flame King said. The law is created by me. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he continued to comprehend and recall. Paw. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm before disappearing. Although there was a flame, it wasn't the feeling Lin Ling was pursuing. It wasn't creation. Again. Time quietly passed as the Undying Flame King looked at Lin Ling while Lin Ling continued to comprehend. Creation must be born from my Dantian flame, but it must have its own laws. It seems that laws are the most important, or else it would just be an ordinary fire martial art. Let's see the Undying Flame King's cultivation process. Lin Ling's right hand finally emitted a sparkling and translucent flame. It was very small, like firewood, but it made the Undying Fire King's pupils constrict. That wisp of flame was very small, but the suppressive power was terrifying. It made the Undying Fire King feel that it was a great law. A great law martial art was a law of its own. It could suppress many extreme pattern martial arts because extreme pattern martial arts were just the momentum of heaven and earth. Although the momentum was powerful, it was still suppressed by the rules. For example, when lightning struck down from the sky, it was the momentum of heaven and earth. It was indeed very powerful, but the rules of heaven and earth could restrain it. When it appeared and when it disappeared, that was the power of the rules. Your Majesty, we did it. Staring at the wisp of flame in Lin Ling's hand, the Undying Fire King nodded. That was the characteristic of a heavenly pattern martial art. Yes, but the flame is too small. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. There were two reasons why he had succeeded. First, the eye of time allowed him to continuously observe the Undying Fire King's execution process. Second, Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial art had reached the transcendent realm, Flame's sea world. From that martial art, Lin Ling had gained enlightenment. Your Majesty is only a transcendent 6th layer cultivator, but you've already comprehended the methods of an origin saint expert. Worthy of your outstanding talent. The Undying Fire King was still shocked. The flame in Lin Ling's right hand gradually grew bigger, but in the end, it was only as big as a stone plate. Moreover, it followed Lin Ling's will. Since it's a creation martial art, then the rules are created by me. The same goes for the form. Let it be a dragon. Lin Ling inwardly thought. The stone plate-sized fireball began to change, squirming, and a flame dragon as thick as an arm appeared. This dragon was vivid and lifelike, with scales, claws, and dragon horns. Everything about it seemed real. What a terrifying perception. Wow! The Undying Fire King was startled once more. Lin Ling's foundation in the fire martial Tao was too solid. After all, the more realistic a flame was, the more control it had. But this dragon is too small. Wow! Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the flame dragon hovering around him. Your Majesty, you've forgotten that heavenly pattern martial arts are the methods of origin saint experts. Your Dantian must have a saint C, but your Majesty only has spiritual energy. Naturally, you can't let it grow any bigger. Moreover, if your Majesty wasn't an alien cultivator and had 7 spiritual energies at the transcendent 6th layer, your flame would be even smaller. The Undying Fire King said. Lin Ling suddenly understood. If that was the case, then when he reached the transcendent 7th layer and had 8 spiritual energies, the might of this heavenly pattern martial art would be even stronger. This heavenly pattern martial art belongs to the minor completion stage. Let's call it the 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling said with a smile. Creation is also a realm in the fire martial Tao. Your Majesty smoothly entered it, so this martial art was created by Your Majesty. In the future, this martial art will definitely become famous in Xianping province. The Undying Fire King smiled. Lin Ling had created a heavenly pattern martial art, and it was a martial art that belonged to him. Lin Ling nodded confidently and looked into the distance. Unknowingly, he had been tossing and turning for several years. The current him was already 25 years old. Looking back, he had fought countless battles. There were smiles and tears, blood and sweat, and the pace of battle still hadn't stopped. This time, I spent a lot of time cultivating. Now, it's time for the 4 recommendations to gather. Alright. Lin Ling collected his thoughts and left the Purple Palace Manor. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in the rainforest's sacred land. Heavenly Pattern Martial Art, 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Creation was a realm that could only be reached by monstrously talented cultivators. However, not every Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator was capable of creation, and the heavenly pattern martial arts they cultivated were inherited from their predecessors. Lin Ling also placed great importance on the gathering of the 4 recommendations. Right now, he needed cultivation resources, so he could only obtain them by stepping into a stronger world. Moreover, Lady Shui Wu had helped him, so he couldn't disappoint her. Today, the Black-White Dao Palace was bustling with activity. All the experts had returned because today was the gathering of the 4 recommendations. The 4 recommendations came from the Qian Hall, the Black-White Dao Palace, and the Great Sword Pavilion. The 4 recommendations represented the most monstrous geniuses among the thousands of youths in the Qian Hall. Senior brother Zhang Ren has returned from the Grand Mystic region. Lin Ling killed many experts not long ago. He's also very strong, but his talent is a bit weak. He only has a saint body. Yes, I heard that all the recommendations have immortal bodies, but Lin Ling has a saint body. If Lin Ling is eliminated in the final selection, then Lady Shui Wu and the Black-White Dao Palace will lose face. The crowd in the Black-White Dao Palace was abuzz with discussion. Some of Lord Shan Wu's disciples were jealous. At the same time, a figure walked up the stairs and arrived at the huge square of the Black-White Dao Palace. It was Lin Ling, you're back. Li Lingxian was the first to smile happily and welcome Lin Ling. In the distance, Lady Shui Wu also smiled with anticipation. As for Lord Shan Wu's disciples, they were jealous, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Lin Ling had defeated the second-ranked genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Although his talent was ordinary, he was indeed very strong. Chapter 1356. Celestial Soldier Flying Ship. He's Lin Ling. He's only at Transcendent Stage 6, and he has an Earth-grade saint body. How could he get a spot? In a corner of the plaza, a short youth stood next to Lord Shan Wu. His hands were behind his back, and his eyes shone brightly. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the law of heaven and earth. This child's talent is indeed not good, but he defeated your junior apprentice brother and has a supreme pattern martial art at the transcendent stage. With his strength, the elders acknowledged his position, and with Lord Shui Wu's support, he was able to get a spot. Lord Shan Wu nodded. He'll lose face sooner or later. The short youth said coldly. He was one of the people who had recommended Zhang Ren. This person had a powerful third-grade yellow-tier immortal body, the Heart of Eternity. This immortal body wasn't something he was born with, but rather something he had obtained by luck while training in the demon domain. As everyone knew, talent wasn't static. If one had the opportunity, they could become a carp leaping over the dragon gate and becoming a true dragon. Of course, the chances of that happening were very low, and it depended on luck. And Zhang Ren was one of them. The Heart of Eternity. It was said that Zhang Ren's strongest point was his heart, the heart of an immortal. His talent and strength were both so great, while Lin Ling was very ordinary. Being together with Lin Ling made him feel extremely embarrassed. Since everyone is here, let's go to the Origin Magnetic Mountain Villa. Lord Shui Wu stood up and said. Soon after, a giant blue ship appeared in the sky. This was a flying ship that could cross the void at an extremely fast speed. It had been obtained by an elder of the Black-White Dao Palace in the ruins of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom. So powerful, a king-tier heavenly soldier. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The Black-White Dao Palace had a very deep foundation. Let's go. Lord Shanwu waved his hand, and everyone boarded the flying ship. The Black-White Dao Palace naturally couldn't lose face in this gathering, so many people were going. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ling, come here. A disciple respectfully said to Lin Ling, allowing him to board the ship first. Lin Ling was one of the people who had recommended Lin Ling, and his status was extremely high. I envy that kid. Lord Mountain Mist's younger brother was even more jealous. But soon, he quietly waited for a good show. Although Lin Ling's spot had been confirmed, it didn't mean that the 7 emperors had confirmed it. If Lin Ling was eliminated in the end, then Lord Water Mist would lose face. And at that time, Lord Water Mist would no longer have the face to continue sitting in her palace lord position. Lord Shanwu also knew this, so he did not make things difficult for Lin Ling this time. Instead, he smiled and said, this time, everyone must work hard. Rumble. The flying boat was like an ancient city as it slowly rose into the sky. The people on the boat were excited, but soon, many of their expressions changed. They had almost forgotten the taboo. Sure enough, after the flying boat rose into the air, it began to break through the void, and the scenery on both sides became blurry, making people feel as if they had entered an illusion. Everyone hurriedly sat down cross-legged and formed groups of 3 to 5. They released their spiritual energy to block the incoming wind. One had to know that the speed of the flying boat could break through the void, so the force of impact and the wind it brought was very terrifying. It could blow people off the boat or even to death. Unless one was strong enough, they could only form groups and use their spiritual energy to block the wind. And this was the taboo. Even if one was a first-layer saint, if they were not prepared at the beginning, they would still be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing on the flying boat. When the terrifying wind blew, his pupils constricted and he felt as if his whole body was being cut by a knife. This was the powerful force of breaking through the void. Junior brother Lin Ling, this is your first time riding a flying boat. Be careful, don't get swept off the boat. Yes. Li Ling Xian hurriedly reminded. Many people looked over and knew that this was Lin Ling's first time riding a flying boat. But if Lin Ling was swept off the boat, that would be embarrassing. Zhang Ren also looked at Lin Ling and lightly shook his head. Void wind, if you don't guard against it, even a 7th-layer transcendent will be blown to death. If he is blown to death by the wind, that would be fun. A disciple beside him flattered. Another said, Brother Zhang, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Brother. These two were twins and called the He brothers. They worshipped Zhang Ren greatly. Don't act recklessly. If you make Lord Shui Wu unhappy, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Ren reprimanded. Although he looked down on Lin Ling was currently on the recommendation list. So on the surface, he did not dare to act rashly against Lin Ling. The world is unpredictable. I have my ways. Brother. The disciple said as if he was asking for credit. He took a large step forward and threw himself at Lin Ling. Not good, the wind is too strong. I can't control my body. Brother. This guy. Zhang Ren understood the other party's intentions. The other party wanted to push Lin Ling off the airship. If that happened, it would be fun. Thinking about it, if a dignified recommendation fell off the airship, it would be strange if others didn't laugh at him. Even Lord Shui Wu would be questioned. At this moment, Lin Ling was still familiarizing himself with the gust of wind. His body was a little unstable, but his eye of time appeared. He could vaguely see the trajectory of the gust of wind in the void. This caused him to be immersed in it. At the same time, in his Dantian spirit chi, an illusion of the ancient divine emperor appeared, overlapping with his body. Previously, only his fists were clear, but now his legs were also clear. Your Majesty, you are getting closer and closer to the fourth layer of the land of divinity and devil overlord. Old Zi's voice sounded. Lin Ling had swallowed the blood essence of Yamada no Orochi and was close to breaking through. Now, although he had not broken through, he seemed to have begun to learn the fourth layer of the divine ability. The fourth layer of the divinity and devil overlord body was space distortion. One had to know that the biggest characteristic of a saint realm cultivator was their comprehension of the void, and the divinity and devil overlord body was even stronger in this regard. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He vaguely knew that this was the power of the fourth layer of the land of divinity and devil overlord body. Pang! At this moment, a figure slammed into Lin Ling. If it were any other time, Lin Ling would not have been hit, but right now, he happened to be in the middle of comprehending the void, so he was knocked off the airship. At this moment, everyone on the airship was stunned. A dignified recommendation fell off the airship. This was too shameful. Bastard, the airship is quite fast. Who told you to act recklessly? Lord Shui Wu also noticed this scene and immediately shouted angrily. Looking at He Di's appearance, he also couldn't control his body because of the wind. That's why he misunderstood. The world is unpredictable. Lord Shan Wu laughed. He was saying that this was a misunderstanding, but in fact, he also knew that this was done deliberately by He Di to make Lin Ling and Lord Shui Wu lose face. I didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, He Di put on an innocent look, then sat down cross-legged to resist the wind. It was not his first time on the airship, so he had a way to resist it. Sir, do we need to wait for him? Perhaps he fell on a mountain peak in the south of Xianping province. One of the He brothers, He Tian, laughed, causing even more mockery to erupt. However, their laughter abruptly stopped. Outside the flying boat, the clouds flowed like water, and within the rolling clouds, a silhouette could be seen closely following the flying boat. Chapter 1357. Life is unpredictable. Distorting space weakens the power of incoming attacks and makes it easier to dodge. At this moment, Lin Ling was overjoyed. His eye of time had helped him once more, allowing him to comprehend the first stage of the great spatial laws. This was the fourth level of the great spatial laws, the smoky heavens and earth. As for the strong winds in the void, they were unable to affect him at all. Old Zi also excitedly said, Your Majesty, your perception is much better than the previous emperors. He knew that space distortion was the most difficult to comprehend. It required one to sense space and then reverse it to form the grand principles of space. If one cultivated it to the peak, space distortion would allow one to remain unscathed amidst thousands of grand principles of space. Because of space manipulation, any attack would be distorted, causing it to miss. This was also a powerful movement martial skill. Currently, I have 2 grand principles, but I'm only a transcendent 6th layer cultivator. If they knew, they would definitely be shocked. Wind, thunder, lightning, wings. Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his trump card, so he sprouted a pair of beautiful thunder wings behind him, allowing him to continue following the airship. If he wanted to reveal his trump card, he would only do so at a critical moment, as it would also bring about an unexpected effect. After all, he was currently facing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and even the Emperor's disciples, so it was better to be cautious. A heavenly weapon, a powerful heavenly weapon, so that's how it is. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and suddenly understood. Lin Ling had a powerful celestial weapon that had formed the Great Law of Thunder. His speed was faster than the Great Law of the Void, so he had avoided the great law of the void. Of course, this great law was not something that Lin Ling had comprehended. It came from the celestial weapon. So, instead of being surprised, they were even more jealous. What a lucky boy. It seems that Senior Water Mist gave him a lot of things. Many people thought that the heavenly weapon's wings were given to him by Senior Water Mist. If they knew that Lin Ling had successfully comprehended 2 grand principles, they wouldn't think so. After all, Transcendence comprehended extreme martial arts, but a Transcendent comprehending 2 Saint Realm heavenly martial arts, who wouldn't be shocked? Paw. At the same time, Lin Ling returned to the airship and looked at He was still in shock. The first time he had ridden the airship, he had been blown tens of thousands of miles away. At that time, he had become the laughingstock of the Black-White Tao Palace. But what shocked him the most was that Lin Ling had actually been able to walk back after being blown off the airship for the first time. Lin Ling didn't say a word. His footsteps seemed to be unstable as he suddenly slammed into He. His powerful physical strength erupted, knocking He out of the flying boat. He screamed in midair, extremely humiliating. Then, he disappeared into the endless mountains and rivers. That scene stunned countless people. He disappeared just like that. Lin Ling, how dare you? Zhang Ren was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but shout. In front of so many people, Lin Ling actually dared to attack his own people. Life is unpredictable. Lin Ling said with a smile, returning He's words back to him. What he meant was, I didn't want to push him down, but the wind was too strong and I couldn't control my body, so I accidentally knocked him down. You! Zhang Ren gritted his teeth. Everyone knew that this was an excuse. Most importantly, the He clan was his people. Lin Ling dared to touch them, which was tantamount to losing face. But things had already reached this point, so he had nothing to say. Of course, what made him angry was that Lin Ling's strength wasn't great, but he had a lot of treasures on him. It was because he had overlooked these treasures that Zhang Ren had lost face. That's right, life is unpredictable. Lord Xuewu was overjoyed. He had been worried about Lin Ling, but to his surprise, not only was Lin Ling fine, he had even given his opponent a good slap in the face. He said to Lord Shanwu, your disciple fell off the flying boat. He's a piece of trash. Should we wait for him? Lord Xuewu's words were filled with mockery, as if he were scolding Lord Shanwu. Lord Shanwu felt as if he had swallowed a toad. He gloomily said, that trash, let him fend for himself. Forget it. In the end, he is still someone from the Black-White Tao Palace. Let's wait for him. I only hope that next time Lord Shanwu doesn't bring some clown to disgrace himself. Lord Xuewu lightly smiled. Then, he stopped the airship and waited for He to return. But as they waited, everyone was filled with resentment and ridicule. This caused Lord Shanwu and Zhang Ren's expressions to darken even further. Finally, He rushed back. He was in an extremely sorry state, his clothes torn apart. When he saw everyone's mocking eyes, he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Last time, he had fallen off the airship and become the laughingstock of the Black-White Tao Palace. Today, history repeated itself. In his anger, he glared at Lin Ling. He only saw Lin Ling gently say, I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling, you. He was even angrier. He knew that Lin Ling had done it on purpose. As a recommendation, do you only know how to play some small tricks? I hope you don't embarrass the Black-White Tao Palace. Zhang Ren coldly said as he stared at Lin Ling, there's no need for you to worry. Lin Ling replied indifferently. This Zhang Ren was indeed worthy of being a recommendation. His immortal body was extremely powerful. Lin Ling had seen an ancient heart appear behind Zhang Ren, as if it was beating with the rhythm of heaven and earth. That was the heart of an immortal. Of course, compared to Emperor Hong Tiandi, Lin Ling felt that the short youth was still a bit weaker. The airship began to speed up. After crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, it finally arrived at its destination. The magnetite mountain villa was one of the strongest places in Xianping province. Later, a genius was born there and became the disciple of the 7 emperors. This made the magnetite mountain villa one of the strongest places in Xianping province that could not be provoked. At this moment, the magnetite mountain villa seemed ordinary, but it was ancient and sacred. Behind the mountain villa, an ancient black stone was faintly discernible. It was extremely mysterious. A large number of people gathered at the entrance of the mountain villa. After the airship landed, everyone looked over and shouted, "The people from the Black-White Dao Palace are here." The crowd became lively. There were both young and old people, but they were all extremely powerful. 7th stage transcendence could be seen everywhere, and there were even quite a few Saint Realm youths. Obviously, the magnetite mountain villa was the territory of the 7 emperors. Those who could appear here were naturally the top geniuses of the 3 profound realms. Brother Zhang Ren, after meeting you in the past, your strength has risen to another level. Many people seemed to recognize Zhang Ren, so they laughed politely. So it's Lu Fei. After not seeing you for so long, your strength has also risen greatly. Zhang Ren's voice floated out, causing the people of the Black-White Dao Palace to secretly admire him. As expected of a recommendation, there were many people who recognized him. Lord Shan Wu led the disciples down the airship. He nodded slightly. Zhang Ren was his recommendation, and now that he was so famous, it made him feel even more proud. At this moment, Lin Ling followed Lord Shui Wu down. Sweeping his gaze, he was secretly surprised. There were so many powerhouses. Those youths are from the 3 profound realms of the mortal world. They are the top geniuses of Xianping, Xianyuan, and Xianhuang. Their strength is naturally not weak. Moreover, they are also experts on the martial pavilion's profound ranking. Lord Shui Wu explained, causing Lin Ling to nod. No wonder there were so many first-stage saints among those youths who were not even 30 years old. Chapter 1358. Great Sword Pavilion. At this moment, a deafening sword cry rang out. A giant black sword pierced through the sky and shot over. On top of the giant sword, a large number of youths in long robes stood indifferently. Their bodies were protected by powerful auras, and their robes fluttered in the wind. They all carried ancient swords on their backs, giving them an indescribable sense of elegance. Wang wang wang. At this moment, everyone's weapons began to vibrate, as if they were humming for the sword. Lin Ling's expression changed. His tyrannical song also jumped, as if it had encountered a powerful sword rule. However, it soon calmed down, causing Lin Ling's heart to sink. Great Sword Pavilion, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. A name appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Great Sword Pavilion, a super sect in Xianping province that was second only to the 7 emperors. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace. This sect is filled with great sword saints. It's the strongest swordsman sect in Xianping province. Lord Shui Wu stared at the sky with a serious expression. Obviously, she didn't dare to underestimate Great Sword Pavilion. She knew how terrifying the swords of those sword saints were. Lin Ling also nodded. Today, there wasn't a single weakling here. He looked at the gate of the villa and saw countless people remaining silent with serious expressions. Obviously, they didn't dare to underestimate Great Sword Pavilion. Great Sword Pavilion, as famous as a sword. In the past, I once fought with a powerful genius from Great Sword Pavilion. She defeated me in 3 moves. Li Lingxian sighed, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Li Lingxian was the #1 disciple of Shui Wu, but she couldn't even block 3 moves. From this point of view, great sword pavilion was indeed more powerful than the black-white Dao Palace. Of course, this was normal. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Shan Wu, I trust you have been well since we last met. The giant sword fell, causing the earth to shake. From afar, it seemed as if the world's largest sword was stuck in the vast earth. Then, a large number of figures floated down. A black-robed man smiled faintly. His body was like a sword, sharp and sharp. Looking at him, everyone's martial heart was shaken, as if they were being cut by a sword. The Saint Realm, rumor has it that 9 out of 9 return to 1, I'm afraid this person's strength has reached the peak. Lin Ling said in shock. This kind of master was not someone he could face right now. Elder Z's disdainful voice rang out as well. Your Majesty, he's just a little swordsman. In the past, there were 10 great generals. Immortal Water is also good at swords. She can easily defeat them with one strike. Lin Ling was speechless. How could the present be compared to the ancient times? Lin Ling, this man is the great sword lord, the immortal slaying sword venerable. According to legend, his sword can slay all immortal physiques. Lady Shui Wu said in a low voice. She then led Lin Ling forward and began to exchange pleasantries with the black-robed man. This time, the recommendation list will be confirmed. If you pass the test of being a disciple of the human emperor, you will be able to meet the 8 candidates. The immortal slaying sword venerable's voice was hearty, and he seemed to be easy to talk to. Behind him were a large number of disciples with swords on their backs. Each of them was as proud as a sword. Yes, recommending a human emperor is not child's play. Even if we have confirmed the candidates, we still need the human emperor's disciple to check the truth and avoid some people who are just there to make up the numbers. But this is good. At least we won't offend the human emperor because of a trash recommendation. Lord Shan Wu said with a smile. He seemed to be referring to Lin Ling. Let's wait for the human emperor's disciple to confirm everything. Lady Shui Wu said indifferently, knowing what he meant. This is one of your candidates, Zhang Ren. The immortal slaying sword venerable also knew that the two of them were not on good terms. He did not want to get involved, so he stared at Zhang Ren. At this moment, Zhang Ren did not dare to be arrogant. He bowed respectfully. Then, he heard the immortal slaying sword venerable say, a good immortal physique. Very good, very good. The two, very good, made Zhang Ren's heart jump. He was very excited to be praised by the great sword pavilion's master. It was very good. Then may I know who Big Sword Pavilion's referral quota is? Lord Shan Wu felt that his reputation had been enhanced, so he asked curiously. It's them. The immortal slaying sword venerable smiled and waved his hand. A young man and a young woman came forward. They carried ancient swords on their backs and were dressed in black. Their faces were full of pride and indifference. Greetings, senior. The two of them did not say much. After bowing, they stood indifferently. One of them, Zhang Jinhe. I think you have heard of him. The immortal slaying sword venerable introduced the two of them without hiding anything. Everyone looked at the man. The man looked ordinary, but his eyes were like lightning. There was a faint light like a sea urchin on his body. That was the sword origin. It was extremely powerful and could protect its master. Anyone who dared to come close would be killed by the sword origin. So it's Zhang Jinhe, the man who is ranked 87th on the Xian ranking. Yes, I remember him. His sword is unfathomable. The sword origin's laws are colorful and dazzling. Many people discussed. They had all entered the Xian ranking and naturally knew of Zhang Jinhe. The Xian ranking of the Martial Pavilion was different from the Huang ranking. There were 2 Huang rankings and 3 Xian rankings. The Xian ranking of the martial pavilion was composed of cultivators of the first layer to the third layer of the saint realm. Zhang Jianhe was only at the first layer of the saint realm, but he was ranked 87th. What about this one? Lord Shan Wu looked at the other girl and asked. Because Zhang Jianhe was an expert on the lower profound ranking, many people knew about him. However, the other recommendation was a little unfamiliar. It was a black-clothed girl. This girl had an ordinary appearance, but her sword was taller than her. In addition to her fierce killing intent, it gave her a different feeling. Lai Qing, the disciple of the evil sword venerable. The immortal slaying sword venerable did not say much when he introduced the other person. However, the crowd's eyes narrowed. Even Lin Ling's eyes changed slightly. It was her, Lai Qing. He naturally knew who she was. She was the holy son of the 6 holy regions. She also had the dark vermilion butterfly. Unexpectedly, she had become a disciple of the Great Sword Pavilion. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that Lai Qing's cultivation had reached the saint realm. She must have had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. It seemed that he was not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. The evil sword venerable condensed the evil qi and evil qi of the heavens and earth. He was the sword saint with the densest killing intent in Xianping province. It was said that not long ago, he killed a disciple of the human emperor. In the end, he was killed by the human emperor. Then, his disciple. Could it be that his disciple obtained his legacy? Many people kept guessing. However, the immortal slaying sword venerable did not say anything. Clearly, this was the truth. Many people secretly envied the evil sword venerable. The evil sword venerable had already fallen, and everything he had was obtained by that young girl. No wonder she was so strong. My great sword pavilion has finished introducing you. I wonder who the other person from the Black-White Dao Palace is. The immortal slaying sword venerable looked curiously at Lady Watermist. Lin Ling, the person I recommended. Lady Watermist said bluntly. She looked at Lin Ling beside her. Many people looked over as well. All of them were puzzled. What was so special about this Lin Ling? Lin Ling. I seem to have heard of him before. He is the first on the yellow board. Someone frowned. Currently, Lin Ling was also very famous in Xianping province. Chapter 1359. Confirmation of the spots. This Lin Ling's reputation isn't bad, but his strength is too weak. Many people were shocked. This Lin Ling was first on the yellow list, which meant that Lin Ling was still at the transcendent realm, while the other 3 spots were all saints. Lady Shui Wu has always been discerning. There must be something special about this recommendation. Immortal Slaying Sword Venerable had never heard of Lin Ling, so he was curious. He was also surprised that Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. As soon as his words fell, many people from the Black-White Dao Palace felt a little embarrassed. What was so special about Lin Ling? He was very ordinary. Lady Shui Wu said frankly, there's nothing special about him. He only has an earth-grade saint physique, but he has comprehended a supreme martial art to the transcendent realm. At the gate of the villa, everyone fell silent. Then, many people secretly laughed. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's supreme pattern martial arts were quite powerful. However, the recommendation quota was reserved for monstrous geniuses. Among the millions of geniuses, only 4 people had the qualifications. However, Lin Ling only had a saint physique, and not a heaven rank 1 at that. He was only an earth rank 1, and his cultivation was the weakest. This made people wonder if he had the qualifications. Interesting. Is there no one else in the Black-White Dao Palace? Someone couldn't help but say, which led to more laughter. This Lin Ling has made us lose face. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace gritted their teeth. They were the 4 pillars, but they were being mocked. Lin Ling's face was calm, as if he didn't hear the mocking laughter. As for Lady Shui Wu, she was the same. She seemed to have guessed that such a situation would occur. Lady Shui Wu's way of doing things is still difficult to understand. The Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable shook his head. With Lin Ling's talent, it would be difficult for him to even become a disciple of the Great Sword Pavilion, let alone become one of the top 4. He really didn't know what Lady Shui Wu was thinking. In the big sword pavilion, only Lai Qing's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she smiled. Her smile immediately made Zhang Jinhe frown. This was the first time he saw Lai Qing smile. In his impression, Lai Qing was very murderous and unreasonable. There were people who tried to pursue Lai Qing, but not only did Lai Qing reject them, she even killed them with a single sword strike. But now she was smiling. How could he not be curious? Could it be that Lai Qing knows that Lin Ling? Zhang Jinhe looked at Lin Ling with disdain. He didn't think that there was anything special about Lin Ling, big brother Lin Ling. Lai Qing still did things her own way. She took the initiative to walk towards Lin Ling and then greeted him with a smile. Even the Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable was secretly surprised by her attitude. The eyes of the crowd also flashed. Lai Qing had obtained the legacy of the ruthless sword master and would definitely become a great sword venerable in the future. But she actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. It was as if the two of them weren't even in the same circle. The recommendation list has to be determined by the mortal emperor's disciples. If this Lin Ling is eliminated, then it will be a loss of face. Even the Black-White Dao Palace will lose face. Zhang Jinhe didn't place Lin Ling in his eyes. He knew that those who made up the numbers would lose face sooner or later. This can't be avoided. Zhang Ren also thought so. He was waiting for the scene to unfold. Everyone is here early. Lady Shui Wu, Lady Shan Wu, the Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable has graced my mountain villa with your presence. But because of the mortal emperor's order, I still have to do what I have to do. I hope you can forgive me for the inconvenience. At this moment, a smiling voice came from the mountain villa, causing many people's eyes to flicker. The mortal emperor's disciple, Gendosa. Gendosa. This person wasn't old, but he was extremely powerful. He was ranked 3rd on the lower Xian ranking and was highly valued by the mortal emperor. So this time, he would be the one to determine the final spots. Brother Yuan, you're exaggerating. Lady Shui Wu and the other two looked in the direction of the mountain villa and smiled. Although this person was weaker than them, he was younger and would surpass them in the future. Plus, he was the mortal emperor's disciple, so they didn't dare to be careless. Actually, the selection of the mortal emperor's spots is something that everyone wants, so I don't want to interfere. But I still have to do things according to the rules. Now, if the 4 spots can enter the mountain villa, then the spots will be confirmed. Gendosa's voice came from the mountain villa again. He seemed to be easy to get along with, so he didn't ask for any excessive tests. Those who could enter the mountain villa were confirmed. Whing. 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 At this moment, behind the mountain villa, the huge black rock that had been hanging in the sky let out a sound. A mysterious power bloomed and covered the land. Swish. 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 Many people couldn't control the weapons in their hands and flew over. If a warrior doesn't have a weapon, then even if he enters the mountain villa, he's not qualified to be a warrior anymore. Gendosa's voice came from the mountain villa. Origin Taoist Buddha has an incredibly powerful immortal physique, and the natural laws of the protomagnetic celestial body can cause anything and everything to be sucked in. Lady Shui Wu said lightly. My sword. My sword. My saber. Everyone. The crowd exclaimed. Their weapons were all attracted by the huge black rock in the distance. They shook their heads helplessly and had to enter the mountain villa empty-handed. However, they could do that, but the 4 spots couldn't. They had to enter the mountain villa with their weapons. Otherwise, their recommendation spots would be cancelled. Presumably, this was the final selection of the recommendation spots. This time, the final selection of the recommendation spots isn't difficult at all. However, it may be difficult for those who are just here to make up the numbers. Zhang Jinhe muttered to himself. The person he was referring to seemed to be Lin Ling. He didn't have any hatred for Lin Ling. However, he and Lai Qing were both on the recommendation list. When he spoke to Lai Qing, she ignored him. Lin Ling's talent was so bad that Lai Qing took the initiative to talk to him. Therefore, he felt that Lin Ling should have seen through him. Then I'll enter the mountain villa first. He took a step forward and a large amount of sword energy appeared. It was like a sea urchin, but the suppressed power within was extremely terrifying. Wang. At the same time, a terrifying magnetic force was born, forming a great rules. The sword behind Zhang Jinhe shot out as if it wanted to leave him. Heavenly River Sword Energy. Zhang Jinhe roared. Thousands of sword energies floated out and surrounded him, cutting off the great rules of magnetic force and protecting him as he walked safely to the mountain villa. The Heavenly River Sword immortal body is indeed powerful. Many people were secretly impressed. In their eyes, Zhang Jinhe wasn't a swordsman, but a sword immortal. At this point, Zhang Jinhe's recommendation spot was confirmed. Big brother Lin Ling, I'll go in first. Yes. Lai Qing had always been a woman of few words. After saying that, she drew her sword and walked forward. She didn't seem to be worried that Lin Ling would fail and not be able to enter the mountain villa. Wang. The terrifying great rules of magnetic force surged, but Lai Qing didn't even look at it. She slashed out with her sword even more decisively and decisively. Kacha! The red sword light was as large as a mountain. The great rules of magnetic force were cut by the sword, turning from formless to tangible. Many people could clearly see that the so-called magnetic force was in the form of a black electric snake. How powerful! This sword has extremely dense killing intent. Yes. Chapter 1360. Entering the manor, Lai Qing's strength has risen so quickly. Purple Elder, what's the difference between her sword and Zhang Jinhe's sword? Lin Ling stared at Lai Qing's back, feeling happy for her. Your Majesty, Zhang Jinhe is a sword cultivator who specializes in sword energy. Like Your Majesty, he cultivates in all aspects. That black-clothed girl is a swordsman who only cultivates the sword. Purple Elder explained in detail, widening Lin Ling's horizons. There was a difference between sword cultivators and swordsmen. In truth, Lin Ling should be a sword cultivator, not a swordsman. Lin Ling was skilled in everything else besides the sword. These people are ignorant, thinking that martial artists need talent. They don't know that there are other martial paths. After all, Your Majesty's God Demon Overlord physique represents a 5th grade yellow class immortal physique. A bunch of frogs in a well. Purple Elder spoke unfairly for Lin Ling. These people had all underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled, not minding. Their mouths are on their bodies. Let them say what they want. Whatever. At this moment, the big sword pavilion's 2 referrals had entered the manor. The immortal slayer Sword Venerable couldn't help but laugh in joy. Although this year's Human Emperor's Disciple test was relatively simple, the referrals had been confirmed. This made him happy. This also showed that the immortal slayer Sword Venerable had a good eye. It's our Black-White Dao Palace's turn. Many Black-White Dao Palace disciples were nervous. They didn't want to lose face in front of the heroes of the world. Heavenly Drum Spear, my weapon. If you want to take it, come. At this moment, Zhang Ren slowly walked forward. Although he wasn't tall, he had the demeanor of an expert. A black heavenly spear appeared in his hand, with ancient runes on it. His spear finger manner. It seemed to say, if you want to take my spear, come and try. Paw. He took a step forward. At the same time, the mysterious law of magnetism surged, causing everything on the ground to wriggle. Eternal heart. Zhang Ren said indifferently without looking forward. Instantly, a huge heart appeared behind him, as if carrying the rhythm of heaven and earth. Pang, pang, pang. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, after the magnetic force got close to Zhang Ren, it started to jump. Zhang Ren laughed loudly and strode into the villa. A very good immortal physique, to actually be able to make my great law beat along with the heart of eternity. Zhang Ren, I'm afraid your future accomplishments will not be low. A familiar voice came from the villa. It was Jendosa's voice. At this moment, Zhang Ren felt even more proud. The black-white Dao Palace was also cheering. Senior brother Zhang was mighty. His voice was like a demonic tune that poured into everyone's ears. Moreover, for Zhang Ren to receive the praise of a Renhuang disciple was even rarer. There's one more person, Lin Ling. Everyone's attention was on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the last person standing. Zhang Ren, Zhang Jinhe, and the others were watching calmly from the entrance of the villa. Lin Ling was only an earth-grade saint physique. He was not qualified to enter the circle of peerless geniuses like them. My guess is that he can only take 3 steps before the sword leaves his hand. 1 step. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe expressed their opinions. He will definitely enter the villa. Only Lai Qing still believed in Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's talent wasn't anything special, she knew that this man who had once stood above her was always so mysterious. Even though she had obtained a powerful legacy, she still respected Lin Ling deep in her heart. There was even blind worship. At this moment, the people of the Black-White Dao Palace were also staring at Lin Ling. Lord Mountain Mist disdainfully said, "Today, the Renhuang disciple is in charge. I hope that Lin Ling won't lose face for the Black-White Dao Palace. It would be strange if he didn't lose face." As his words fell, many people from the Black-White Dao Palace coldly snorted. They had already felt that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be recommended. It was only because of Lady Watermist's support that they had tacitly agreed. Go, Lin Ling. You will succeed. Lady Watermist didn't pay attention to the surrounding voices. She nervously looked at Lin Ling. This examination was simpler than the previous years, but to Lin Ling, it was still very difficult. Thus, he couldn't help but be nervous. Success or failure would all depend on this. If Lin Ling failed, it would mean that Lady Watermist had deceived the Renhuang. At that time, she would no longer have the face to remain as palace master. Moreover, in Xianping province, her reputation would plummet. Don't worry. Compared to Lady Watermist's nervousness, Lin Ling was very calm. He pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and slowly walked forwards. At the same time, within the Origin Magnet Mountain Villa, many powerhouses were sitting there drinking tea. A youth in loose robes faintly smiled and said, "This Lin Ling's talent isn't much, but Lady Watermist recommended him." How interesting. This person was Jendosa. If he can enter Lady Watermist's eyes, then perhaps this Lin Ling is extraordinary in some way. However, recommending the Renhuang is an extremely important matter. No matter how extraordinary he is, it's useless. Talent will always come first. I think he will fail. A powerhouse shook his head. We'll know when we see. For some reason, Jendosa was curious about Lin Ling. He had a feeling that things would change. After all, with Lin Ling's talent, unless Lady Watermist was a fool, there must be some secret behind this. Boz. Boz. The moment Lin Ling stepped out, the Tyrant Song sword jumped up, causing Lin Ling's handsome face to frown slightly. He sensed a powerful great order surging towards him. If he had to explain it, it would be a force like a magnet. Right now, he had several ways to break it, such as distorting space or using the 100 forbidden flaming dragon. However, in the end, he chose to use the celestial demon overlord physique. Whoosh! He let go of his hand and let the Tyrant Song's sword fly freely. At this moment, the Tyrant Song's sword was suddenly attracted by a powerful magnetic force and flew towards the mountain villa like an arrow. That's too bad. He lost his weapon in just one step. Those who use the sword are the most arrogant. If he loses his sword, how can he talk about martial arts? The crowd was stunned for a moment, then a large number of laughter rang out. Although they felt that this scene was very normal and that Lin Ling would not succeed, Lin Ling's weapon was snatched in the first step. That was too bad. Lin Ling. Lady Watermist frowned and shouted. She was also very surprised. How could Lin Ling fail in the first step? Isn't this very normal? Lady Watermist said sinisterly. She felt that this scene would happen in the first place. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling's sword was attracted by the great order of magnetism. They did not know that he had let go of his sword himself. Paw! After letting go of the sword, Lin Ling took a step and shot towards the Tyrant Song's sword. Many people thought that Lin Ling was chasing after the sword. Immediately, they shook their heads in ridicule. Could this sword be chased back? However, in the next moment, they found that Lin Ling did not chase after the sword. Instead, he landed on the Tyrant Song's sword at an extremely fast speed. He stepped on the sword and moved forward in an extremely elegant manner. This guy, what is he trying to do? Everyone. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Ling stepped on the ancient sword and broke through the air. No one knew what he was trying to do. Chapter 1361. My sword, who can take my sword? If he doesn't take back his sword when he's near the gate, he'll definitely fail. Yes. Zhang Ren said coldly. Although Lin Ling was about to fail, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was much more carefree than them. This made him extremely unhappy. Alright, he's getting closer to the gate. It's time to end his complacency. Zhang Jianhe said indifferently. At this moment, Lin Ling was stepping on the ancient sword and getting closer to the gate. Meanwhile, Lady Watermist and the others were nervous. Lin Ling had to succeed. My sword, who can take it? Yes. On the sword, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he spoke softly with great confidence. Then, he leaped into the air and grabbed the Tyrant Song's sword with his right hand. However, the great law of magnetism still existed. Therefore, although the sword was in his hand, it still carried Lin Ling towards the villa. If he didn't slow down, Lin Ling would definitely fail. Swallow the mountains and rivers. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling roared. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged over, forming a vortex that caused an incomparably huge power to erupt from his body. Descent of the Fiend God. At the same time, in the villa, Gendosa's eyes narrowed. He sensed the ancient sovereign aura being released, resisting his great law of magnetism. With such pressure, it could only be said that Lin Ling's talent was ordinary on the surface, but he was hiding another talent that wasn't weaker than the immortal physique. Of course, this was only his guess. The focus of his assessment this time was talent. Therefore, if the great law of magnetism encountered a supreme martial art, its power would be even stronger. Instead, he would have to use his talent to resist it. As long as his talent met the standard, he could easily enter the villa. This Lin Ling is rumored to have 2 demon gods, but the demon gods won't be valued by the 7 emperors. He can enter the villa without using the demon gods, so he does have some capital. Gendosa laughed. He was extremely interested in Lin Ling Bang. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling held the great sword in his hand and forcefully stopped the great law of magnetism. Then, he smashed down heavily from the sky. The sword was domineering and majestic as it ruthlessly stabbed into the ground. Rumble. Below the sword, cracks continued to appear, shocking everyone. It was as if the sword had stabbed into their hearts at this moment. Meanwhile, the great rules of magnetism were still pulling on the tyrannical song sword, but it was obviously useless. This was because a hand was calmly holding onto the tyrannical song sword's hilt, and it was as steady as Mount Tai. Who could take the sword? From afar, this scene was extremely visually impactful. The young man wore a long robe and his long hair danced in the wind. He held his sword in one hand and stood there like an ancient god of the heavens and earth. No storm could shake his sword or his person in the slightest. The young man was only 5 meters away from the gate of the villa. This also meant that the great law of magnetism had failed to seize the sword. Not bad. Your powerful physical body was able to resist my great law of magnetism. Lin Ling, come in. At the same time, Gendosa's voice came from the villa, stunning everyone on the spot. The Renhuang disciple had confirmed Lin Ling's recommendation. Good. Lord Watermist was also stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his fist excitedly. Lin Ling had passed. He didn't see that his palms were sweaty at this moment. Even though he had fought millions of battles, faced all kinds of storms, and seen the top powerhouses of the 3 mystic realms, he was still nervous today. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's confirmation would lead to a completely different world in the future. He's so powerful. It looked like a crisis, but he faced it calmly. Moreover, he didn't leave his sword at all. Instead, he wanted to use the great rules of magnetism to move forward. This guy didn't even want to take a step forward. He's really lazy. The crowd outside the villa exclaimed in shock. Among the 4 recommendations, Lin Ling's process was undoubtedly the most shocking. Many of them could still remember Lin Ling's calm posture when he stepped on the ancient sword and flew through the air. 4 recommendations. The process of fighting the sword river was like a carefree sword immortal. Lai Qing was like a fierce swordsman. And Zhang Ren seemed to dominate everything. As for Lin Ling's process, it could only be described in 2 words, overbearing and arrogant. In particular, when that sword fell from the heavens and stabbed into the earth, it was shocking. What a trick! Zhang Ren shouted. He felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Although he and Lin Ling had both passed, everyone knew that Lin Ling's process was even more thrilling and even more dashing. At this moment, everyone seemed to remember Lin Ling from the Black-White Dao Palace and had forgotten about him. As for Zhang Jinhe, he coldly glared at Lin Ling's mortal body strength. That was nothing more than an unorthodox method. What he didn't know was that the reason Lin Ling was able to enter the villa was not because of his mortal body strength, but because of his divinity demon overlord emperor body. And only Gendosa knew this. Everyone, enter the villa. A voice sounded out from the villa once more, allowing everyone to enter. As for those from the Black-White Dao Palace, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Lin Ling had been confirmed just like that. This was far too simple. Of course, although it seemed simple, they knew that if they were in Lin Ling's shoes, they would have already failed. The recommendation spots are not child's play. We have to avoid some people who are just here to make up the numbers. Lord Watermist lightly said as he walked side by side with Lord Mountain Mist. This was what Lord Mountain Mist had said before. He had said that Lin Ling was just here to make up the numbers, and now Lord Watermist wanted to see how he would respond. Recommending the human sovereign isn't that simple. He was just lucky enough to pass. Lord Mountain Mist gloomily said. How could he not know the mockery in Lord Watermist's words? Ha! Lord Watermist didn't say much. He laughed and then stepped into the villa. This caused Lord Mountain Mist to tremble with anger, but there was nothing he could say. Within the villa, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. A massive number of powerhouses came to welcome them. The man in the lead was Jendosa. He looked to be around 30 years old and was as handsome as jade. He wore a loose robe that gave off an extremely elegant feeling. Greetings, seniors. Moreover, Jendosa was a good person. He wasn't arrogant even though he was a disciple of the human sovereign. When he saw Lord Watermist and the others, he still bowed. Brother Yuan, you're too kind. Lord Watermist and the others didn't dare to slight him. He was a disciple of the human sovereign and wasn't someone they could provoke. Ha, since you're all calling me brother, I won't be polite. Everyone, follow me. Jendosa said with a smile. He glanced at the 4 recommendation spots and revealed a friendly smile. Moreover, he glanced at Lin Ling and his smile became even wider. That friendly smile made Lin Ling smile back. He knew that this young man's strength was terrifying. He was ranked 3rd on the lower profound list. This meant that among the 3 profound realms of the human world, this young man's strength was ranked at the top of the early Saint Rudiment realm. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe also followed the crowd. They were even more upset. Previously, they saw Jendosa, a powerhouse, smile at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. What right did he have? In fact, they still couldn't believe that Lin Ling could enter the villa. They didn't understand the reason. In a garden, everyone sat down one after another. Some people placed pastries and fragrant tea. It was extremely lively. Because of the presence of the human sovereign's disciple, Jendosa, no one dared to be presumptuous. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It seemed that the name of the human sovereign was awe-inspiring. Chapter 1362. Exchanging pointers. Since the list has been decided, why don't we exchange pointers? Sword Venerable Immortal suddenly suggested, causing the entire garden to fall silent. Many people were looking forward to it. As a martial artist, they naturally wanted to test their strength. Now that there was a disciple of the 7 emperors here, if they were lucky, they might be recommended to the human emperor. Alright, since it's like this, I'll also take out some rewards. The winner will receive a reward. Moreover, I'll also exchange pointers. As long as you can block 20 of my moves, I'll reward you with a martial ancestor fruit. Jendosa was also interested, causing the crowd's mood to rise. The martial ancestor fruit was said to be an ancient tree formed from the cultivation of the powerful Wu Xing after his death. It only produced 1 fruit every 100 years, condensing the essence of heaven, earth, and martial Tao. This fruit was formed from the cultivation of Wu Xing, which was enough to prove its value. Wu Xing was an expert on the level of the 7 emperors. Lin Ling, the martial ancestor fruit is a treasure even rarer than the black and white Tao fruit. Lord Shui Wu said to Lin Ling. She was somewhat excited, hoping that Lin Ling would be able to obtain the natural treasure. Of course, there was no need for her to mention it. Lin Ling already knew how precious the martial ancestor fruit was from Elder Z. The martial ancestor fruit was capable of tempering one's flesh, and would definitely be of great help to his celestial demon overlord body. After everyone agreed, they were divided into 3 groups. 1. Black and White Tao Palace. 2. Great Sword Pavilion. 3. Geniuses from other places. The rules were simple, exchanging pointers and exchanging pointers. Of course, although it seemed simple, it was related to the martial ancestor fruit and their reputation. No one would hold back. Then, I'll go first. I'm ranked 62nd on the yellow list. A young man quickly walked out, raising his fist and smiling. This person was obviously on the transcendental 7th layer list. His strength was not very strong compared to the others. Black and White Tao Palace, he d. Soon, his opponent appeared. It was He. Having great saint physique. Too weak. May I ask if your martial arts have reached the transcendental realm? If not, don't embarrass yourself. The young man smiled disdainfully. Although I haven't, it won't be easy for you to beat me. The two of them quickly intertwined with each other as they unleashed their martial arts. The garden was enveloped by a light barrier to prevent the martial arts from leaking out. The defensive power of this light barrier was extremely strong, even a third-level saint's attack could be blocked. Very soon, He was defeated. He only managed to block 20 moves. The Black-White Tao Palace only has these geniuses. The victorious youth couldn't help but say in a smug manner. It was clear that being able to defeat a disciple of the Black-White Tao Palace was a great honor for him. Too arrogant. As for the people of the Black-White Tao Palace, they all cursed in their hearts. They were extremely unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. This person was no ordinary genius, but one of the top figures of the three profound of the human world. His strength was naturally not weak. Both of you have the same innate saint physique. However, in terms of innate saint physique, He is slightly weaker. Therefore, he has lost. Gendosa evaluated from time to time. Soon, that person left. The big sword pavilion also sent out a female genius. This woman directly challenged Li Lingxian. Obviously, they knew each other. This battle was extremely intense. The power of heaven and earth exploded continuously. In the end, Li Lingxian was defeated. Li Lingxian, if you had strengthened your movement technique by just a little bit, you would have won. Gendosa advised. When Li Lingxian faced a swordsman, she should have chosen to fight a battle of attrition rather than a head-on clash. After all, a swordsman's attack power was the strongest. In a head-on clash, she would naturally lose. Thank you, Senior Yuan, for your guidance. Li Lingxian was somewhat dispirited. Their Black-White Tao Palace had lost once more. Next, the people who went up were even stronger. Each of them was at the peak of the 7th stage. Then, there were people who continued to challenge the Black-White Tao Palace. By now, everyone could see that the Black-White Tao Palace had already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost again, they would lose all face. After all, the Black-White Tao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. How could their reputation be so undeserved? I'll go. A person walked out from the Black-White Tao Palace. It was the He brothers, He Tian. I heard that the He brothers of the Black-White Tao Palace are very formidable. Before, He wasn't much, and now the older brother, He Tian, is also trash. The youth who had appeared in the garden lightly said. What? You're saying that our Black-White Tao Palace is trash? Many people from the Black-White Tao Palace angrily shouted. Gendosa also said, this time, we'll focus on exchanging pointers. Pay attention to your words and actions. My apologies. I spoke too quickly. Then, let's prove everything with our strength. I am Lu Sanshan, ranked 12th on the yellow list. Today, I'll ask for guidance from the geniuses of the Black-White Tao Palace. That person was clearly dissatisfied with the Black-White Tao Palace. As you wish. He Tian sneered. The two quickly intertwined, and majestic martial arts were released. In the garden, their figures intertwined. Good luck, He Tian. Many people from the Black-White Tao Palace cheered. Although Li Lingxian didn't like He Tian, he was still representing the Black-White Tao Palace, so she also cheered. At most, it'll be a draw. Lin Ling also stared at the center of the garden and laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? How can my brother lose? Lin Ling, you're the one who recommended him. How can you speak for others? He couldn't help but say. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. you lost before and didn't help the Black-White Tao Palace gain any face. Now, you don't have the right to speak. Hearing this, He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Indeed, he was the loser, so he didn't have the right to speak. Lin Ling, is it a draw? Li Lingxian frowned and said. Yes, He Tian's momentum of heaven and earth is a combination of yin and yang. His extreme martial arts are close to the transcendent realm. In terms of martial arts, He Tian is stronger, but his opponent is at the peak of the transcendent realm, half a step into the saint realm. Therefore, he made up for the flaw in his martial arts. Of course, if He Tian's cultivation increased by a bit, he could win. Lin Ling had fought so many times in the Purple Mansion realm, so his vision naturally exceeded others. Nonsense, I said that He Tian will definitely win. His extreme martial arts aren't weak. At this time, Zhang Ren shouted. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more unhappy he was. Lin Ling just smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, it's a draw. However, after an incense stick's worth of time, Jendosa's voice sounded. He Tian's extreme martial arts are more powerful and can be used to attack and defend. Lu Sanshan's cultivation is higher, so if this continues, it won't end even after 3 days and 3 nights. Let's call it a draw. Lin Ling, Lord Yuan said the same thing as you. Hearing this, Li Lingxian gasped. Jendosa was a mortal emperor's disciple, so he had a lot of experience. Therefore, he could estimate the strength of both sides, but Lin Ling could also see it. This was shocking. It's just a coincidence. Zhang Ren's face turned even uglier. He couldn't see the strength of both sides, but Lin Ling's words made it seem like his recommendation was weaker than Lin Ling's. It's a draw, then I'll fight again. Who dares to fight me? Chapter 1363. Challenging Lin Ling, I'll play with you. At this time, a disciple from the Great Sword Pavilion walked out. It's Xiao Sun, the person who lost to my brother in the past. Our Black-White Tao Palace is finally going to win. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the person who walked out. Is that so? Unfortunately, your brother is going to lose. However, Lin Ling once again poured cold water on the Black-White Tao Palace's disciples. Was Lin Ling one of their own? Why was he always speaking up for his opponent? If your brother encountered an ordinary transcendent 7th stage expert, he could do it. If he encountered a transcendent 6th stage expert, he would still be able to do it. However, if his opponent was a heaven-grade saint physique expert and their strength was similar, he wouldn't be able to do it before his spiritual yuan recovered. Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense. If my brother wins, I want you to kneel down and admit your wrongs. He was furious. Sure, but if your brother loses, you can slap yourself 3 times. Lin Ling replied indifferently, as if the Black-White Tao Palace had nothing to do with him. The result was just as Lin Ling said. In order to win, He Tian fought again and again. However, his opponent was a heaven-grade saint physique expert, not someone like Venerable Si coming from Xianping province. Thus, it was impossible for him to win consecutively. Thus, after an incense stick's worth of time, He Tian was defeated. Lost? The Black-White Tao Palace didn't win a single match. The crowd roared with laughter. Even the Great Sword Pavilion not far away shook their heads and sneered. This made the Black-White Tao Palace disciples feel extremely embarrassed. He Tian walked back, his face ashen. He didn't have the face to face the Black-White Tao Palace disciples. If you want to win with just a burst of qi, then there are countless experts in the world. Martial artists must know themselves and their enemies. First, they must know themselves. Only then can they know their enemies. Lin Ling said indifferently. He Tian raised his head to look at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with anger. However, since he had lost, he naturally didn't have the qualifications to speak. You're a man of your word. On the other hand, Lin Ling glanced at He Di. He had no enmity with He Di, but He Di plotted against him on the flying boat. This enmity could be considered as payback now. He wanted to let He Di know that he, Lin Ling, was not someone who could be bullied at will. He Di was stunned for a moment. He clenched his teeth and slapped himself 3 times. His anger towards Lin Ling grew even stronger. The other disciples of the Black-White Tao Palace were the same. Although Lin Ling had been given a recommendation, he didn't speak on behalf of the Black-White Tao Palace at all. This made them extremely unhappy. However, Lin Ling didn't care about what they thought of him. After all, whether he won or lost, this was a fact. Could it be that just because he had been recommended by the Black-White Tao Palace, he had to speak up for them? Could it be that if he spoke, the Black-White Tao Palace would win? This was obviously impossible. The Black-White Tao Palace no longer has anyone. The only one left is Zhang Ren. No, there's still one more referral spot, Lin Ling. Lin Ling, number 1 on the yellow rankings. But that's for transcendental 6th-stage cultivators. What can he represent? The crowd began to discuss, but Lady Shui Wu and the others continued to smile and drink their tea. With their seniority, it wasn't appropriate for them to speak up at this moment, so they could only secretly cheer in their hearts. However, of the 3 camps, the Black-White Tao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion, and the various geniuses were the ones who had lost the most face. The Black-White Tao Palace's geniuses have all been defeated. Who will be next, Zhang Ren or Lin Ling? Great Sword Pavilion's Xiao Sun hadn't left yet, instead playing with his nails as he spoke. In truth, he wanted to challenge Lin Ling more because Zhang Ren's cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. It would be difficult for him to win, but Lin Ling was only at the Transcendent 6th stage. Adding on the fact that he had been recommended, if he could defeat him, that would be fun. The surrounding people were looking forward to this even more. In fact, even now, many people still felt that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be recommended. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the other party's challenge because none of them could enter his eyes. However, when he glanced over at Lady Shui Wu in the distance and saw her burning gaze, he finally stood up. No matter what, this recommendation was given to him by Lady Shui Wu, so he had to return this favor. You just finished challenging He Tian and your spirit chi hasn't recovered yet, so you should rest first. Staring at Xiao Sun, Lin Ling said indifferently. What? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, the crowd went into an uproar. You're only at the Transcendent 6th stage. Even if Xiao Sun's spirit chi has been exhausted, he's still stronger than you. You're first on the yellow list, but you're facing a genius from another list. I think he doesn't dare to go up so he doesn't lose his recommendation. He's just looking for an excuse, a coward. Voices rang out one after another. Many people were extremely displeased, thinking that Lin Ling was being too arrogant. Come up, since Senior Yuan has already confirmed your recommendation, it's no big deal even if you lose. Xiao Sun waved the sword in his hand. The more Lin Ling refused, the more he wanted Lin Ling to go up. His words made the Great Sword Pavilion's disciples cheer. Since that's the case, I'll go up. I'll only use one hand and I'll only attack and not defend, otherwise it'll be an unfair victory. Under the crowd's cheers, Lin Ling finally walked out. He felt that with his strength, he had won too easily against a Transcendent 7th stage expert. It was a little unfair, so he let his opponent win. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't want to win with an unfair advantage, so he let his opponent win. However, in the eyes of others, this was arrogance. You can't see yourself clearly. The crowd's hearts exploded again as they spoke in disdain. Letting his opponent win with one hand and not defending, an Earth-grade talent was qualified to say this. Moreover, that person was only at the transcendent sixth stage. Humph, you're asking to be humiliated. Humph. Inside Greatsword Pavilion, Zhang Jinhe shook his head disdainfully. Although Xiao Sun wasn't as strong as him, there were few transcendents who could match him. Did Lin Ling have the qualifications to act so arrogantly? Lu Sanshan will lose. Lai Qing coldly replied. I don't see how he can win. Zhang Jinhe's heart was boiling with anger. Lai Qing had never spoken to him before, but this time she had actually spoken up for Lin Ling. This made him feel like his heart was being suppressed. From all angles, Lin Ling couldn't compare to him at all. At this moment, in the center of the garden, Lin Ling had arrived, one hand behind his back, his expression calm. You're crazy. Humph. Xiao Sun looked Lin Ling up and down, not knowing what to say, so he could only say this. So, shall we begin? Humph. Lin Ling obviously didn't want to say anything. Good, extreme pattern grand momentum, sword of three mountains. Yes. Xiao Sun wanted to defeat Lin Ling immediately and let Lin Ling know how insignificant he was, so he didn't hold back at all. As soon as the sword of three mountains appeared, the grand momentum of heaven and earth erupted, and endless green mountains rushed towards Lin Ling, filling the air with an ancient and vicissitude aura. This sword strike hadn't reached the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts, but it was half a step in. World of flames. Yes. Lin Ling stretched out one hand and casually waved it, causing destructive flames to erupt. Flame birds and flame beasts rushed out from his palm, causing the entire garden to quiet down. Extreme pattern martial arts at the transcendent realm, and he has 7 spiritual sources. Gendosa's eyes revealed a smile. He knew who had won. Chapter 1364. Giant Spirit God Transformation. You lost. Stop. Lin Ling did not intend to humiliate his opponent, so he withdrew his flame. Everyone looked at Lu Sanshan again. At this moment, his clothes were burnt and tattered, making him look like a beggar. One move, using only one hand, only attacking and not defending. Lin Ling did what he said. Many people narrowed their eyes. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. The disciples of the Black-White Tao Palace were also silent. They did not feel good in their hearts. Their Black-White Tao Palace's first victory came from Lin Ling, very powerful. Not only are you a variant martial artist, you also have a transcendent level martial art. Then, let me fight you. Stop. At this moment, another person walked out of the garden. This person was tall and sturdy, like a door god. His skin had a dark golden glow, giving people a strong visual impact. I'm afraid you are not my opponent. Stop. Lin Ling stared at his opponent and said lightly. His words stunned everyone. A new opponent had appeared, and he was obviously stronger than Xiao Sun. However, before the battle, Lin Ling was already so arrogant. Ignorant. My name is Yi Fan, and I am 3rd on the yellow list. Moreover, I also have a transcendent level martial art. That person laughed disdainfully, causing many people's pupils to constrict. 3rd on the yellow list, and Lin Ling was 1st, but they were not on the same list. Most importantly, Lin Ling's powerful means came from a transcendent level martial art. However, Lin Ling also had a transcendent level martial art, so what qualifications did Lin Ling have to be arrogant? No wonder that person said Lin Ling was ignorant. Looking at it now, Lin Ling was indeed ignorant. Worthy of being 3rd on the yellow list, you are indeed powerful. Stop. Lin Ling helplessly nodded. There were many people in Yuan Ci Mountain Villa that he was afraid of, but Yi Fan was not one of them. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Yi Fan smiled and said proudly, now you know how powerful I am. Yes. Yes, I do. Therefore, I'll still use only one hand, one move, and only attack. Lin Ling said again. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling already knew how powerful he was, but he still gave in. This arrogance knows no bounds. Even the Celestial Slayer Swordmaster felt that this Lin Ling was a little arrogant. Although Lin Ling was one of the recommended candidates and his strength was indeed not bad, his opponent's strength was not much weaker than his. Yet, Lin Ling did not treat his opponent seriously. Instead, he continued to block his opponent with one hand. If this was not arrogance, then what was? This Lin Ling is really arrogant. He has an extreme martial art, but so does his opponent. He should be a little more humble. If he is too arrogant, he will only bring disgrace upon himself, said the immortal slaying sword venerable. Some things will be known after the battle. Lady Shuewu was confident in Lin Ling. Lin Ling should be able to fight against a transcendent 7th layer expert. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Hong Tianting before. Although Hong Tianting was a transcendent 6th layer expert, Hong Tianting's talent was much more terrifying than these people. Gigantic divine change. At this moment, in the center of the garden, Yi Fan shouted. His whole body was covered in dazzling golden light. An ancient heavenly silkworm appeared behind him. Strands of golden silk shrouded the surroundings, forming a preliminary law. Half a step into the heavenly martial art. Many people gasped. No wonder he was ranked 3rd on the yellow board. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was constantly evaluating his opponent's strength. Soon after, he shook his head. He was not arrogant, but he felt that his opponent was not as good as him. Moreover, he could defeat him in one move. Thinking about this, he was also surprised. Unknowingly, in the 2 yellow boards of the martial pavilion, there were not many opponents for him. Without any intention to delay, Lin Ling took a step forward. With his right hand behind his back, an incomparably tyrannical power erupted, causing him to shoot towards his opponent like a cannonball. He did not use the extreme martial art. Staring at Lin Ling's action, the crowd was surprised. They thought that Lin Ling would also use his extreme martial art. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was planning to engage in close combat? I said that you are ignorant. Don't you understand? Sensing Lin Ling's attack, Yi Fan laughed in disdain. Within a 10-meter radius around him, the golden light became even more dazzling. It was like a silk thread that sealed off everything. This was his extreme martial art, heavenly silkworm golden bind. It was like a cocoon that protected him. It could be used to attack and defend. Moreover, one should never underestimate the golden bind. It could cut a person's head with ease. Cha-cha. As expected, when Lin Ling approached Yi Fan, a mysterious power enveloped Lin Ling's body. Many people could see that Lin Ling was like a bug trapped in a spider's web. His momentum was deeply suppressed. If one were to look carefully, they would realize that strands of golden silk threads had already bound Lin Ling. In other words, Lin Ling had lost. Too reckless. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling, why didn't he use his fire martial art? Why did he choose to engage in close combat? He was simply courting death. Moreover, he was defeated so quickly. Lin Ling still had the nerve to say that his opponent was not his opponent. This is the recommendation. Yi Fan placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he had defeated the recommendation. Moreover, he continued, the yellow board is divided into 2 boards, Transcendent Stage 6 and Transcendent Stage 7. You are only ranked 1st in the Transcendent Stage 6. You must remember that there is always someone better than you. He actually gave Lin Ling pointers as a senior. With these pointers, the Black-White Dao Palace instantly felt embarrassed. They had a recommendation, but they actually needed an outsider to give them pointers. Thank you. I also want to remind you that there is always someone better than you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's body was bound by golden threads. He raised his head and smiled. You can still speak. Yi Fan was a little surprised. I said that I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me. Lin Ling did not answer his question. The power in his body became even more majestic. The aura of the ancient sovereign god erupted. The crowd could see that a huge sovereign god had appeared behind Lin Ling, looking down at the world and laughing proudly at the heavens. Rumble. With a step, all the golden threads were broken. Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Fan. A majestic punch was thrown out. Just one move, just one punch. Only attack and no defense. Everyone heard this sentence, and even Yi Fan heard it. His eyes narrowed. One had to know that his heavenly silkworm golden chains had a preliminary grasp of the great principles. It was extremely easy to bind a transcendent, but Lin Ling was able to break free. Heavenly silkworm golden armor. With a roar, Yi Fan's body became even more dazzling. A suit of armor appeared, turning him into a cocoon that resisted Lin Ling's punch. However, no matter how hard the armor was, it could not stop Lin Ling's 6 universes force. Unstoppable. Boom. Like a meteor shower, the punch landed on Yi Fan, causing the earth to shake. The world energy turned into smoke and dust that rolled out. Time seemed to stop. Many people saw that Lin Ling was still in his punching posture, and in front of him was a golden cocoon. Lin Ling's fist seemed to have hit an ancient mountain. Caw caw caw. At this moment, cracks appeared on the golden cocoon and spread out layer by layer. It shattered with the wind, revealing Yi Fan's figure. His face was pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure was sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up golden blood again. Impressive, such terrifying strength. Raising his head, Yi Fan was shocked and then fainted completely. Chapter 1365. Referral quota to fight. Your physical strength, offense, and defense have all reached the peak of the transcendent realm. You're almost invincible. Looks like the other first place on the yellow list will be yours. Lin Ling, you've won again. Praise. At the same time, Yuan Daosher's voice was filled with praise. His eyes were serious. He had seen the image of the ancient god Empyrean again, and it reminded him of the power Lin Ling had displayed when they entered the villa. Could this be Lin Ling's hidden talent? He wondered what level of immortal physique this talent was. The garden continued to be silent. Lin Ling had won once again. Now, the recommendation spot seemed to be well deserved. Physical strength. I wonder how it compares to my sword origin. Lin Ling, you and I are both recommended. How about this battle? I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand and 1 move. Only attack and no defense. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was Shan Jinhe. Obviously, he didn't want to see Lin Ling's arrogance. Although Lin Ling had only defeated a transcendent 7th stage expert and he could easily do so, Lin Ling was a transcendent 6th stage expert. In other words, Zhang Jinhe was only a first-layer saint. He might not be able to defeat a second-layer saint. Zhang Jinhe, Lin Ling has won 2 consecutive battles. Moreover, you're a first-layer saint. Don't you feel embarrassed? Yes. At this moment, Yuan Daosher's voice drifted over, causing Zhang Jinhe to be startled. He sat back down unhappily, and many people also laughed. Zhang Jinhe wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but it seemed that his excuse wasn't very good. Lin Ling also walked back. In the black and white Dao Palace, everyone looked at Lin Ling in silence. No matter what, Lin Ling represented the black and white Dao Palace and won 2 consecutive battles. He had greatly raised the prestige of the black and white Dao Palace. You're only a transcendent 7th stage opponent. There's nothing to be proud of. However, you've already shone brightly. Next, it's my turn to shine. As for my martial dais, you don't have the qualifications to shine. Zhang Ren snorted coldly and said unhappily. That's right, next is the Saint Realm's martial platform. Lin Ling, you watch from the sidelines. The He brothers also said unwillingly. What they meant was that Lin Ling could only act arrogantly in front of the transcendent realm. Now that it was the Saint Realm battlefield, Lin Ling could only stand aside. Stop nagging. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. His gaze was fixed on the garden. At the center of the garden, a new battle had begun. Indeed, the next battle was the martial stage of a first-layer saint. Some of these people had heaven-class saint physiques, while others had yellow-class first-grade immortal physiques. Once the immortal physique appeared, it suppressed everything. The exchange of pointers also became more and more intense. The He brothers occasionally glanced at Lin Ling with a proud grin, as if they were trying to say, Lin Ling, what you did before was just child's play. This is the real battle between the peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to stare at the center of the garden. His eye of time continued to bloom, observing the various martial arts. In the great sword pavilion, Zhang Jinhe couldn't hold back anymore. He strode to the center of the garden and said indifferently, Trash, trash, enough is enough. Next, I, Zhang Jinhe, will fight. Any opponent is welcome. Hong Long Long. A majestic sword chi bloomed and floated around him. Along with his gaze, he looked down on all the geniuses. Everyone fell silent. Zhang Jinhe, one of the 4 recommendations, had finally entered the stage. Let me test your strength. Someone walked out. This person was an expert on the Xian ranking, a first-layer saint with an immortal physique. You. Too weak, next. Zhang Jinhe laughed disdainfully. This was his martial platform. In front of Lord Yuan, he had to perform well. Don't be too arrogant. If it was Lai Qing, I would be a little wary, but your sword is not as sharp as Lai Qing's. The newcomer was also very confident. Then let's try. The two quickly clashed. The real great law appeared. One side was the great law of sword chi, the other side was the great law of winter rain. The intense collision caused the protective light barrier to sway, making many people gasp. After a while, Zhang Jinhe won easily. So powerful. Li Lingxian looked at the scene in shock. As expected of a recommendation, his strength was something she could only look up to in her lifetime. His sword chi is very domineering, and it can detect any attack from the opponent. With sword chi, it is as if he can control 10,000 swords. In addition, his immortal physique is like a river that can continuously provide spiritual energy. Therefore, from a certain point of view, he can't lose. Lin Ling said indifferently. Zhang Jinhe's immortal physique and heavenly rune martial arts were very sharp. However, Lin Ling sensed that Zhang Jinhe's heavenly rune martial arts had not reached the small success stage. Next. Even so, Zhang Jinhe still smiled proudly and won consecutively. Finally, he looked at Zhendosa and asked, Master Yuan, am I qualified to challenge you? Not bad. However, you have been fighting continuously, and your Dantian Saint Si has been exhausted. Take a rest. Zhendosa nodded with a smile. Zhang Jinhe smiled excitedly. He was the first person to challenge Zhendosa, and if he won, he would be able to obtain the martial ancestor fruit. Then, Zhang Jinhe left proudly like a victorious swordsman. Zhang Ren followed closely behind. He had been suppressing himself for a long time, and now, he finally had a chance to show off. He couldn't let Zhang Jinhe take all the glory. He also wanted the martial ancestor fruit. Same for me. Anyone can come up. Of course, transcendents don't need to come. I'm not as useless as a certain someone. As a recommendation, I will naturally challenge Saint Realm Masters. Zhang Ren shouted like an emperor. His heart of eternity throbbed with every word, causing many people's hearts to beat with it. That's too much. He's talking about you. You won glory for the Black-White Dao Palace. Li Lingxian said with dissatisfaction. She knew that Lin Ling was only willing to go up because of Lady Shui Wu. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, he can only be qualified to say that if he can win until the end. It's too early to say that now. Li Lingxian's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be very confident. However, the next battle on the martial platform seemed to have nothing to do with Lin Ling. After all, only Saint Realm Masters would fight on the martial platform. I'll test your strength and see if you're qualified to be a recommendation. I've been waiting for you. At this time, a Saint Realm genius stepped onto the stage. He was also very powerful. Although he did not enter the lower profound ranking, he was still a master who had won consecutive victories. Heart of Eternity. Zhang Ren attacked with his strongest attack. The Heart of Immortals appeared and hung in the sky like a blazing sun, causing thousands of creatures to jump along with his Heart of Eternity. Peng Peng Peng. Chapter 1366. Challenging Gendosa, the Heart of Eternity has affected his entire state. As expected of the mysterious immortal physique. Lin Ling could see that Zhang Ren's mysterious method was to weaken his opponent's strength by more than half. This meant that with the appearance of the Heart of Eternity, even if his opponent was a saint, he could only display the strength of a transcendent. Zhang Ren, on the other hand, was unaffected and easily won. To get out of this situation, one had to have a stronger immortal physique. 2. A higher cultivation than Zhang Ren. 3. A higher realm of heavenly rune martial arts. Soon after, the next opponent appeared. It was a genius from the Great Sword Pavilion. He used the wind cloud sword steps from the start and ran around the garden, leaving behind a large number of afterimages. His speed was faster than crossing the void. Zhang Ren, your great law is very powerful, but it seems that you need to envelop your opponent to display it. As long as I don't enter your great law, I'll be fine. His opponent seemed to have seen through Zhang Ren's weakness. Is that so? Zhang Ren smiled indifferently. The Heart of Eternity behind him suddenly jumped violently, forming a mysterious great law. His body flickered, and with every beat, he teleported out. The Great Sword Pavilion's genius's face changed drastically. He couldn't see through Zhang Ren's great law at all. It was too mysterious. You lost. In the next moment, a palm was placed on the genius's shoulder, and a tyrannical great law suppressed him. The genius couldn't help but kneel down, his face covered in cold sweat. Zhang Ren was standing behind him with his hand still on his shoulder, forcing him to kneel down and admit defeat. He was as domineering as a great emperor. He's invincible. Who in the first layer of the Saint Realm can be his opponent? The crowd was shocked again. Zhang Ren's great law was too mysterious. His immortal physique was definitely of the third-grade yellow rank. Only then could he have the advantage in a clash of great law. After that, no one dared to challenge Zhang Ren. The strength of the referral was obvious to all. Your immortal physique has its advantages and disadvantages. It's very extreme, but as long as it can't be broken, you're invincible. Zhang Ren, you should rest for a while and fight again later. Gendosa nodded in appreciation. Now, 2 referrals were qualified to challenge him. It's time for the next recommendation. At this moment, the crowd was looking at Lai Qing with even more anticipation. Previously, the 2 people who had been recommended had already shone brightly. Then, Lai Qing should be even stronger. Lai Qing didn't say much. She held her sword and walked out step by step. She looked like a young girl, but because of her coldness and killing intent, she had a different kind of charm that attracted the longing gazes of many young men. "Junior sister Lai Qin, let me spar with you." Someone walked out with a smile, looking refined. His strength was not weak, barely ranked 99th on the Xian ranking. He had a second-grade yellow rank immortal body and a heavenly pattern martial art. Tower of Rage. Lai Qing did not say anything. She pulled out her sword and slashed. Evil Qi formed a terrifying sword slash and instantly beheaded that person. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. A powerful genius on the Xian ranking was killed by a single sword strike. This. Gendosa shook his head. His Yuan Ci mountain villa did not allow killing, but Lai Qing killed her opponent with a single sword strike. Her killing intent was too strong. On the path of martial arts, sometimes it's difficult to control one's strength. Not to mention, Lai Qing cultivates evil qi. She won't hold back. Her sword will take a life. Zhu Xian's sword venerable explained. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not dare to spar with Lai Qing because that would be risking their lives. Seeing that no one wanted to challenge her, Lai Qing pointed her sword at Gendosa. Gendosa smiled faintly and said, "You should rest for a while." Rest. Now, it was obvious that the competition had reached the climax. The three people who had been recommended were challenging the disciples of the human emperor. This also meant that in today's gathering of the geniuses in Qian Hall, only the three people who had been recommended were qualified to challenge them. At this moment, the crowd seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling had been recommended. Perhaps they subconsciously thought that Lin Ling was not even a Saint Realm expert, so there was no need for him to challenge them. "I'll go first." "Go." Zhang Ren took the lead. The entire garden was in an uproar at this moment. Countless cheers sounded like the waves of the sea. Everyone looked at Gendosa, waiting for this human emperor's disciple to show his strength. Many people wanted to see how powerful the human emperor's disciple was. Good. Good. Gendosa stood up and a tyrannical aura rippled out. It was as if he was the law just by standing there. His eyes also became indifferent. Although he was an easygoing person, he would naturally treat the battle seriously, giving people a strong sense of pressure. "I'm third on the lower Xian ranking, a third heaven saint. I have a fourth-grade yellow class immortal body, the magnetite celestial body. This kind of immortal body has an overwhelming advantage against immortal bodies that are weaker than mine. Next, you have to block 20 of my moves." Good. Gendosa walked out step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind as an ancient black mountain appeared behind him. It was majestic. 20 moves. Easy. Yes. Zhang Ren's fighting spirit was high. He knew that he couldn't win against his opponent. After all, other than his identity as a human emperor's disciple, he was also third on the lower Xian ranking. These weren't things he could challenge. However, he was confident that he could block 20 moves. "Moreover, I will suppress my strength to be exactly the same as you." "Yes." Gendosa said again, causing many people's eyes to narrow. With this, Zhang Ren's chances were even greater. "Senior brother Zhang, you can do it." The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace cheered excitedly, as if Zhang Ren had already won. "Do you see? This is the recommendation quota." Yes. The He brothers had always worshipped Zhang Ren. At this moment, they were happier than anyone else. Their words were obviously directed at Lin Ling. What they meant was that this was the stage for the recommendation quota. Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to step on it. Two dogs, barking non-stop. "Is Zhang Ren your father?" So excited. Lin Ling acted as if he hadn't heard them. He then looked at the two in the garden and said indifferently, I'm afraid Zhang Ren's immortal body is useless against Gendosa. Nonsense. Didn't you see it before? Senior brother Zhang Ren's immortal body dominated everything. The He brothers angrily shouted. This Lin Ling was always helping outsiders. This was too excessive. You two are so noisy. What do our words have to do with you? Humph, Li Ling Xian couldn't help but reprimand the two. She then looked at Lin Ling and asked, why? Why? Of course, a higher-level immortal body is only one of the advantages. If Zhang Ren's heavenly martial arts were a bit more powerful, he would still have a chance to display the strength of his immortal body. Unfortunately, his heavenly martial arts haven't even reached the small success stage. Lin Ling said indifferently. From Zhang Ren's previous battle, he had seen some things. What the hell do you know about heavenly martial arts? You're only at the transcendent realm. You won't be able to touch that realm in your lifetime. The He brothers angrily shouted again. I don't know. Chapter 1367. The mighty Yuan Darren rumble. At this moment, the battle in the garden had begun. Zhang Ren's Heart of Eternity appeared, followed by his movement technique. He wanted to affect Gendosa. However, Gendosa merely grinned and stood there like a mountain, completely unaffected. 100 generations of eternity. Zhang Ren was the first to attack. He threw out a punch, and his fist beat along with his heart. Invisible ripples bloomed, and it could make any martial artist's heart stop beating. It was extremely terrifying. However, Gendosa remained motionless. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged the earth-shattering punch. How is that possible? Zhang Ren's expression changed drastically. His Heart of Eternity didn't affect Gendosa. It didn't slow down the opponent's speed. 1,000 generations of eternity. Zhang Ren made his move once again. The moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering and earth-shattering, crushing everything in its path. The entire garden was filled with the sound of intense heartbeats. Rumble. The center of the garden exploded, and the protective light flickered, indicating how terrifying this punch was. But after the shockwave passed, Gendosa was still standing there, as if he hadn't moved at all from the start. This time, Zhang Ren was somewhat anxious. The Heart of Eternity really can't affect Master Yuan. The He brothers opened their mouths, but they couldn't say anything. It was as if Lin Ling had silently slapped them in the face. Li Lingxian sucked in a breath of cold air. How could Lin Ling see through a battle of this level? The great law of magnetism. Lord Yuan possesses both yin and yang magnetism. As long as one gets close to him, the power of the attack will be absorbed by the magnetism. Even his body can shift between the yin and yang magnetism, so he easily dodged Zhang Ren's attack. Lin Ling said with a grave expression. Magnetism was like two magnets, one on the left and the other on the right. When an opponent's attack came, Lord Yuan only needed to use his mind to easily dodge it. This was a movement technique that was similar to the space. It was similar to Lin Ling's distorted space. Even though the Heart of Eternity can't affect Lord Yuan, senior brother Zhang Ren won't be easily defeated. He can withstand 20 moves. When the He brothers saw Lin Ling's carefree appearance, they couldn't help but shout out in anger. Is that so? How about we make a bet? I bet that your senior martial brother Zhang Ren will be defeated in 15 moves. Do you dare? Lin Ling turned to look at them and said indifferently. The He brothers nodded without the slightest hesitation. Why wouldn't I dare? Tell me, what do you want to bet? Lin Ling laughed. You are Lord Shan Wu's disciples. If I win, from now on, you will be Lord Shui Wu's disciples. Wow, this move is really ruthless. If Lin Ling wins, then Lord Shan Wu will lose face. After all, the He brothers are currently the second strongest genius disciples under Lord Shan Wu. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace cried out in alarm. Lin Ling was forcing the He brothers to betray the enemy. If Lord Shan Wu knew about this, he would definitely be furious. The He brothers opened their mouths and didn't dare to bet anymore. If you don't dare to bet, then shut your mouths. If I find out that you two dogs are talking nonsense again, I'll slap each of you. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold and he shouted angrily. Previously, he had been watching the battle, so he didn't have time to pay attention to these two dogs. However, this didn't mean that he didn't care. These two guys were so talkative that even Lin Ling's patience was exhausted. Okay, we'll bet. The He brothers looked at each other and finally clenched their teeth and nodded. This made Lin Ling's cold smile even more intense. With so many people watching, I think you won't dare to go back on your words. Senior Marshal Sisterly, from now on, you have two more ignorant junior brothers. Ha! Li Ling Xian immediately laughed. The He brothers' faces turned ashen, but they clenched their teeth and endured. Once Senior Marshal Brother Zhang Ren withstood 15 moves, they would see what Lin Ling could say. At this moment, in the garden, the battle was still ongoing. Gendosa didn't use his true power at first, occasionally dodging Zhang Ren's attacks and occasionally attacking. After the 10th move, he opened his mouth and said, "My guidance to you ends here. Now, it's time to end it." Guidance. Indeed, he had been giving guidance to Zhang Ren, giving him a chance to attack him. Now, the guidance was over. Magnetic heavenly palm. Gendosa struck out with his palm. It seemed to be a simple palm, but it suppressed a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was a true heavenly pattern martial art at the small success stage. Lord Yuan, I admit that I can't win against you, but it's still too early for you to think that it's over. Zhang Ren's figure became faintly discernible, as though the heart of eternity was agitated. With every leap, he would appear on the other side. Lin Ling shook his head when he saw this scene. Zhang Ren did not know how frightening Lord Yuan's great law of magnetism was. At this moment, Zhang Ren had already dodged far away, but with a speed that exceeded everyone's imagination, he threw himself at Gendosa's palm. Then, with a bang, he was sent flying, vomiting blood. He was defeated. The crowd's eyes widened. They didn't understand why Zhang Ren would throw his life away. Only Zhang Ren knew that there was a powerful magnetic force that attracted him. It was as if he was iron, unable to escape the attraction of the magnet. Therefore, he threw himself at it and was defeated in the end. That force was the magnetic force law. He lost in the 11th move. I thought that the powerful senior martial brother Zhang could last until the 15th move. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and laughed. The He brothers beside him turned pale. From today onwards, they were going to become Mistress Shui Wu's disciples. If Mistress Shan Wu found out, she would definitely kill them. Lin Ling, can you accept the bet from before? The He brothers were no longer arrogant. No. No. Lin Ling said without looking at them, causing the He brothers' faces to stiffen and turn pale. Ha! Ha! Li Ling Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Ling's move was tantamount to giving Lady Shan Wu a hard slap. At this moment, Zhang Ren's face was ashen as he walked back, stroking his injured chest. When he heard about the bet between Lin Ling and the He brothers, he couldn't help but be furious. Although he didn't last more than 20 moves, how could he be used as a bet by a Transcendent Realm Junior? Lin Ling, are you courting death? Zhang Ren said in a low voice. The loser has no right to speak. Ha! Lin Ling didn't even look at him and said indifferently, also, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better sit down and regulate your breathing. It won't be good to leave behind any future troubles. Ha! You! Ha! Zhang Ren almost spat out a mouthful of blood again, but he still sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. However, his breathing was still uneven. Obviously, Lin Ling's words about the loser having no right to speak had made him feel stifled in his heart. Alright, it's your turn. The two of you should work together. Ha! At this moment, in the garden, Gendosa looked at Lai Qing and Zhang Jinhe. Hearing this, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Lord Yuan was currently suppressing his strength, but after defeating Zhang Ren, not only did he not recover his spirit qi, he continued to fight and even asked Lai Qing to fight at the same time. It was impossible not to admire such boldness. Lord Yuan, are you sure? Ha! If it were any other opponent, Zhang Jinhe would definitely disdain them. However, he had witnessed Gendosa's strength before, so he didn't think that Gendosa was arrogant at all. I'm sure. If the two of you can last more than 20 moves from me, I'll consider it your win. Gendosa said with a smile. Good. Chapter 1368. Lin Ling enters the battle, Tower of Evil. Boom. Lai Qing was the first to attack. Her attack was clean and efficient. Her small success heavenly pattern martial art was unleashed. The red sword light was like the most mystical power in the world, capable of destroying everything. Not bad. You're just a step away from small success. Your grand law will be even more perfect. Boom. Gendosa's eyes were calm as he spoke. He stretched out his palm and pointed with his finger. Magnetic finger. Boom. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off him. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to resist Lai Qing's killing intent. Rumble. The sword and finger collided, and a majestic power erupted. Many people saw that Gendosa's finger had caused Lai Qing's sword to distort. After the collision, the sword flew over Gendosa's head and landed on the protective light screen, causing cracks to appear on it. What? Boom. Lai Qing's expression changed. She knew that her sword's trajectory had been changed, causing it to land on the protective light screen. My sword's attack power is stronger. Even Lord Yuan has to be wary of it. Therefore, he used the grand law of magnetism to change the direction of my sword. Lai Qing thought. Li sword immortal. Boom. At the same time, Zhang Jinhe's attack arrived. Endless sword energy exploded, turning into a large number of sword cultivators that shot towards Gendosa like 10,000 swords returning to their origin. This martial art was extremely sharp and had the rhythm of the grand law of sword. If the opponent was in the middle of it, it would be impossible to defend. Moreover, Zhang Jinhe's immortal body was extremely powerful and could continuously replenish his energy from the Milky Way. 8 Directions Heavenly Magnetic Palm. Boom. Gendosa had just blocked Lai Qing's sword. At this moment, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. His 2 palms continued to strike out, stirring up the wind and rain. The huge black palms covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom. 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 The palms and sword energy collided, causing the void to explode. It was as if the forces of heaven and earth had collided, and both sides had instantly disappeared. Compared to Lai Qing's swordsmanship, your swordsmanship is too heterogeneous. It's not focused enough. If you encounter someone weaker than you, you can easily win. But if you encounter someone with similar strength, you'll lose. You need to put more effort into your heavenly pattern martial arts. Gendosa easily blocked those sword essences and pointed out at the same time. Although they were both heavenly pattern martial arts, Lai Qing's was clearly stronger, almost reaching the small success stage. As for the battle sword river immortal physique, it was stronger, but the heavenly pattern martial arts were weaker. It lacked the tyranny of the great laws. The surrounding crowd wore blank looks, many of them unable to understand what was being said because this was the martial arts of the Saint realm, not something transcendents were qualified to understand. Thank you for your guidance, Yuan Darren, but do you only know how to block? Then, let me see how many moves you can block. Zhang Jinhe's face was a bit ugly. His evaluation was not as good as Lai Qing's, making him feel humiliated. Fight! Lai Qing was a woman of few words, but her sword represented everything. Hong long long. The frenzied battle continued. The more the two fought, the fiercer they became. They wanted to consume Yuan Darren's spirit qi, but gradually, their momentum weakened because Yuan Darren's heavenly pattern martial arts were too powerful. They couldn't break through, unless they reached the small success stage. They were only at the first heaven of the Saint realm, so it was already amazing that they could comprehend a heavenly pattern martial art. If they wanted to reach the small success stage, they were still lacking. Alright, 18th move. My guidance to you ends here. Finally, Yuan Darren used his true strength, and the great law of magnetism erupted. Lai Qing and Zhang Jinhe vomited blood and fell to the ground, their faces filled with unwillingness. Brother Yuan is a disciple of the mortal emperor. Being able to block 18 moves is worthy of praise. At this time, the immortal slaying sword venerable's voice rang out. Although the great sword pavilion disciples were defeated, their opponents were disciples of the mortal emperor who had received guidance from the mortal emperor. Too powerful. Is that the true strength of a Saint realm master? He's simply invincible. Ha! The entire plaza continued to be silent. The He brothers sucked in a breath of cold air as worship filled their eyes. Zhang Ren also looked to the front with an ugly expression. Previously, he had been defeated by the 11th move, but Lai Qing and the other man had lasted until the 18th move. Their results were much better than his. It seems that other than masters like Lady Shui Wu, no one else can beat him. Li Ling Xian said solemnly. He's not invincible. As long as one's martial domain is higher than his and their immortal body isn't weaker than his, they can still beat him. Lin Ling laughed, causing the black-white Dao Palace disciples to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling's skin was really thick. He was actually so arrogant. Since you're so powerful, why don't you go up and try? Unfortunately, you only rely on your mouth. You don't even have the qualifications to step onto the martial platform. Zhang Ren was unhappy and coldly snorted. The He brothers naturally didn't dare to speak, but their eyes said it all. Lin Ling was only a transcendent and didn't even have the qualifications to step onto the martial platform. I don't dare. Lin Ling's lips curled up. Just as he was about to speak, Jendosa looked over from the garden and laughed. Of the 4 referrals, 3 have already gone up. What about the last one? Everyone's pupils shrank. They hadn't expected Sir Yuan to take the initiative to ask for a fight. As for the last person, it was Lin Ling. However, he was only a transcendent. Was he qualified to go up? He definitely won't dare to go up. Many people shook their heads. However, just as they thought this, Lin Ling stood up. Since Sir Yuan has invited me, and I have the same intention, then I'll play with Sir Yuan. What? Have the same intention? Play. Many people's faces stiffened. Lin Ling really dared to go up. Moreover, he spoke so casually. He really didn't understand himself. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe were also stunned. They had both been defeated, but Lin Ling still dared to go up. Only Lai Qing laughed. She always had a cold face, but when she laughed, it was extremely beautiful. It seems that Lin Ling is going to win. She said to herself, but her voice wasn't soft. It shocked everyone once again. Lin Ling was going to win. The people around felt like they were dreaming. If a Saint Realm referral couldn't win, how could a transcendent win? Moreover, the transcendent youth only had a saint physique. He didn't even have an immortal physique. Lin Ling, go and exchange some pointers with Brother Yuan. Perhaps you'll benefit a lot. Senior Shui Wu laughed heartily. At this moment, he felt like his face was shining because Lin Ling wasn't afraid to fight. Even if his opponent was a transcendent, even if his opponent was a mortal emperor's disciple, he would fight. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked out and came to the center of the garden. Looking at Gendosa indifferently, he bowed and said, "It is this one's fortune to be able to exchange pointers with a master like Senior Yuan." Ha! Hee, you flatter me. In fact, I'm only a few years older than you. I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the human emperor. That's why I'm slightly more powerful. Of course, when you and I exchange pointers, I'll teach you what the human emperor taught me. Gendosa laughed. Although Lin Ling was a transcendent, he always felt that this youth was somewhat mysterious. It was because of this that he had invited Lin Ling to fight before. There's no need for guidance. Ha! Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. In his purple mansion, what kind of master did he not have? Therefore, there was no need for guidance. This battle was for the martial ancestor fruit and to test himself. Arrogant. Ha! Chapter 1369. Imperial warrior disciple, Lord Yuan, you fought 2 battles in a row. Let's rest for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before we fight again, lest I win unfairly. Lin Ling said again, ignoring the mockery around him. He also hoped to fight with Gendosa at his peak. Crazy. The voices in the surroundings became even crazier. Previously, after Lord Yuan had defeated Zhang Ren, he had continued to fight Lai Qing and Lai Qing without resting. Now, however, Lin Ling was asking Lord Yuan to rest. What right did he have? Did he think that Lord Yuan would rest for his sake? Idiot. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he had turned into an idiot. Good. However, Lord Yuan did not smile. Instead, he stared deeply at Lin Ling with a solemn expression before he sat down cross-legged to recover. What? At this moment, the mocking faces of the surrounding people all stiffened. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe's faces froze, then turned gloomy. Especially Zhang Jinhe, who kept snorting coldly. Why was it that Master Yuan didn't replenish his spiritual energy when he fought, but Master Yuan valued Lin Ling so much when Lin Ling fought and kept sitting cross-legged to replenish his spiritual energy? It was as if he treated Lin Ling as an opponent on the same level. In comparison, their 3 referrals seemed to be inferior to Lin Ling. Everyone stared at Lin Ling and Gendosa as time quietly passed. Gendosa finally stood up, full of energy. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, "Just enough time." It was a simple sentence, but it carried the shock in his heart. Previously, he had fought several battles and consumed a certain amount of spiritual qi. However, Lin Ling had allowed him to recover for an incense stick's worth of time. Now, he had just used an incense stick's worth of time to recover. It didn't matter if it was a breath more or less. This Lin Ling seemed to know everything about him. She didn't know if it was just a random guess or if it was said on purpose. At the thought of this, Gendosa's eyes flickered. Lord Yuan, let's begin. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. He knew that he couldn't win against the other party with his strength, but since the other party was suppressing his strength to spar, he could give it a try. It was a rare opportunity to spar. One had to know that sparring with a First Realm Saint was a common occurrence for him in the Purple Mansion realm. However, this was the first time he was challenging a First Realm Saint from Xianping Province. Since your cultivation is at Transcendent 6th stage, I will suppress my cultivation. Gendosa said with a rare solemn expression. There's no need for that. Come at me as a first-layer saint. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. It was precisely because he was facing a Saint Realm Master that he wanted to challenge. If it was a Transcendent Realm Master, to be honest, he wouldn't even be interested. Daring. Good. Gendosa laughed heartily. Everyone else wanted to give up their spots to him, but Lin Ling had repeatedly yielded to him. The crowd also quieted down. They could see that Lord Yuan attached great importance to Lin Ling, especially Zhang Ren and the others. They felt even more uncomfortable in their hearts, but they secretly thought to themselves that Lin Ling was too arrogant, so if he lost, he would lose even more face. Then, I'll go first. Flames Sea World. Not holding back, Lin Ling directly used his supreme martial skill, causing flames to spurt out. He knew that against a master like Lord Yuan, flashy combat skills wouldn't have much of an effect, so it was better to be direct. Gendosa's expression became slightly solemn as he also sent out a simple palm strike. Heaven and earth force bloomed. Bo bo bo. The flames collided with the magnetic force, creating a dazzling explosion that caused the protective light curtain to flicker slightly. You can't shake me with just this. Gendosa's voice floated out at the same time. I know. Lin Ling had flames in his left hand, and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand. He stomped on the ground and shot towards Gendosa, beginning his close-range attack. Earth Rising Heavenly Sword. The sword came from the west and fiercely slashed out. Seeing the flames and sword attack, Gendosa's expression turned solemn as he secretly praised Lin Ling. Both his left and right hand were powerful attacks, and he was multitasking. This Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Tyrannical spirit energy condensed as Gendosa's left hand formed a palm, and his right hand formed a finger. They were like two dragons emerging from the sea as they frantically resisted. Rumble. The Flames Sea World still didn't gain any advantage. Instead, the Earth Rising Heavenly Sword slashed out to resist Gendosa's finger, causing Gendosa to take a step back. His expression became even more solemn. What a powerful physical strength, reaching 7 universes. A low shout came from Gendosa's mouth, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to change. Wasn't Lin Ling's physical strength at 6 universes? How did it reach 7 universes now? One had to know that physical strength was the most difficult to cultivate. Even with an immortal body, it was very difficult to raise the strength above 5 universes. However, Lin Ling had reached 7 universes. This was somewhat inconceivable. And many people saw that Gendosa chose to meet force with force for the first time, instead of dodging like he did when facing Zhang Ren and the others. This also meant that Gendosa knew that if he dodged, it would affect his momentum in the following battle, and he would even start to be suppressed. This also meant that Gendosa valued Lin Ling very much. Clang! The finger collided with the ancient sword again, and the wind blew in all directions. At this moment, Gendosa shouted in a low voice, "Your sword is very fierce, but it's easy to break if it's too hard." Magnetic sound. Buzz. 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 His finger bloomed with invisible ripples. It was actually the sound produced by the collision of magnetic forces, and it could affect the opponent's entire state. Lin Ling's expression changed as he retreated. His sword was trembling incessantly as it was affected by the sound of magnetism. However, with a shake of his body, an indescribable majestic force surged out, causing the sword to instantly calm down. If a swordsman is not fierce, how can he talk about the sword? Then, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Gendosa. Gendosa's heart trembled. His magnetic sound was impossible to defend against, and it was the most powerful in breaking through close combat martial arts. However, against Lin Ling, it seemed to have very little effect. This Lin Ling's defense was too abnormal. Unstoppable. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling attacked again. This time, he gave up on fire martial arts, and used his physical body to fight in close combat. Rumble. Gendosa's expression became more serious, and his feet began to move. His left hand was either a fist or a palm, and his right hand was still a finger, constantly blocking Lin Ling's ancient sword. On the surface, the exchange between the two did not cause a stir, but everyone knew that if the protective light screen was not there, the force of the collision would be enough to destroy the villa. Amazing, Lin Ling is suppressing Gendosa. Many people gasped, but there were also people who snorted and said, Lord Yuan is just letting him move, and giving him pointers. After 10 moves, Lord Yuan is going to be serious. Yes. Indeed, when Gendosa fought with Zhang Ren and the others, it was the same. Of course, letting Lin Ling move may be, but giving pointers. There was no such thing. At this moment, Gendosa also felt bitter. He also wanted to give pointers to Lin Ling, but he realized that Lin Ling's attacks were too perfect, and he could not give pointers at all. He had to admit that Lin Ling's battle awareness and experience were at the peak of perfection, as if he had fought many ancient martial artists. If he was at transcendent 6th stage, or even 7th stage, there was no doubt that he would be utterly defeated. Inside the protective light screen, the two of them fought from left to right, and then from right to left. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Gradually, many people sighed. Lin Ling was able to get a recommendation, he was indeed capable. Chapter 1370. Lord Yuan began to attack. You want to defeat me? Gendosa was annoyed at being suppressed. This was the first time he was suppressed by a transcendent realm cultivator. One had to know that he was currently a Saint Realm First Heaven cultivator. If I can, then I naturally have hope. But I know that it's impossible. Lin Ling's breathing became heavy as he smiled faintly. Very arrogant. Then after the 10th move, it will be my turn. Gendosa coldly snorted and laughed. He was a disciple of the mortal emperor. How could he be suppressed by a junior like Lin Ling? As soon as he finished speaking, the 11th move began. His aura instantly changed. It was obvious that he was indeed holding back before. Lin Ling is going to lose. He can't block the 11th move. Zhang Ren immediately shouted. He was defeated by the 11th move. He knew that after the 10th move, Lord Yuan's strength would double. Lin Ling's limit was to rely on Qi Yu's physical strength to suppress Lord Yuan. This kind of strength would not be able to block the 11th move. At this moment, the crowd became nervous and expectant. Lord Yuan's counterattack had begun. Primordial magnetic celestial body. Gendosa opened his hands and black electric snakes wreaked havoc everywhere. Many people narrowed their eyes. They did not expect Lord Yuan's counterattack to be so strong from the start. He planned to use his immortal physique to suppress Lin Ling. This kind of overbearing move was obviously more terrifying than the move that defeated Zhang Ren. A terrifying magnetic force surged from all directions. The pressure of the immortal physique appeared. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He stomped his foot, trying to avoid the pressure of Gendosa's immortal physique. It's useless. The pressure of my immortal physique will envelop the entire garden. However, Gendosa shook his head lightly. The black electric snakes grew larger and larger, covering the sky and earth. Lin Ling could not avoid them. Lin Ling only has a saint physique. As long as he is enveloped by the pressure of the immortal physique, he will lose without a doubt. He has nowhere to hide. The crowd saw Lin Ling stop in his tracks, as if he knew that he could not avoid the pressure of the immortal body. Finally, the pressure of the magnetite celestial body enveloped the entire garden. And in the corner of the garden, Lin Ling stood there quietly. This made many people feel that Lin Ling had lost the will to fight, and everything was dominated by the magnetite celestial body. The 11th move, Lin Ling has been defeated. That's quite amazing. You should know that Lin Ling is a transcendent. That's right. In that case, Lin Ling is much better than the other person from the Black-White Dao Palace, Zhang Ren. Many people continued to speak, causing Zhang Ren's face to turn ashen. His tone was sour as he said, no matter what cultivation level, a loss is a loss. Is there a difference? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling, who was in the corner, slowly raised his head and revealed a bright smile. What a powerful immortal physique, at least yellow rank 4th grade. I felt some pressure at first, but now I feel that it's nothing. Lin Ling was once again certain that his god-demon overlord physique was a yellow rank 5th grade immortal physique. That was why he didn't fear the pressure of the magnetite celestial body. The crowd was stunned and fell silent. How could this be? An Earth grade saint physique wasn't afraid of a yellow rank 4th grade immortal physique. Even Gendosa was stunned for a moment, but he smiled mysteriously. He had always guessed that Lin Ling was hiding some other talent, and now it was confirmed. Then, the 12th move, magnetite celestial body. Gendosa's body became huge, and the magnetic force exploded. It was as if he had turned into a magnet, attracting Lin Ling over. This move was similar to the one that defeated Zhang Ren, but of course, it was even more terrifying. It was at full strength. Ancient God Emperor. Lin Ling also roared. He didn't stop the terrifying suction force, but instead used it to pounce towards Gendosa. The great sword in his hand was like a sword that could conquer the world as it ruthlessly slashed out. From afar, it looked like two emperors were clashing. Rumble. When Lin Ling's sword slashed out, Gendosa's expression changed. He actually felt a strong pressure from Lin Ling's ancient god emperor. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent was higher than his? Paw. He clasped his hands together and caught Lin Ling's sword. The 12th move. At the same time, Lin Ling's light shout rang out, causing Gendosa's expression to turn ugly. A black magnetic ball instantly appeared between his hands, as if it wanted to tear apart Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and his body moved, retreating, avoiding the terrifying magnetic force. He knew that Gendosa had used a heavenly pattern martial art, and it was at minor accomplishment. Let's see if you can block my 13th move. Gendosa took a step forward, and between his palms, a large number of black lightning snakes roared, making him look like he was holding two black lightning bolts. That kind of power made many people gasp. They felt that when Gendosa fought with the 3 referrals, he was playing around. But when he fought with Lin Ling, he became more and more crazy. Bang! 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 Yuan Daoshe lunged forward. His speed was countless times faster than when he had transcended the void. Immense power burst forth, and the void was torn apart by him. Clearly, he had borrowed the power of the great law of magnetism to increase his speed. Lin Ling felt a strong pressure, as if a magnetic force was constantly enveloping his body. But this pressure not only didn't make him afraid, it made his fighting spirit boil. The Eye of Time quietly appeared, staring at Gendosa as if it could see through everything. Rumble. Gendosa's palm struck out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block, but his body was sent flying. The 13th move. Again. Move. Gendosa's footsteps did not stop, and he kept on pestering Lin Ling. The law constantly erupted, crushing Lin Ling like a giant, and Lin Ling's momentum gradually weakened, suppressed. The situation finally began to change, from Lin Ling suppressing Gendosa to Gendosa suppressing Lin Ling. Around the garden, everyone was extremely nervous. It was a very intense battle, and no one had expected Lin Ling to hold on for so long. As for the He brothers, their faces were pale. The idol in their hearts could not block 11 moves, but Lin Ling, who they had always looked down on, blocked 13 moves. What qualifications did they have to be proud in front of Lin Ling? Even their idol Zhang Ren was not qualified, because Lin Ling was not weaker than Zhang Ren. No, he had surpassed him. Good, good, good. Lin Ling, you must hold on until the 18th move. Yes. Lady Shui Wu was extremely excited. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong, and to be able to catch up with Zhang Jinhe and Zhang Jinhe after 18 moves. Dream on, he will lose in 15 moves. Zhang Jinhe coldly snorted. How could he watch Lin Ling surpass him? The 14th move. The 15th move. The 16th move. However, from the surface, Lin Ling was about to lose again and again, but he did not lose. From this point of view, one could see how abnormal Lin Ling's body was. It could be called perfect. I finally know why you are invincible in the transcendent realm. If you reach the transcendent 7th stage, you will be able to sweep through all first stage saints. Yes. Even Gendosa could not help but admire Lin Ling. He could be said to be invincible. His defense, attack, and speed had all reached the pinnacle, giving him a feeling that he would not be able to bite down. Moreover, he also had a feeling that Lin Ling's innate immortal body's divine ability was the most solid foundation. Although on the surface, this innate talent was not as mysterious as Zhang Ren's immortal body, nor was it as sharp as Lai Qing's sword, sometimes the simpler things were, the stronger they were. This was the reason why Gendosa had not won yet. Thinking of this, Gendosa roared, but against a heavenly martial art, you will not be able to hold on for long. The 17th move. The 17th move. Rumble. Chapter 1371. An intense collision. Inside the light curtain, Lin Ling's body flew backwards and crashed into it. His face was a little pale, but the fighting spirit and pride in his eyes were still strong. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Heavenly martial arts. Yes. Yes, I can crush any transcendent. Yes." Gendosa slowly walked forward with an indescribable domineering aura. At this point, he already regarded Lin Ling as an opponent of the same generation, so he couldn't lose. "I'm sorry, but I also know heavenly martial arts." Yes. However, just as he took a few steps, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and a flame rippled out. The pressure it released was extremely terrifying, causing Gendosa's eyes to narrow as he said in disbelief, "Heavenly martial arts." Yes. He could clearly feel that the flame was different from before. It had an additional domineering aura, as if it was saying, "My principle was created by me." And this feeling was a grand principle. Lin Ling knows heavenly martial arts. The crowd also went into an uproar, especially Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe. They stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm, but he had comprehended a grand principle martial art. This was too abnormal. The He brothers also stared with wide eyes. They had just said that Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm and would never be able to touch the field of heavenly martial arts. But now, Lin Ling had clearly demonstrated it to them, making them feel like frogs in a well. "You are the first young man I've met who has comprehended heavenly martial arts at the transcendent realm." Yes. At this moment, Gendosa's eyes became even more dignified, but not only was he not afraid, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling even more. He had a feeling that Lin Ling wouldn't be any weaker than him in the future, and this kind of achievement made his fighting spirit boil even more. "You said before that you could use heavenly martial arts to suppress me, but now that I also have one, you can't suppress me," Lin Ling said indifferently. The wisp of flame in his hand quietly changed, constantly interweaving, turning into a lifelike flame dragon. The dragon opened its mouth wide, angrily staring at Gendosa. "Indeed. However, your heavenly rune martial arts are still too weak." Your only shortcoming is your cultivation. Gendosa stopped in his tracks and took another step forward. At the same time, he clasped his hands together. The black magnetic lightning roared and transformed into an ancient black tortoise. The moment the tortoise appeared, it seemed to suppress the world. The surrounding magnetic forces became even more ferocious. You lost in the 18th move. Lin Ling shoved his hands out in front of him, and dazzling light erupted from the black turtle, along with the aura of the Sovereign Lord. At the same time, the defensive shield shattered, as if it had been struck by some sort of magnetic force. The protective light screen was able to withstand the attack of a third-level Saint Realm expert. This also meant that Gendosa's move was extremely terrifying. Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Boom! Facing the terrifying magnetic force, Lin Ling roared. At the same time, his spiritual yuan madly poured into the Great Flame Dragon, causing it to grow larger and larger. However, this wasn't enough to block Gendosa's attack. Thus, he continued to roar, not enough, add more strength. Boom! Rumble! Under his resolute roar, the dantian that had been close to breaking through finally underwent a heaven-shaking change. A new wisp of spiritual yuan bloomed. At almost the same time, all 8 wisps of spiritual yuan poured into the forbidden Great Flame Dragon. In that instant, everyone in the garden stood up, their faces filled with shock. Lin Ling had broken through. Transcendent 7th stage. All of this was too dramatic. Unfortunately, no one knew that before Lin Ling's battle with Empyrean Void Star and the other experts, he had already consumed the last black-white Dao fruit. Adding on the bitter battle, his foundation had naturally increased. In the end, under Gendosa's pressure, he had smoothly broken through. Rumble. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. The great flame dragon that was hovering around Lin Ling seemed to be blowing air as it crazily grew. From the size of an arm, it gradually grew to the size of a water bucket. The dragon roared, making the youth in the flame dragon seem like the son of a true dragon. Gendosa's pupils constricted. Previously, he had said that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts were too weak. But now, he could clearly feel the changes in the heavenly pattern martial arts. Go, don't disappoint me for the first time. Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Forbidden. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth rose slightly. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he stared ahead. The flame dragon that was hovering around him broke through the air. Bang bang bang. The majestic flame dragon swam out. What was shocking was that wherever the flame dragon passed, the ground continued to explode, as if a taboo had descended. This also meant that wherever the flame dragon went, there would be great rules. That place would be plunged into misery and suffering, everything would be incinerated. Rumble. The 2 great heavenly pattern martial arts, one was the great law of fire, the other was the great law of magnetism. Finally, under countless gazes, they collided and formed a huge shock wave. The mushroom's spiritual energy screen soared into the sky. Rumble. Both martial arts were at the minor completion stage. After sweeping through everything, they finally dissipated. At the center of the garden, there was a mess. 2 figures stood there quietly, causing many people to tremble in fear. On the left, Gendosa's clothes were tattered and his face was cold. His elegant aura was also gone. Clearly, under the powerful impact of the martial arts, he was also affected. Although he wasn't injured, his image was damaged. This is the first time I've seen a mortal emperor's disciple in such a sorry state. Everyone trembled. The hearts of many trembled violently as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not much better off. His clothes were torn, and there was even blood on his body. However, his eyes were still resolute, and his will to fight was boiling. You're injured. Humph. Gendosa stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, as if saying that Lin Ling was inferior to him. "You're not much better." "Humph." Lin Ling wasn't willing to be outdone and said indifferently. Gendosa was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly laughed. "Good, good, good, just transcendence, but you made me, an emperor's disciple, suffer such a loss. You're the first. Then, there are 2 more moves. Do you want me to go easy on you? Or do you want me to treat you as a real opponent?" "Humph. Go easy on me. That's humiliating me. If you want to fight, then go all out." "Humph." Lin Ling raised his sword. He didn't want the weak, he wanted the strong. "Good." "Humph." Gendosa shouted. "This is how a martial artist should be," he said excitedly. "As the battle continues, the gap between us will become more and more obvious. For example, after using a heavenly pattern martial art, your spiritual energy will be exhausted, but I won't. You will definitely lose in the next 19 moves." "Humph. I thought I would lose from the beginning, but may I ask, have I lost?" "Go." Lin Ling's sword was still pointed at Gendosa, which made Gendosa smile. His eyes instantly became cold. He took a big step forward and jumped towards Lin Ling. "As a martial artist, I must be good at close range and long range martial arts. Now, I will let you experience my close range attack. Go." "Then come, 19 moves. Go." Lin Ling angrily shouted. Rumble. Both of them intertwined again. Gendosa began to use magnetic force martial art. His movements were strange, sometimes left, sometimes right, constantly attacking Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surrounded by danger, but he once again withstood the 19 moves. The crowd didn't know what to say, they could only watch the battle in horror. As for Zhang Jinhe, he tightly clenched his fists. Lin Ling was someone he didn't put in his eyes, but now he had surpassed him. And he actually thought that Lin Ling and him were just referrals. That was Lin Ling's fortune, but now it seems that it was his fortune. Chapter 1372. A tie game. Gendosa's expression was solemn. No wonder Lin Ling had allowed him to recover and maintain his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint Realm. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have had a chance to win. 20th move. 20 moves. Gendosa's attacks became more and more frenzied, like a storm. The grand law of magnetism suppressed Lin Ling from time to time. However, how strong was Lin Ling's physical body? Although he was suppressed at first, he gradually recovered to his peak state and suppressed Gendosa. Moreover, during this process, Lin Ling's spiritual source was also slowly recovering. The advantage of being a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit was on full display. Bastard! 20 moves. Being suppressed again, Gendosa was furious. Unknowingly, he erupted with the power of a second layer of the Saint Realm. In an instant, the situation changed. This. 20 moves. Many people felt Gendosa's terrifying aura and couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Not only had Lin Ling blocked 20 moves, he had also angered Master Yuan, causing him to erupt with strength beyond the agreed upon. Lord Aqua Mist, this isn't good. Yes. Many elders in the Black and White Dao Palace anxiously said. At this moment, they were very concerned about Lin Ling. Because of Lin Ling's shocking talent, even they couldn't help but be convinced. Let's continue watching. Lin Ling isn't a fool. If he can't win, he'll withdraw. Lord Aqua Mist was even more nervous than them. Today, Lin Ling had given him too many surprises. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a great pressure. Gendosa's attacks were even more ferocious than before. Every time he blocked, he almost couldn't block. This caused the light in his eyes to become even more intense. It seemed that he had to use his final trump card. Spatial distortion. Space. Lin Ling's figure became ethereal as the grand law of space appeared, causing him to flicker left and right. His entire body was like a reflection on water, making it difficult for others to see him clearly. Gendosa's attacks either missed or had a large amount of power dissipated. The battle between the two gradually became more and more frenzied. 30 moves, 40 moves, 50 moves. Many people's mouths were wide open, their hearts were pounding along with the battle. The battle between a transcendent and a saint was so intense that it was difficult to tell who would come out on top. This Lin Ling was jumping levels to fight. This was too crazy. I'm not fighting anymore. You actually know two heavenly pattern martial arts. Finally, Gendosa gave up completely. His face flushed red, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His words caused a stir in the hearts of many people. Two great heavenly pattern martial arts. Everyone looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a freak. On the surface, Lin Ling's talent didn't seem to be strong, but his battle prowess was too terrifying. One must know that it was already very rare for a transcendent to comprehend a heavenly rune martial art. However, Lin Ling actually had two. You can't beat me. At this moment, Gendosa had no time to be surprised. He continued to roar, completely forgetting that he was a proud human emperor's disciple. You can't beat me either. On the other side, Lin Ling said while gasping for breath. However, his sword was still pointed at Gendosa, as if he was saying, if you don't want to fight, then fight. Alright, Brother Yuan, you must be tired today. Take a rest. At this moment, Lady Shui Wu's voice sounded, startling Gendosa. He closed his eyes and recalled what had happened before. After calming down, his body fiercely trembled. Previously, he was enraged by Lin Ling and couldn't attack for a long time. He had completely forgotten the purpose of exchanging pointers. Only now did he realize that Lin Ling had two great laws. He was simply a monstrous existence. In addition, Lin Ling, with his transcendent 7th stage cultivation, was able to fight against a 2nd stage saint and still not lose. This battle record was simply a miracle. I lost. Opening his eyes again, Gendosa apologetically smiled, looking at Lin Ling with deep admiration. I also didn't win. Lin Ling sighed lightly and smiled. He knew that even if he used his full strength, as long as Gendosa also used his full strength, he would definitely be defeated. After all, the 3rd place on the lower Xian ranking was not someone he could resist at present. However, after this battle, Lin Ling was very clear about his own strength. Brother Li is indeed an interesting person. Gendosa was stunned for a moment, then laughed. His subconscious words had already made it clear that he no longer regarded Lin Ling as a junior. Instead, he regarded him as a brother of the same generation, a cultivator of the same level. Amazing! Many people opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. Of the 4 referrals, Lin Ling had always been the most doubtful, but now, they were convinced and even curious as to why Lin Ling was so strong. Only Yuan Daosher knew that Lin Ling had a powerful innate talent. He was like an ancient god, and was at least yellow class level 5. However, this kind of innate talent could only be found out after a battle. The specialty of this innate talent was that its defense was super strong. Any big law would have little effect on Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's attack and speed were also one of the advantages of his innate talent. Thus, he knew that Lin Ling's height in the future would definitely be higher than his. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique was an emperor physique and could still grow, then he wouldn't dare to talk about him as an equal, he would look up to him. No, he only has an earth saint physique. How can his achievements be higher than mine? Master Yuan, I suspect that you didn't use your full strength before. Yes. That's right, that's impossible. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from. They were stunned for a long time and couldn't help but angrily shout. Today was their time to shine, but now, they were inferior to Lin Ling. Of the 4 referrals, people only remembered Lin Ling and completely forgot about them. They were unwilling to accept this. Are you doubting me? Gendosa looked at the two with ridicule. He knew why they were unwilling. It was because Lin Ling's talent was too ordinary. Zhang Ren, we are both referrals of the Black-White Dao Palace. For Lady Shui Wu's face, I didn't pay attention to you before, but your atrocious behavior should stop now. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at Zhang Ren. Zhang Ren could criticize him, but he couldn't doubt Gendosa. Gendosa was a good person. He didn't use his strength to bully the weak, and was open and honest. Even if he lost, he still said it. Lin Ling wouldn't allow such a person to be doubted. Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Zhang Ren took a step forward, his face ice cold. Then let me see how amazing your referrals are. Lin Ling nodded and didn't waste any more words. He pulled out his ancient sword and stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open. He turned into countless afterimages and shot towards Zhang Ren. At the same time, his greatsword ruthlessly chopped down in midair. If it was before, Lin Ling might have been in trouble fighting Zhang Ren. But after reaching the transcendent 7th stage, Lin Ling's heart was filled with boundless confidence. The current Zhang Ren was nothing in his eyes. A domain that you will never be able to reach, the heart of eternity. Zhang Ren roared. If Lin Ling dared to attack, then he would defeat him. You overestimate yourself. Calmly watching this scene, Gendosa shook his head in disdain. He knew how terrifying Lin Ling's talent was. He was like an ancient god. If Zhang Ren's immortal heart wanted to affect Lin Ling, it was clearly lacking. And the truth was indeed so. Under countless gazes, a sword came from the west. It was as if it could cut through the heavens and earth, break the dome of heaven. Chapter 1373. Admit defeat rumble. With one slash, the deity's heart in mid-air was split into 2. Endless spiritual energy spread out. On the ground, Zhang Ren's eyes widened. Lin Ling was not affected by his deity physique and had even cut off his pride. Space distortion. After cutting off the deity's heart, Lin Ling's figure disappeared before Zhang Ren's eyes like a reflection on water. In the next moment, he appeared behind Zhang Ren and placed one hand on Zhang Ren's shoulder. At the same time, his indifferent voice drifted out, "Do you think you have the right to question me?" Rumble. A force of 1,000 caddies erupted from Lin Ling's arm, causing Zhang Ren's shoulders to tremble. His legs went soft and with a plop, he was forced to kneel down by Lin Ling. Under his knees, the ground cracked and spread. The garden was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. The scene before them had proven everything. Lord Yuan did not favor Lin Ling at all. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Zhang Ren in 2 moves. As one of the 4 candidates, this was the difference between them. As expected of Lin Ling. Lord Water Mist looked at the scene excitedly. The young man in front of him had long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. With a sword in his hand, he ruled the world. His other hand pressed on Zhang Ren's shoulder as if he wanted Zhang Ren to submit. This scene was so visually impactful that he could not help but admire him. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling had given him face, so he had not paid attention to Zhang Ren all this time. At this moment, Zhang Ren's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He kept shaking his head and saying, "How could I lose? How could I lose to Lin Ling? I have a recommendation. His talent is yellow rank 5th level." At this moment, Gendosa said calmly, causing Zhang Ren's heart to thump like thunder. Lin Ling's talent was stronger than his, 2 grades higher. Even Mistress Water Mist and Mistress Mountain Mist were shocked to the extreme. They found it hard to believe. Only Gendosa knew that Lin Ling's talent could only be known after experiencing it personally. Zhang Ren has been defeated. It's your turn now. Zhang Jianhe, the Great Sword Pavilion's representative, you said before that you would only use one move, only one hand, and that you would only attack and not defend. Now, I'll go easy on you. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze landed on Zhang Jianhe as he coldly spoke, his words causing Zhang Jianhe's countenance to turn pale. Did he still dare to fight at this moment? How could he not be convinced? I admit defeat. Zhang Jianhe didn't hesitate and directly admitted defeat. This was because he realized that he wouldn't be able to block Lin Ling's sword. That sword was too overbearing. In addition, Lin Ling had two great heavenly pattern martial arts. He had no choice but to look up to him. Therefore, even if Lin Ling went easy on him, he didn't dare to go up because it was equivalent to asking for humiliation. After that, Zhang Jianhe slowly walked back to the crowd. At this moment, he was a lot more low-key, causing many people to shake their heads and laugh. The current Zhang Jianhe and Gendosa before were like heaven and earth. There wasn't any arrogance left. As for the immortal slaying sword venerable and mistress mountain mist, they looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. They didn't expect that among the four great representatives, the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was neither arrogant nor humble. He didn't show any arrogance and didn't say anything else. He withdrew his sword and walked back indifferently. In fact, if Zhang Jianhe wanted to fight, even if Lin Ling could win, it would be very difficult because Lin Ling had already fought many battles. Especially the battle with Mistress Yuan, it had consumed a lot of his spirit and energy. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianhe was scared. He was scared by the yellow grade 5 immortal physique and the two great laws. After Lin Ling walked back, Zhang Renzi looked at Lin Ling's back in shock. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had always thought that Lin Ling was one of the representatives like him and that it was Lin Ling's fortune. But now, it seemed that it was his fortune. This exchange of pointers has benefited me a lot. I know that there is always someone better than me, and there is always someone better than me. Sigh. At this moment, Gendosa had already returned to his seat and invited Lin Ling to sit beside him, giving Lin Ling great attention. Then, he handed a green fruit to Lin Ling. This was the martial ancestor fruit. This treasure was given to me by the 7 emperors. In fact, I was reluctant to part with this treasure. Although I took it out as a reward today, I didn't plan to give it away. No one can withstand 20 moves from me. But, man proposes, God disposes. If I had known this, I wouldn't have taken the martial ancestor fruit as a reward. Gendosa shook his head helplessly, causing many people to laugh. Lin Ling also shook his head and laughed. He looked at the fruit in his hand with joy. This fruit would allow his godly devil overlord physique to reach the 4th layer. Today, the 4 of you have been confirmed. Next, the 8 people from the Qian and Kuan halls will gather. At that time, the 7 emperors will appear and they will choose you. Gendosa said again, causing Zhang Ren and the others to look forward to it. Could they finally meet the human emperor? One had to know that in Xianping province, meeting the human emperor was the lifelong pursuit of every cultivator. Not only did meeting the human emperor represent a glorious future, it was also a kind of affirmation for oneself, a kind of affirmation for reaching a certain height. A cultivator would have many goals in their life, but becoming stronger was always the first goal. There were stages to becoming stronger, and meeting the human emperor was one of the stages. Langia 10 halls, Carefree 10 halls, these peerless geniuses have all met the human emperor. Some of them are disciples of the human emperor, while some are not. If you succeed in meeting the human emperor, then your next goal will be to become a member of the Langia 10 halls or the Carefree 10 halls. Yes, said Yuan Daosher, causing many people's blood to boil. Even though many of them couldn't reach that level, at the very least, they had witnessed the rise of the 4 people who had been recommended. Among these 4 people, perhaps one of them could reach that level. Lin Ling's eyes also revealed a burning light. Langya 10 halls. The Golden Armor King's challenge was still waiting for him, and Lin Ling was also looking forward to it. Of course, don't think that reaching the height of the Langya 10 halls or the Carefree 10 halls will make you a peerless genius. In fact, as you become stronger, they will also become stronger. I can say this, in the past, I had the chance to become one of the Langya 10 halls, but after failing once, it's impossible for me to catch up. Gendosa said again. In fact, it's just a matter of who grows faster and stronger. If you can't catch up to the peerless geniuses of the Langya 10 halls, then you can only look up to them for the rest of your life. If you can catch up to them, then you can eliminate them. Of course, it's easy to say, but hard to do. Otherwise, with the billions of cultivators in Xianping province, who knows how many experts there would be. After a long time, the crowd left one after another. Gendosa looked at Lin Ling and said, "Brother Lin Ling, my villa is quiet, why don't you rest here for a day or 2? Yes. Hearing this, many people's eyes flickered. They knew that Gendosa wanted to befriend Lin Ling. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling's strength was too monstrous. No one would miss a friend like this. Alright, I have a lot of things to ask Brother Yuan. Yes. Chapter 1374. In search of the second dream that night, inside Yuan's Ci mountain villa, 2 people were drinking wine and chatting. Lin Ling, your talent is very mysterious. Only after fighting with you did I know. This is the first time I've seen such talent. After taking a sip of wine, Gendosa smiled. When the 2 of them talked alone, he became more approachable. My talent comes from a set of secret arts. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said bluntly, causing Gendosa's eyes to light up. If a secret art could change a person's talent, then this secret art must be a noble secret art. However, your martial Tao heart seems to be flawed. When you broke through to the transcendent realm, did you not find your obsession? Gendosa asked. Lin Ling shook his head. After hearing Gendosa's words, he remembered that when he broke through to the transcendent realm, he didn't experience any great obsession. At that time, he had just refined the sea heart flame and used its immense power to break through. If your obsession is not eliminated or not clear, it will inevitably have an impact in the future. After all, 10,000 zhang tall buildings rise from the ground. Gendosa said meaningfully, your foundation in other aspects is very solid, so every time you break through, you are a leader in your realm. The only thing you don't have is an obsession. If you want to go far in the future, you must face it. Thank you. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yuan. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and asked, how does Golden Armor King compare to Brother Yuan's strength? Of course. I naturally can't compare to him. He is a master on the Martial Pavilion's middle Xian ranking, while I am only on the lower Xian ranking. Gendosa shook his head, causing Lin Ling to nod. Since he had agreed to fight Golden Armor King, he naturally had to be fully prepared. However, he hadn't expected Golden Armor King to be so strong. None of the 10 temples of Langya is weak. Golden Armor King, Heaven Touch Great Sage, Divine Chart King, these are all top masters. Gendosa said again. Divine Chart King. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The real culprit behind the destruction of the Rainforest Holy Land was the Divine Map King. Therefore, when he thought of the people from the Divine Map Palace, Lin Ling felt extremely displeased. There are countless experts in Xianping province. Most of those who have reached our level are experts who have faced the 3 Xian of the mortal world. The waters there are even deeper. There are countless peerless experts. Even I am not qualified to be proud. Yuan Daojia said with a bitter smile. It was precisely because he had followed the human emperor and had seen the top experts of the three profound of the human realm that he had always kept a low profile and knew that his strength was very ordinary. Lin Ling felt the same way. Currently, he wasn't very strong. From the martial pavilion's profound ranking, he could barely enter the lower profound ranking. By the way, has Brother Yuan been to the ghost domain? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. As a martial artist, everyone wants to roam the world and witness some rare wonders of heaven and earth. Naturally, I have been to the ghost domain, Gendosa said after drinking a mouthful of wine. He had indeed roamed many places in the past, which made Lin Ling interested. Indeed, as a martial artist, he naturally wanted to roam the world freely and see all the mountains and rivers under the heavens. The ghost domain can only be entered by those who have reached the transcendental seventh realm. The world inside is even more dangerous. There are evil spirits, ghost emperors, heaven and earth reincarnation circle, Yellow Springs Mountain, Bridge of Helplessness, and of course, the three Xian of the human realm. Everything is colorful, but also full of danger. Gendosa recalled. Basically, every expert has been to the ghost domain. However, the spirits of the ghost domain are eyeing the human realm covetously. They once wanted to encroach on the human realm. The four great ancient kingdoms of the ancient times were destroyed by the experts of the ghost domain and the demon domain. Gendosa said with a solemn expression, in the past, I heard the human sovereign say that the seal of the ghost domain is getting weaker. If the seal disappears one day, the experts of the ghost domain will once again invade the human realm. At that time, the human realm's calamity will come. Therefore, all these years, the seven sovereigns want to cultivate genius martial artists. They want to make the genius martial artist stronger so that when the calamity comes, they can resist the attack of the ghost domain. In addition to the seven sovereigns, the Xianyuan and Xianping regions are also constantly cultivating genius martial artists. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became solemn. However, he quickly shook his head. These matters were too far away for him to care about. Of course, if his people were invaded by the ghost domain, then there would be no need to say anything. Lin Ling would naturally kill his way into the ghost domain with his sword. As for why he asked about the ghost domain, Lin Ling naturally had his reasons. It's time to fulfill my promise. Then, Lin Ling touched the jade token hanging from his neck, his gaze becoming even more resolute. Search for the second dream. Lin Ling, remember this. In this world, there are countless geniuses. However, there are many people who harbor evil intentions. They like to erase geniuses before they grow up. I can see that your Black-White Dao Palace's Lord Shan Wu wants to kill you. There's also the Sword Venerable Immortal. That person might not have any killing intent, but if there's a chance for you to fall, he would be happy to see it happen. Therefore, you must be careful. Gendosa reminded him. He had seen this sort of thing many times over the years. Thank you. Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart as he replied. However, his eyes were icy cold. He naturally knew about this sort of thing. Gendosa also knew that Lin Ling wasn't a martial artist who was roaming the world for the first time. Before, he was just being talkative. He smiled and said, 3 months from now, the human sovereign will inspect the 8 spots. I hope that at that time, your strength will rise once more. Although your current talent is good, your cultivation is still too low. Lin Ling nodded. Seeing the human sovereign was one of his goals. It was also a stage for him to become stronger. Then, the two of them casually chatted. What surprised Gendosa was that Lin Ling seemed to be omniscient. He seemed to be familiar with every field. Alchemy, martial arts, forging, array runes. Gendosa had the misconception that Lin Ling was an emperor that hadn't yet grown up. Perhaps after introducing the human sovereign, Lin Ling wouldn't even need the human sovereign's guidance. How could he know that Lin Ling's purple palace was used to cultivate emperors? The human sovereign naturally didn't have the qualifications to guide Lin Ling. Currently, what Lin Ling lacked was cultivation resources. The next day, Lin Ling left. Gendosa also knew that Lin Ling had everything except for poverty. Therefore, he gave many heavenly treasures to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling sigh with emotion. Following the human sovereign was truly rich. However, Lin Ling didn't hesitate to accept them. Soon after, Lin Ling used Yuan Ci Mountain Villa's teleportation array and directly arrived at the rainforest's sacred land. Currently, he had set up a teleportation array in the rainforest's sacred land. As long as the teleportation arrays could be connected to each other in the void, they would be able to pass through each other. After Lin Ling returned, many people in the rainforest's sacred land became excited. Among them, the people of Starry Sky Left Court Palace and Blazing Right Court Palace were looking forward to it the most. Lin Ling smiled and checked. Not bad, the strength of the two great palaces had increased very quickly. Most of them had reached transcendent realm. Don't pursue the realm, pursue the foundation. Everyone must reach the transcendent realm of extreme martial arts. Otherwise, you will never be able to break through. After checking, Lin Ling exhorted. Soon after, he took out a large number of treasures, causing Moo and others' complexion to change drastically: rootless water, heaven and earth fruit. These are all yours. Lin Ling said with a smile. These treasures were given by Gendosa. They weren't of much help to him, but to Moo and others, they were rare heavenly treasures. Chapter 1375. The fourth layer, heaven and earth. Could it be that you belong to me? As my sleeping maids, I naturally won't treat you badly. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile, which made Moo and the others tremble. Moo's beautiful eyes were twinkling. Lin Ling was extremely strong, he was easy to get along with, and he had unlimited potential. Being his maid in bed wasn't a bad thing at all. My lord, I'm willing to be your sleeping maid. Moo braced herself and said. Her little face was flushed red like an apple. Coupled with her delicate face, she was extremely attractive. Lin Ling was stunned. What he said about the maid who would accompany him to sleep was naturally a joke. He didn't expect Moo to take it seriously. I'm willing too. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, other than Moo, many girls from the Void Star Divine Palace also nodded, their eyes filled with worship. Lin Ling felt a headache coming on. He was just joking. Who knew they would take it seriously? Wait until your cultivation catches up to mine, then we'll consider this matter. Lin Ling said and fled. The people from the Flame Right Court Palace covered their mouths and laughed. They knew that their lord was just joking. They didn't expect the girls to take it seriously and cause such a farce. Serves you right. Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan rolled their eyes. They also knew that Lin Ling was joking. However, joking was just joking. Who asked him to use this as a joke? The current situation was absolutely their own fault. Ha, Lord Yuman, Lord Qin, this also shows how attractive our lord is. The people from the Flame Right Court Palace laughed loudly, causing Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan's faces to turn gloomy. They naturally knew that Lin Ling was so outstanding that many girls would like him. However, knowing was one thing, but thinking about it made them feel unhappy. I'll definitely catch up to my lord's strength. As expected, Moo and the others said firmly as if they didn't know it was a joke. Or perhaps, they knew it was a joke, but they didn't treat it as a joke. Everyone was astonished. In order to become a sleeping maid, these heavenly beauties were actually willing to work so hard. Patriarch Taiyan, Mo Nianchen, Mo Ping, and the others also smiled helplessly. However, they felt proud in their hearts. Many people liked their juniors. This also showed how outstanding Lin Ling was. At this moment, after Lin Ling fled, he immediately entered the Zifu. Currently, he wanted to go to the ghost domain, so before that, he had to increase his strength by a bit. In the second level of the Violet Palace Hall, the vast ocean was still as majestic as ever. Two silhouettes were floating in the air. The martial ancestor fruit is a divine tree formed from the essence of Wu Xing after his death. This rare fruit should be able to help me reach the fourth level. Lin Ling curiously looked at the green fruit in his hand. Your Majesty, the martial tree is only formed by a stream of Wu Xing's energy. If it was formed by Wu Xing's entire energy, it would no longer be a martial fruit, as it would contain even more qi. Elder Zi's figure appeared and explained. Wu Xing was at the level of one of the 7 emperors. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds with a flip of his hand. Wu Xing is a very powerful expert. I should prepare myself for the Saint Realm. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not bite off more than he could chew. Then, he held the green fruit with both hands and started refining it. This was indeed a rare treasure. After refining it, it turned into a large number of martial arts that slowly floated into Lin Ling's body. Those martial arts were practiced by mysterious figures. It was extremely profound. At the same time, the small world in Lin Ling's body was awakening rapidly. It was approaching the 4 million mark. One had to know that the higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate the physical body. This was because there were many small worlds hidden in the human body. Those were the cells that were rarely used. If those cells wanted to awaken, they would need even more energy. Lin Ling, after tempering the Yamada no Oro Chi and refining the martial ancestor fruit, had barely reached the limit of the 4th level. The 4th level was obviously a watershed. The higher the level, the harder it was. If one wanted to become an ancient god emperor, it would undoubtedly be a long road. At the same time, the tall figure of the ancient god emperor appeared behind Lin Ling. In the past, it was a pair of arms, but now, it was a pair of legs. It was as if his feet were stepping on the ground and his head was touching the sky. This was a shocking scene. Elder Zi looked at the ancient god emperor with emotion. Then, he looked at the handsome young man below and smiled. His Majesty's ancient god emperor was becoming more and more clear. Hong. At the same time, a deafening sound rang out. However, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. He did not move at all. Obviously, the sound came from Lin Ling's body. Pop. Pop. One after another, small worlds erupted furiously, reaching a total of more than 4 million. This allowed Lin Ling's strength to reach the power of 4 universes, and when he went all out, he could reach the power of 8 universes. Putting everything else aside, just his strength alone would allow him to forcefully resist the great rules without fear. As for innate talent, it had even reached yellow rank 10th grade. Of course, it was completely invisible on the surface, and this kind of innate talent could only be known after a battle. The advantage of a yellow rank 10th grade innate talent was that it could ignore the suppression of a large number of immortal physiques. Pop. Pop. At the same time, the space around Lin Ling started to flow like water. Along with Lin Ling's soul power, it allowed him to dominate everything around him. This was the 4th level of the godly demon overlord body, overwhelming heaven and earth. This kind of space distortion did not rely on spiritual energy, but on the power of the physical body. It was a kind of space manipulation power formed by the continuous eruption of the small worlds in his body. Coupled with Lin Ling's soul power, he could detect even the smallest ripple in the void within 1,000 miles. Lin Ling's soul power could also do this in the past. However, it was only checking, not controlling. Now, it was controlling. Pop. Lin Ling stood up and took a light step forward. In the next instant, he was already 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying movement technique. And this was space distortion. Space distortion allowed Lin Ling to appear on the other side. Even when facing an attack or sneak attack, the distortion would still miss. Unless the attack was much stronger than Lin Ling's strength. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully cultivating overwhelming heaven and earth. Old C said excitedly, which made Lin Ling smile. He was a little excited. His strength, attack, and defense had always been strong. His only weakness was his speed. But now, this weakness had become his strongest advantage. If I can find the vermilion bird feather, my fire martial Dao will be greatly improved. Lin Ling said expectantly. Soon after, he fell into deep thought. Now that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a first heaven saint with his trump cards. As for the ancient flame devil and Yiksha king, they were of no use to him. Purple Elder, do you have a way to separate the ancient flame devil and Yiksha king from me? Lin Ling asked Purple Elder. He planned to leave the two demon gods to Qin Xiaolan and the others. Elder Z smiled and explained. With Lin Ling's current soul power, it was not difficult for him to separate the ancient flame devil and the Yiksha king. Lin Ling sighed with emotion. When he had obtained the ancient flame devil, Yen, in the ancient tomb had set up an array to commemorate it. It had taken him several years to succeed. But now, with his powerful soul power, he could easily separate them. Chapter 1376. A new trump card. Even Violet Elder was shocked. One had to know that soul force was much harder to raise than physical strength. Yet, Lin Ling's soul force had already reached the 59th level. This was too terrifying. Violet Elder, I found a human figure appearing in my soul sea, but it's a little blurry. Lin Ling calmed down after his initial shock. He could feel that his soul force had transformed. Your Majesty, I'm not too sure. In the star-picking nation, no one's soul force had reached the 59th level. Violet Elder was still in shock. Then let's test the power of this soul force. Lin Ling felt that the person in his soul sea was himself, and it was extremely condensed. Thus, he immediately went to challenge the Undying Fire King, and this time, it was a second-layer saint. As soon as they met, Lin Ling unleashed the soul sealing seal. The moment he unleashed the seal, a golden light shot out from Lin Ling's forehead, turning into a small figure. If one looked carefully, that figure had the outline of Lin Ling's body, and it struck out with a palm. Under this palm, the Undying Fire King was defeated, and its soul was almost shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. After the soul force fusion, it had actually become so terrifying. This kind of method was probably even more powerful than a heaven-grade martial art. However, after the soul sealing seal was used, the small golden soul figure somewhat dimmed. It flew back into Lin Ling's soul sea and slowly recovered. Perhaps this will become my new trump card. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. The soul force attack from before was too terrifying. It could easily kill a second-layer saint, and the Undying Fire King couldn't block it at all. This reminded Lin Ling of the soul martial art he had learned in the Heaven Mystics Nation, the Saber of Nirvana. Thinking of this, Lin Ling once again tried to comprehend the fusion of the Saber of Nirvana and the soul sealing seal, forming a new death dagger. This dagger was even more ferocious, and it could pierce through the soul and seal the soul. I've lost the ancient flame devil and the Yiksha king, but I've gained another trump card. I've benefited a lot from this training. After cultivating for a long time, Lin Ling finally stood up and assessed his strength. Right now, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a second-level saint. More importantly, he was only at the 7th level of the transcendent realm. Violet Old was also shocked, but what surprised him the most was His Majesty's eyes. He knew that His Majesty's soul force had always been related to his eyes. Not only that, but His Majesty had many cards up his sleeves. Martial artists from the outside world had never practiced them before. This allowed His Majesty to easily jump realms to fight. Your Majesty, maybe when your soul force reaches the 100th level, your eyes will be able to see the hidden secrets. Old Z smiled and reminded Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling laugh. He was also looking forward to this. Then, let's go to the ghost realm now and come back 3 months later to see the human emperor. At that time, let's see if Hong Tiandi has the right to be arrogant. After leaving the ancient flame devil and the Yiksha king with his family and friends, Lin Ling had nothing to worry about. He could now explore the secret land of heaven and earth. The ghost realm was located in the east of Xianping province. If one went further north, they would arrive at the ice-snow continent. After that, they would arrive at the Grand Xianyuan domain. This time, Lin Ling was not in a hurry like last time. After talking with Gendosa, he knew that the ghost realm was full of dangers. Therefore, before he went, he wanted to gather some information. Thousand Fog City. A few days later, Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked into the distance. Under the gray sky, several gray words appeared in the sky. Below them, there was a city. This city was obviously close to the ghost realm, so it was somewhat mysterious. However, Lin Ling could vaguely see a large number of martial artists entering and leaving the city. Last time, I took another shortcut, but the mountain was full of ghosts. Gendosa told me about this path. There are indeed many martial artists gathering here. Lin Ling wore a cloak and covered his head with the brim of his hat. Then, he slowly walked forward. Right now, he had many enemies. Ninely Divine Mother, Golden Armor King, and Hong Tiandi. Therefore, it was not wrong to be cautious. The Thousand Fog City was getting closer and closer. Looking at it, the city was very old. Moreover, the style of the buildings did not seem to be from Xianping province. Most importantly, the entire city was actually an ancient celestial army that could condense the yang qi of heaven and earth to resist foreign objects. Lin Ling was secretly amazed and followed the crowd into the city. In the ancient city, there were people from all walks of life. Other than Xianping province, there were also martial artists from Xianyuan and Xianhuangdao. Their clothes were obviously different. Of course, because there were people from all walks of life, Lin Ling's cloak looked very ordinary. Lin Ling smiled and took off the brim of his hat. He guessed that there were not many people who knew him here. Along the way, the streets of the ancient city were filled with conversations. Kiki, I heard that someone found the remains of an ancient emperor in the ghost realm and obtained a powerful Saint Mark martial art. His strength soared. I've also heard of this news. Moreover, that person only walked around the ruins casually and did not dare to go deeper. However, he obtained such benefits. How enviable! It is said that Xianyuan, and many other strong alliances are planning to explore the remains of the ancient emperor. I heard that there is a reincarnation heart in the ancient emperor's tomb. It's just a rumor. You should know that the ghost realm has Gui Sha, Gui Fu Tianli, and Gui Jiang the great emperor. These martial arts ghosts and immortals will definitely die if they encounter them. Yeah, I heard that Xianping province has a super sect called the Thousand Era Ghost Sect. I wonder how it compares to Gui Sha and the others. Lin Ling walked like a passerby. However, his soul force was powerful and enveloped the entire street. He heard many people's words and filtered out the useless ones, leaving only the necessary information. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Gendosa's introduction was correct. At least before entering the ghost realm, he had some understanding of the ghost realm. Purple Elder, what's the difference between martial artists and ghosts and immortals who cultivate the ghost realm? Lin Ling asked curiously in his heart. Your Majesty, there is no essential difference between the two. They both want to become stronger. Martial artists who cultivate the ghost realm are still humans, but they are proficient in the ghost realm. On the other hand, ghosts and immortals who cultivate the ghost realm are still ghosts. It's just that their souls are stronger and have experienced thousands of years of resentment, so they can cultivate martial arts with humans. Purple Elder's voice came. Lin Ling nodded. To put it bluntly, the martial artists of the Thousand-Era Ghost sect were still humans, but the martial artists of the ghost realm were ghosts. Ghosts also cultivated. This world was really full of strange things. It seems like someone is spying on us. Is it the power of the Great Law? Yes. No, if it was the power of the Great Law, I would have already sensed it. It seems to be soul force. Impossible. What kind of soul force could be so powerful? Even if it was soul force spying on us, how could this old man not detect it? Yes. It can only be said that the other party's soul force is very powerful. It's just that they don't know how to use the soul, so their spying methods are a bit rough. Yes. At this moment, in the restaurants and inns, some people secretly said. These people's strength was obviously extremely powerful. Lin Ling also sensed the change and quickly withdrew his soul force. He walked casually on the street like an ordinary martial artist. Just as he withdrew his soul force, he sensed that someone appeared on the street and looked around. There were also eyes that occasionally swept over Lin Ling, but they quickly passed by him. Chapter 1377. Team up, there are so many experts here. That person's strength is comparable to Golden Armor King. Wow! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Thousand Fog City was the only ancient city before the ghost domain, so the martial artists gathered here were especially strong. Lin Ling had no choice but to be cautious. Moving forward again, a square appeared in front of them. In the square, a large number of martial artists were lingering there. Many of them had set up stalls, selling some mystical and rare treasures. Lin Ling also entered with curiosity. He discovered that there were many strange ores that exuded yin energy. They must have been obtained from the ghost domain. In addition, there were also people selling ghosts. These ghosts did not have any martial arts, they were ordinary ghosts. This ghost is not bad. It's a little girl. She must have been very beautiful when she was alive. Just nice to take back and play with. Did you get this from the Yellow Springs Mountain? Since you dared to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain, your strength is not bad. Many people stared at the ghost and said. The ghost looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. At this moment, there was a talisman on her forehead. She was looking at the people around her with a face full of tears. It was that talisman that sealed her. And this little girl was a real ghost. Before she was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation, she was caught by a martial artist and brought out. She was not allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Ling's brows furrowed. These people were too much. Only 100 source stones. The martial artist who was selling the ghost laughed. He was very strong and had reached the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. And this little girl's ghost was somewhat ordinary, so the price was not high. It must be known that some martial artists who cultivated the evil path would devour ghosts to increase their cultivation. A powerful ghost would undoubtedly be of great help to them. 200 source stones, I'll buy it. Lin Ling walked forward and said indifferently. This young master is worthy of being called a rich man. Good, it's yours. The martial artist immediately laughed. Although Lin Ling was not strong, there were too many strong martial artists in Thousand Fog City. Who knew if Lin Ling was a descendant of that martial artist, so he did not neglect Lin Ling, and so did the others. Lin Ling indifferently nodded. He paid the source stones and took the ghost away. Woo-woo. At this moment, the ghost was trembling, floating and following Lin Ling, but Lin Ling said to her, "Don't worry, after we leave here, I will release your soul-sealing talisman, but if I release it now, you will be caught by others, then no one can save you." The little girl was stunned as she looked at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling realize that this little girl was quite cute and pure. "Why did you save me?" The little girl was puzzled. "If you want to save him, then save him," Lin Ling said with a smile. Then, he sighed with emotion. A random ghost was sold for 200 vitality stones. Wouldn't the other treasures in the ghost domain be even more expensive? No wonder so many experts wanted to enter the ghost realm. It turned out that that was a good place to find money. The little girl stared at Lin Ling. Her illusory body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were moist. In her previous life, she was a very ordinary girl. Because her family was robbed, her entire family was killed, and she did not escape. She was almost humiliated, and in the end, she jumped off a cliff to her death. After death, she entered the ghost domain and was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation to prepare for a new life. However, suddenly, a powerful martial artist appeared and took her out again, making it difficult for her to reincarnate. And that martial artist had also told her that after she was brought out, she would either be swallowed up by the martial artist and disappear from the world forever, or she would be toyed with by the martial artist and be a slave for all eternity. However, at this critical moment, this handsome youth had bought her. She thought that this handsome youth was also toying with her, but who would have thought that he would release her? I am most afraid of girls crying. I promise you, once we enter the ghost domain, I will let you go, how about it? And I believe you. The little girl immediately nodded. Thank you, big brother, my name is Xiao Yun. Lin Ling. Lin Ling straightforwardly laughed, and then said to Xiao Yun, there is a bamboo slip in my chest that stores souls. You can go in, there is an elder sister inside. She is also one of the souls, but her soul is broken. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Yun said gratefully. After Lin Ling tore the talisman on her forehead, she turned into green smoke and disappeared into the jade token on his neck. Lin Ling once again moved forward. To him, Xiao Yun was a passerby, and also a passerby that he could help. As he said, why should he save Xiao Yun? If he didn't like her, he would save her. Once again returning to the square, Lin Ling saw many rare treasures, but he didn't have the money to buy them. Not long after, in one direction of the square, a large number of people gathered there. Looking carefully, they actually formed a team to enter the ghost domain. Obviously, the ghost domain was full of danger, and a lone martial artist was even more dangerous, so they formed a team to advance. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He wasn't familiar with the ghost domain, so it wasn't a bad idea to form a team with people he was familiar with. If he discovered something amiss midway, he could withdraw in time. He chose one of the teams. There were 3 people. The strongest was a 2nd-layer saint, the weakest was a 7th-layer transcendent, and the last was a 1st-layer saint. The reason Lin Ling chose this team was because the other teams were stronger, all of them were saints. If he joined them, the other party would be difficult to get along with, so Lin Ling chose to join the relatively ordinary team. You want to join us? Alone? When Lin Ling asked, the 3 people all frowned. Lin Ling's cultivation was too low, just enough to meet the requirement to enter the ghost domain, 7th-layer transcendent. No, we formed a team because we want to help each other when we're in danger, not because we want to be burdens. This trash, if we form a team with him, he'll get us killed sooner or later. Among the 3 people, a thin and weak young man said indifferently, causing Lin Ling to frown. Xiao Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? One of the women, about 20 years old, reprimanded. Her cultivation was at the 7th-layer transcendent, but Lin Ling could feel that her strength wasn't weak. Your courage is not bad, wanting to enter the ghost domain alone. It's been a long time since I've met such an arrogant person. The other person had the highest cultivation. He was the woman's older brother, a tall and sturdy man with a thunderous voice. But, at home you rely on your parents, and when you go out you rely on your friends. In any case, our team won't be able to form any strong masters, so you should join us. Brother Jin Yuan. The thin young man called Xiao Lu frowned. He was very dissatisfied. Xiao Lu, it's already late. The possibility of forming a team with a strong master is very low. Moreover, don't you want to find your family? The longer you delay, the lower your chances of finding them. The tall and sturdy man frowned, apparently unhappy with the other party's arrogant attitude. Fine, but I'll say this first, after something happens, I won't protect this waste. Xiao Lu nodded his head and left the square first. I'm sorry, brother, Xiao Lu joined our team not long ago, and his temper is a little straightforward, so his words may have offended you, but he's not a bad person. The woman looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head, then introduced himself. Lin Ling. I'm Jin Yuan, this is my sister, Jin Shaw. After greeting each other, they didn't get to know each other in detail. After all, forming a team was only temporary, but Jin Yuan still mentioned the team's taboos. It was nothing more than not being able to betray and so on. Lin Ling could accept all of these. In the evening, the four of them sat down in an inn, wine and food were served, and they started eating and drinking. When Jin Yuan and his sister found out that it was Lin Ling's first time going to the ghost domain, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Going there for the first time, and by himself, they had to admit that Lin Ling's courage was indeed not small. Chapter 1378. Jin Yuan and sister. There were many guests around the inn, all talking about the ghost domain. When they talked about Yellow Springs Mountain, Bridge of Helplessness, and Reincarnation City, Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he secretly listened. He wanted to find the second dream, so he couldn't miss out on such news. Unfortunately, very few people had been to those places, as if they were forbidden to humans. There are quite a lot of people here. You guys over there, give up your seats and let Master Lu and us sit. At this moment, a few people entered the inn. They glanced around and then stared at Jin Yuan's table. Perhaps Jin Yuan's table had two transcendents, but they were too weak, so they wanted him to give up his seat. Pang! Xiao Lu suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Do you want to die? When he slammed the table, everyone in the inn looked over. Many people sneered, waiting to see a good show. Master Lu and the others came from Xianwang Dayu and had entered the ghost domain many times. They were experienced cultivators. That young man was so reckless and arrogant, who knew how he would deal with Master Lu's anger. Even Lin Ling shook his head, looking down on Xiao Lu because he was too easily angered. Xiao Lu, sit down. At this moment, Jin Yuan said to Xiao Lu, then looked at Master Lu and the others seriously. Sir, we came here first, and you want us to give up the seat as soon as you arrive. That's too rude, so I hope you won't take my brother's words to heart. Is this an apology? Master Lu and the others glanced at Lin Ling and the others contemptuously and laughed. They were all first-layer saints, so how could they put Jin Yuan and the others in their eyes? However, Lin Ling saw that most of Master Lu's group had saint physiques. Only 2 of them had immortal physiques, and they were only first grade. With such talent, even if they were saint realm cultivators, Lin Ling didn't put them in his eyes. If you want to apologize, sure, but this woman has to accompany us for a night, then we'll let bygones be bygones. This woman is quite beautiful, and the 2 lumps on her chest are quite big. Among Master Lu, one of the one-eyed men said lewdly. As his words fell, all the martial artists in the inn and restaurant began to laugh. Even Lin Ling took a peek. Indeed, Jin Shaw's area was much bigger than Lu Susu's. Clang! Right at this moment, Jin Shaw drew her sword and stood up. Pointing at the young man who spoke, she said, "Take back your words, or I'll cut off your arm." She wasn't shy at all. Instead, she was valiant and heroic. It was obvious that she had traveled the world often and was already used to this scene. Jin Yuan also stood up angrily. His eyes were ice cold. Someone dared to tease his sister? Lin Ling was still sitting there, drinking. However, his soul force had spread out in all directions. He could sense that Jin Sha's talent wasn't weak. She had an immortal body, and her body had the smell of an initial major law. Presumably, her extreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. This strength was not bad. However, the one-eyed youth didn't know that Jin Sha was stronger than him. He sneered, "You want to cut off my arm? Do you want me to show you the arm between my legs?" Ha! Everyone in the inn laughed even louder. Clang! Right at this moment, a sword light flashed like lightning. In the next moment, an arm fell to the ground. The one-eyed youth was stunned for a moment. Staring at the severed arm on the ground, he crazily shouted. That arm was his. His arm had been cut off by Jin Sha's sword. The inn also quieted down. They didn't expect Jin Sha's sword to be so fast. Lin Ling faintly smiled. That sword was at the peak of extreme martial arts. Moreover, the control of power was very good. When the sword slashed out, the surroundings weren't affected at all. However, the one-eyed youth's arm had been cut off. Lord Lu, kill them. Roar! The one-eyed youth held his arm and crazily roared. Lord Lu and the others had ice-cold expressions. They didn't expect Jin Sha to attack so quickly. Lord Lu took a step forward and released his heavenly martial arts. He slapped out, causing the inn to rumble and almost shatter. This was because he controlled his power and didn't leak out. If his power leaked out, the surroundings would have been flattened. You dare touch my people? Die! Die! You dare touch my sister? Clang! At the same time, Jin Yuan also made his move. He pointed out a finger. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That finger made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He knew that although that finger didn't seem to be very powerful, all the power was suppressed within. It was also a heavenly martial arts. However, Lin Ling guessed that compared to his 100 forbidden great flame dragon, Jin Yuan's martial arts realm was still a bit weaker. Rumble. The fist and finger collided, and astral winds rushed out from all directions. Lin Ling didn't think that the finger was very powerful, but the others felt that it was very terrifying. Everyone stop. Private fights in Thousand Fog City will be killed without mercy. Clang. Just as the two were about to clash, an expert's cold shout rang out, causing the inn to instantly quiet down. This inn was opened in Thousand Fog City, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Naturally, there was an expert behind them. As expected, after the expert appeared, Lord Lu's face turned ugly. His wrinkled face sneered, and he left with the others. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Don't let me meet you. Clang. I'll return those words to you. Ha! Jin Yuan smiled indifferently, then sat back down. The expert shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, guests. Our inn will not charge you for your meal. It's fine. We're going out to gain experience. This kind of thing is unavoidable. Jin Yuan didn't dare to neglect the other party and said with a smile. Good. If you have any problems in the inn, don't hesitate to look for me. Ha! The expert was an old man. After bowing, he also left. However, the moment he left, he glanced indifferently at Lin Ling previously. He had an illusion that if Jin Yuan couldn't stop Lord Lu, the young man would draw his sword. That feeling was very strange. It was as if the young man was sitting there like a sword that was sealed in dust. When he didn't draw his sword, he was as calm as the wind. But when he drew his sword, the wind and clouds would surge. He's just a transcendent. Judging from his talent, it seems that he only has an earth-grade saint body. He shouldn't be that powerful. Ha! The old man shook his head and left, talking to himself. Maybe it was an illusion. Everyone in the inn looked deeply at Jin Yuan and his sister. They knew that these two weren't weak. The older brother was powerful, and the younger sister could also fight across realms. Next, the four of them ate and drank casually. When night fell, they left one after another. Did I scare you before? Jean Shaw followed Lin Ling to the inn's room and said on the way. She saw Lin Ling's handsome face without any sharpness or murderous intent. Coupled with Lin Ling's silence before, she thought that Lin Ling was scared. I wasn't scared. I was just surprised by the strength of your martial arts. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha, that's an excuse. You must have been scared. But you're right. We brother and sister are very powerful. Don't think that I'm a transcendent. As long as an ordinary saint realm expert has a saint body inferior to mine, I can kill him with a single sword strike. My brother is even more powerful. His heavenly mark martial art has almost reached the minor accomplishment realm. Jean Shaw said with a smile. She didn't know why, but she liked Lin Ling's calm appearance very much. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. Lin Ling nodded. It's indeed very powerful. Heavenly mark martial arts are very difficult to comprehend. It's very rare to reach the minor accomplishment realm. Chapter 1379. Returning to the gates of hell, you don't need to belittle yourself. In the future, you will also reach this realm. Brother Lin Ling, I have high hopes for you. Gold Ingot smiled modestly. He then asked, however, since we're in a team now, we need to be more familiar with each other's strength. We've already told you about our strength before, so if I may ask, what level is Brother Lin Ling's talent? He was afraid of hurting Lin Ling's confidence, so he smiled and said, talent doesn't mean everything. Even if your talent is low, you can still make up for it with strong martial arts. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. The other party didn't hide his strength, so he shouldn't hide it either. He smiled and said, hee, I used to be yellow rank 5th grade, so I should have improved by now. Jin Yuan and his sister were astonished and couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who looked honest, would also lie. They always thought that Lin Ling had a heaven-grade saint body, but in the end, Lin Ling boasted that he had a yellow rank 5th grade immortal body. Are you going to say that you have already learned a heavenly pattern martial art and reached the small success stage? Xiao Lu laughed in disdain, but he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He was extremely arrogant. Indeed. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. Ha! Jin Yuan and his sister laughed even louder, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. He was telling the truth, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't believe him. Everyone quickly settled down in the inn. Tomorrow, they would set off for the ghost domain. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in his room as he recalled the events of the day. He smiled faintly. The most basic requirement to enter the ghost domain was to be a transcendent 7th stage cultivator. No wonder there weren't any weaklings gathered here. The next day, Lin Ling's group of 4 set off early, heading for the gates of hell. Jin Yuan and his brother were experienced, so it was much easier for them to lead the way. The road over there leads to the gates of hell. There are many ghosts on the way. Lin Ling could not help but sigh as he followed Jin Yuan and pointed in a direction among the distant mountains. How could a person walk that path? Lin Ling, I find that you like to brag. Jin Shaw couldn't help curling her lips. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wasn't bragging. The last time he took this path, there were too many ghosts and zombies to count. It took him a long time to kill them all. A day later, a dark and gloomy palace appeared in front of them. The four of them had finally arrived at the ghost gate. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It was still the same palace, but the entrance was different. At this moment, outside the palace, there were more people entering than the other entrance of the palace. No one below Transcendent 7th stage is allowed to enter the ghost domain. Outside the palace, the appearance of three ancient experts made many people feel reverence. They knew that these three people's strength was exceedingly high. They guarded the passageway, and no one in the three regions of the mortal world dared to not give them face. Everyone greeted them respectfully and entered the palace one after another. In fact, even without the three ancient experts' reminder, they knew that even if a Transcendent 7th stage expert entered the ghost domain, it would still be dangerous. It's him, the little guy who came from the other path last time. It's indeed him. He has reached Transcendent 7th stage and is a triple cultivator. His strength is probably comparable to a second stage saint. The three ancient experts stared at the cultivators approaching the palace and then at Lin Ling in the distance. They started chatting with each other. Although they were guarding the passageway, they would also pay attention to talented juniors. Therefore, when Lin Ling arrived, they immediately remembered him. Greetings to the three seniors. Lin Ling also sensed their gazes. Therefore, before entering the palace, he bowed respectfully. Hee, not bad. You managed to raise your cultivation in less than a year. Very good. Among the three, an old woman praised, go on in. I hope this trip will be able to temper your martial path. Thank you, seniors. Lin Ling followed Jin Yuan and his sister into the palace. The three ancient experts looked at each other and laughed. Although the ghost domain was dangerous, it was also a place to temper oneself. If one could survive in the face of death, one's future would be limitless. Inside the palace, it was eerie and cold. There were a large number of strange statues around, making one feel as if they had entered a ghost palace. Moreover, it was silent and gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Jin Yuan and his brother led Lin Ling forward. It wasn't their first time here, so they were familiar with the place. However, Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Xiao Lu laughed disdainfully and muttered in his heart, as expected, he's an ignorant piece of trash. Lin Ling, do you know the three great elders? I heard that their strength is extremely famous in the mortal realm. Jin Sha recalled the previous incident and asked curiously. How could he possibly know them? He must have overestimated himself and wanted to enter the ghost domain last time because his strength didn't meet the requirements. He was chased out by the three great elders, so the three great elders know him. Before Lin Ling could say anything, Xiao Lu said disdainfully. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent 7th stage expert, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Most importantly, Lin Ling's strength was weak, but he didn't realize it. Along the way, he had a carefree attitude and didn't flatter him at all. This made him very unhappy. Xiao Lu, how can you look at Lin Ling like that? We are teammates now. Jin Sha said unfairly for Lin Ling. What a good teammate. I suspect that when danger appears, he will be the first to run. Humph, Xiao Lu coldly snorted, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn cold. He glanced at Jin Yuan and saw him shaking his head. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Since you are so confident, then when danger appears, I want to see if you will be the first to rush forward. Go. Lin Ling left these words and continued walking. Jin Sha glanced at Xiao Lu and coldly snorted, we are members of a team, we should trust each other. Xiao Lu, if you continue to be so self-righteous, don't blame us for kicking you out of the team. Go. Jin Sha chased after Lin Ling. Jin Yuan frowned but didn't say anything. He wasn't as direct as Jin Sha. He knew that Xiao Lu's status wasn't low. He was a disciple of the great Xianyuan region Xiao family. This time, he came to the ghost domain to look for the Xiao family. Let's go. Go. Jin Yuan indifferently said and also chased after Lin Ling. Bastard, you are only a transcendent 7th stage expert. What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Go. Xiao Lu's face turned ashen. Trash like Lin Ling was simply a servant in his Xiao family. No one would object no matter how many he killed. However, here, Lin Ling actually dared to talk back to him. He simply couldn't see himself clearly. Wait until I find the Xiao family, I will definitely kill you. Go. Xiao Lu temporarily endured. He still needed to borrow Jin Yuan and his sister's strength. After all, he couldn't walk through the ghost domain alone. When Lin Ling reached the center of the palace, a black vortex began to appear. It had a radius of several hundred meters and was mighty and awe-inspiring. An endless stream of ghost energy spread out in layers. This is the passageway. Yes. Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the mysterious vortex. According to Taoist Yuan, this passage was sealed. Powerful ghosts and deities could not enter and exit. Only weak ghosts and deities could enter. Otherwise, there would be countless ghosts and deities in the human world. Yes, the ghost domain is inside. Yes. Jin Yuan appeared beside Lin Ling and said with a serious expression. Even though he had entered the ghost domain many times, he was still afraid of it.